Wake up! Wake up! Master Rayer is awake. A hazy voice sounded in his ears. The surrounding feeling gradually became clear from vague. Su Rue slowly opened his eyes and looked at the surrounding layout in confusion. The bright sunshine sprinkled in the spacious room. The neat room was filled with various European-style ornaments and furniture. This is a very spacious and tidy bedroom. Where am I? Su Rue barely climbed up from the bed. The severe headache forced Su Rue to stop and hold his forehead with one hand. My head, hissed with a breath of cold air. A huge stream of memories rushed into his mind like a torrent. The Rhine Kingdom, the Mori family, the son of the Viscount, monsters, professionals. In an instant, all the memories about the body were digested. The severe pain on the top of the head gradually subsided. Su Rue also opened his eyes again at this moment and understood his current situation. It turns out that I am no longer in the original world. The current world is a Western fantasy world similar to novels and games. This world not only has humans, there are other subhuman races, such as dwarves and elves. Of course, there are the most important supernatural powers, monsters and professionals. I am the third son of a Viscount family in the Kingdom of Ryan. Originally named Morail, Su Rue looked around the room curiously, looking at this familiar yet strange place. For a while, I secretly complained in my heart. It is said that large trucks are space travel devices. It seems that they are really worthy of the reputation. Suddenly, the door of the room was opened. A tall, blonde, and blue-eyed handsome man walked in from outside the door. The man looked excited. Without much hesitation, he walked quickly to Su Rue's bed and sat down. Xiao Rue, are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? As he spoke, the man looked back and forth at Su Rue. The anxiety and worry in his eyes were beyond words. Seeing the young man in front of him so worried, Su Rue felt relieved for a while. According to the information in his memory, the man in front of him was the eldest son of the Mori family. He was the eldest brother of this body because he had the same experience as the original body. It was because of the premature death of his mother. So he took extra care of the original body, even protected it. Su Rue shook his head slowly. Brother, it's okay. Except for being a little tired, there's nothing else. The young man looked at Su Rue's face carefully. He was relieved when he saw that Su Rue didn't seem to be lying. Don't worry, I have sent someone to investigate this matter. I will never let that traitor go. At this point, a flash of anger flashed in the eldest brother's eyes. 3 days ago, because he passed by Qingchuan town, he met a teacher from the Holy Sword Academy who was searching for students. The Holy Sword Academy is the patron saint of the Rhine Kingdom. Its high status and great reputation can be said to be a sensation. He was also chosen by the teacher because of luck. On that day, my younger brother was also betrayed on the way to cheer himself up. When he found him again, his younger brother was already unconscious. Today is the day he left this time, in addition to checking Su Rue's injuries. More importantly, he wanted to try to take Su Rue to the Holy Sword Academy. Thinking of this, a flash of hope flashed in his eyes. He took out a not-so-big jade plate from his arms. A delicate little sword was engraved on the white jade plate. This is the item used by the Holy Sword Academy to test the qualifications of students. The teacher said, so, the IT must be able to test your potential to become a professional. I can take you to the Holy Sword Academy. As he said this, he also put the jade card in Su Rue's hand. Come on, close your eyes. Try to feel the jade card in your hand. The eldest brother began to guide softly. Seeing Su Rue heard it, he had to close his eyes and start to sense it. The eldest brother also showed an expectant look. However, time lasted for several minutes. After looking at the jade card in his hand, there was still no reaction. A hint of helplessness and loneliness flashed across the eldest brother's face. He muttered in a very low voice, Is it impossible to become a professional? Does it mean we have to leave Xiao Rue here? Although the Mori family is aristocratic, their life in this small town is also very comfortable. But as the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Such a large industry is destined to be not peaceful. Reddy, the second son of the Mori family. Since childhood, because his mother came from a wealthy local family, he had always been hostile to the eldest son intentionally or unintentionally. The purpose was self-evident, for the future Viscount's inheritance. As for Su Rue's predecessor, as his favored younger brother, he was caught in the crossfire for no reason. Su Rue opened his eyes, When he saw the jade card in his hand without any ripples, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. As a good young man in today's society, he naturally longed for and was curious about those extraordinary powers. Although he had traveled to this legendary otherworld now, he missed it because of his poor talent. Such a loss was difficult for him to control. Soon he noticed the hesitation of the person in front of him. Su Rui still chose to speak. "Brother, just go. Don't worry, they're targeting me for you. When you go, they will no longer need to target me. Besides, you will have learned something in the future. At that time, they will not dare to point fingers at us." "Brother." Su Rui raised his right fist. The elder brother was stunned for a moment. But then he reacted and chuckled, stretched out his right fist, and touched it lightly. "Okay, I promise you. When I achieve everything in the future, I will never let anyone bully you again." After a brief greeting, the two sides got up from the bed and prepared to leave. Seeing that the elder brother was about to leave, Su Rui also hurried down from the bed. Perhaps he was moved by this brotherly friendship. Perhaps he was affected by this body. There was an extremely strong impulse in Su Rui's heart. That was to send this elder brother off. Even so, although the elder brother refused in every possible way, but Su Rui still insisted on sending the other party out. The door closed. The spacious room returned to silence. However, the white jade plate that was supposed to be placed next to the pillow. But at this moment, a hint of black appeared. This blackness was like a flame touching dry grass leaves. But in the blink of an eye, the entire white jade plate was stained with black. 10 minutes later, Su Rui reopened the door and returned to the room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the jade plate on the bed that had turned black. However, at this moment, a very mechanical electronic sound appeared in his ears. Ding! The Demon King cultivation system has been loaded. Su Rui Maririel level. None skills. None talent. Unlimited plunder. Chapter 2. The Truth in the Room. Su Rui gazed at the transparent panel before him, lost in thought. A Demon Lord cultivation system? Infinite plunder? As a modern youth who had traversed into this world, Su Rui was undoubtedly familiar with the concept of a system, thanks to the memories of his previous life. He also understood what it meant to be a Demon Lord. The suddenness of it all filled him with an exhilarating joy. Indeed, with this system, he would surely be able to grasp the extraordinary powers that existed in this world. The presence of the system assured him that he would venture further in the future. The earlier melancholy brought on by bidding farewell to his elder brother dissipated in an instant. Su Rui first returned to his bedside, carefully stowing away the obsidian black jade tablet into his pocket. After completing this task, he sat on the bed, his gaze fixed on the semi-transparent panel before him. He initially attempted to touch it with his fingers, but they passed through without making contact. Subsequently, he began to experiment with his thoughts. After several minutes of contemplation, Su Rui began to comprehend the operational method of this panel. At present, he could only open and close it. As for the introduction to infinite plunder, he found himself unable to access it. Resigned to this limitation, he turned to the tangible objects around him for experimentation. Infinite plunder? If it involved plundering, there must be existing items to seize. With this in mind, Su Rui picked up a ceramic vase from the bedside table. His fingers touched it. Yet there was no response. He then switched to a nearby small knife, but again, there was no reaction. Setting the knife down, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed that ordinary objects held no significance. Thus, he resolved to try something else, perhaps a living being or an item imbued with extraordinary power. With this thought, Su Rui opened the door and stepped into the corridor. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the clean and spacious hallway. Not far from him, a young woman clad in a black and white maid's uniform approached, a long broom in hand, evidently preparing to clean. This was his maid, Leah. Upon noticing Su Rui emerge from his room, she halted her actions and respectfully bowed her head. "Is there anything I can assist you with, third young master?" Confronted with Leah's respectful demeanor, Su Rui felt a momentary discomfort. He cleared his throat and replied, Are there any chickens, ducks, or fish in the kitchen? If there are, could you bring a few to me?" Leah was momentarily taken aback by his request, as she had not anticipated such a demand from him. However, she quickly composed herself and nodded. "Of course, it would be my honor to serve you." With that, she set down her broom and turned to leave. As Su Rui watched her retreating figure, he let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to attempt something else, a sudden wave of searing pain surged through his chest. He tore open his shirt, revealing a thick layer of white bandages wrapped around his torso. To his shock, he discovered a deep crimson stain, blood seeping through. "Is this blood?" Su Rui gently touched his chest, only to feel the pain intensify. At that moment, a vivid memory surged into his mind, one from his previous life. In this recollection, his former self was surrounded by a group of masked individuals, their eyes glinting with mockery and scrutiny. He recalled desperately pleading for help, his cries echoing in vain. The more he begged, the more emboldened the masked figures became, their laughter ringing in his ears. Though their faces were obscured, Su Rui could sense their cruel amusement, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Meanwhile, his personal guard stood nearby, observing the scene with an unsettling calm. In the final moments of the memory, his former self was pierced through the chest by a steel blade. With a gasp, Su Rui jolted awake, his face pale and gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He realized he was lying on the icy floor. He had fainted moments ago. He breathed heavily, clutching his head, overwhelmed by fear and suffocation. The vividness of those memories felt all too real, as if he had not merely witnessed the torment of his former self, but had experienced it himself. Yet amidst this profound terror, another emotion began to simmer within him: anger, madness. His pupils trembled, and the whites of his eyes were veined with blood. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from around the corner of the hallway. "This is what the third young master ordered. I don't need to report it to you, do I? What do you want? If you don't leave now, I will call for help." The voice belonged to his maid, Leah. Alongside her, a more lewd and mocking tone interjected. Third young master? The eldest master has already departed. The entire household now belongs to the mistress and the second young master. I doubt he can even save himself. So go ahead and call for help. I am eager to see who will come to your aid." As these words rang out, the tone grew increasingly arrogant. And soon sounds of struggle and screams reached Su Rui's ears. His mind remained clouded, still reeling from the memories of his former self's demise. Unconsciously, his body began to move toward the source of the commotion. Passing by a pile of refuse, Su Rui picked up a shard of ceramic from the ground. Step by step, he made his way to the end of the corridor and turned to look. Before him lay a scene of chaos. A frail middle-aged man, dressed plainly, was pinning his maid down. Leah's maid outfit was tattered, and a red handprint marred her face, a clear indication of the abuse she had suffered during the earlier scuffle. Upon seeing Su Rui, Leah's eyes widened with hope, her earlier resolve crumbling as tears began to well up. Her voice trembled, "Third young master." The middle-aged man paused at her words, instinctively turning to face the figure behind him. Su Rui stood there, his shirt open, revealing a body marred by scars and bloodied bandages. The backlight obscured his features, rendering them indistinguishable. Third young master," the man stammered, swallowing hard. A sense of unease washing over him as if danger loomed. In response to the man's faltering demeanor, Su Rui slowly turned his bloodshot eyes toward him. Chapter 3. Stepping into the Extraordinary, Bronze 1 star. "Third young master?" The middle-aged man spoke again, a chill creeping up his spine. Instinctively, he rose from beside the maid, only to behold Su Rui approaching him with deliberate slowness. The man found himself retreating involuntarily. "Third young master, I didn't mean suddenly." His words were cut short by the sound of a blade piercing flesh. A spray of crimson erupted like a fountain. The middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his neck before slipping into unconsciousness. He reached for his neck, feeling the warm, wet blood. His gaze fell upon his blood-stained palm, and his pupils constricted in horror. "Thir," he attempted to utter, but perhaps due to asphyxiation, he felt weak and his mind faded to darkness. Thud. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. The maid witnessed the entire scene unfold before her. At that moment, Su Rui calmly discarded the bloodied shard of ceramic onto the ground and slowly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands. In his eyes, there was no anger, no fear, no bewilderment. He appeared as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, exuding an unsettling calmness and composure. In fact, the maid, Leah, detected a hint of satisfaction and relief in Su Rui's gaze. Third young master." Her voice trembled, not from grievance, but from shock and terror. Yet, before she could utter another word, Su Rui spoke with serene authority. "There is no need for that. You may take these living beings back with you. As for the corpse, dispose of it in a secluded place." With that, Su Rui averted his gaze and turned to leave, his expression betraying no emotion. At this moment, he realized that merely slaughtering ordinary creatures would not trigger the system's plunder. Thus, only one possibility remained: the power of the extraordinary, or perhaps even the monstrous. With this thought in mind, Su Rui prepared to return to his quarters. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to halt and glance back at the maid, still trembling on the ground. If it's too troublesome, simply bury it beneath the tree at the entrance. After all, it's unlikely anyone would come here. With that, Su Rui departed once more. As a member of the noble family of the Ryan Kingdom, even as the least favored third young master, his residence was remarkably spacious. Moreover, due to its remote location, few people ventured to this place. Therefore, Su Rui harbored no concern regarding the discovery of the body. As for investigations, although this world possessed extraordinary powers, its technological advancements were rather primitive, coupled with the prevalence of monsters that resulted in daily casualties. Solving a murder case proved far more challenging than dispatching a few creatures. In instances of mysterious deaths, the blame would often fall on the monsters. Thus, after receiving his payment, Su Rui exited the manor. He did not immediately seek out monsters. Instead, he first visited a supply shop. Within the shop, he procured a short dagger and a fitted leather armor. After a swift exchange of payment and goods, Su Rui stepped out of the store. Initially, He had sought to purchase a standard longsword, believing that a longer blade would offer greater strength. However, he soon realized that wielding an ordinary longsword was exceedingly cumbersome for him at present. Consequently, he settled for the short dagger. As he swung the dagger, he reflected on the stark reality. Real swords did not possess the effortless grace often depicted in television dramas. After this realization, Su Rue promptly made his way to the nearest location, a forest outside Andertown. In this world, due to the existence of extraordinary powers, monsters lurked in nearly every corner outside human settlements. Some monsters were formidable, while others were weak. Areas near the outskirts of forests or adjacent to towns typically housed less powerful creatures, as any new arrivals would quickly attract the attention of adventurers. However, in more secluded corners or on desolate cliffs, the nature of the inhabitants remained a mystery. After traversing the town and winding through narrow paths, Su Rue soon arrived at the outskirts of the forest, where he found himself utterly alone, though he lingered only on the periphery. He had already distanced himself significantly from the town gates. Gripping the short dagger at his waist, he cautiously ventured deeper into the woods. Suddenly, he noticed movement in the underbrush. This disturbance caused him to halt, holding his breath as he focused intently on the rustling grass. Could it be a monster? Or merely an ordinary rabbit? His gaze remained fixed, and he slowly approached the source, fearful of allowing the creature to escape or launch a surprise attack. As he closed the distance, the underbrush stirred once more, revealing a massive rabbit, akin to the size of a basin, charging directly toward him with furious red eyes, instilling a sense of dread. Yet in this moment of peril, rather than succumbing to fear, Su Rue felt exhilaration upon sensing the rabbit's frantic heartbeat. A smile crept across his lips. Ah, splendid. He drew the dagger and struck fiercely at the rabbit. Thud. The dagger pierced the rabbit and Apos' body, but the force of the impact sent Su Rue sprawling backward. Bang. He fell to the ground, and as he rose once more, he noticed the rabbit thrashing amidst the grass before ultimately falling still. In the instant the rabbit perished, Su Rue's interface displayed its first sign of activity. Monster killed. Hopping rabbit. Plunder reward. Experience 5. Success. Su Rue's eyes brightened, and he eagerly opened the interface to inspect the details. To his disappointment, however, there was no experience bar present, and his level remained unchanged, still marked as unranked. He felt a brief pang of disappointment, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had confirmed the purpose of this interface. Plundering could only occur from the defeat of monsters, and the simplest method of doing so was through their annihilation. Thus, he swiftly sought out another group of hopping rabbits, concealed atop a large tree at the forest's edge. Su Rue peered down to observe a clearing where a multitude of hopping rabbits, varying in size, had formed a circle. At the center of this gathering, 5 or 6 larger, rotund rabbits engaged in combat, seemingly vying for mating rights. Among them, one particularly large rabbit displayed remarkable ferocity, holding its ground against 4 adversaries without faltering. As the massive rabbit charged, it sent the 4 smaller rabbits flying through the air. The battle for mating rights has reached its conclusion. The victorious male, surrounded by a throng of female rabbits, is met with their exuberant leaps, each attempting to capture his favor. The triumphant one stands tall, exuding an air of immense pride and satisfaction. Just as he prepares to let out a triumphant howl, a shadow descends from above, accompanied by a glinting dagger. The blade pierces the victorious rabbit's body, silencing him in an instant. Monster slain. Jumping rabbit. Plundered rewards. Experience 10. Congratulations, host, on your level up. Current level, bronze 1 star. Chapter 4. Unexpected gains. The shadow step skill. As the level ascended, a surge of formidable power inundated his being. In that moment, Su Rue distinctly sensed the evolution of his body. His physical condition had transcended all previous limits. The once cumbersome dagger now felt feather-light in his grip. Is this the essence of extraordinary power? Merely stepping into the realm of the extraordinary. And already possessing such physical prowess, Su Rue murmured to himself. He then lifted his gaze towards the surrounding horde of enraged jumping rabbits, their eyes aglow with fury. A sinister smile crept upon his lips. He sprang into action, the dagger slicing through the air, blood splattering in a vivid display. He danced amidst the throng of rabbits as if performing an elegant waltz. However, due to their sheer numbers, Su Rue inevitably faced assaults during the fray. Some rabbits, employing stealth, managed to knock him aside, while others seized opportunities to leave bloody marks upon his shoulders and arms. Yet, rather than regret or fear, the sight of his own blood ignited an insatiable thrill within him. He chuckled darkly, stifling the laughter that threatened to spill forth. An unprecedented exhilaration surged through his mind, compelling him towards increasingly reckless actions. Once he broke free from the encirclement of the rabbits, Su Rue halted, turning to confront the remaining 3 rabbits, their eyes glinting with malice. With arms wide open and a broad smile, he beckoned. Come, let us engage in a grand slaughter. His tattered garments stained with blood, gruesome wounds oozing. Su Rue epitomized madness at that moment. Yet, the once ferocious rabbits hesitated, exchanging wary glances. None dared to advance, instead retreating cautiously. Witnessing their hesitation, Su Rue's smile faded, replaced by a sense of disappointment. Is that so? Alas, what a pity, he sighed. With that, he charged recklessly towards the 3 remaining rabbits. Moments later, they too fell victim to his onslaught. Checking his status panel, he found no increase in level. How unfortunate. He had anticipated at least one more level up. If only he could have gained another level, he mused, his tone laced with regret. However, as he continued to mutter, the rustling from the grass caught his attention. In the distance lay the corpse of a rabbit. He distinctly recalled that no rabbit had been present in that spot before. Understanding dawned upon him, and his earlier disappointment dissipated. A delightful surprise, he exclaimed, deftly retrieving his dagger and lifting 2 rabbit corpses from the ground. Feigning a collection of trophies as he approached the distant carcass. As he drew nearer, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, Su Rue suddenly discarded the bodies in his grasp and surged towards the distant corpse with all his might, reversing his grip on the dagger and plunging it toward the rabbit's remains. His actions were utterly unexpected. The hidden creature beside the rabbit had yet to react before the sharp blade pierced its flesh, eliciting a pained squeal and a burst of blood. Su Rue's gaze fell upon the spot where his dagger had struck, discovering it empty save for the bloodstains and the recent cry of anguish. He turned his attention to the grassy expanse ahead, spotting a vivid crimson stain, the blood of the creature that had fled. Without hesitation, he pursued the direction of its escape. Soon, he found a small gray mouse, not particularly large but larger than the average rodent, lying weakly upon the ground. Its right leg, particularly near the abdomen, bore a gruesome gash, blood flowing steadily from the wound. Perhaps due to the loss of blood, the flow had slowed, and the mouse lay in a state of utter weakness. Upon seeing the mouse, realization struck Su Rue. So that was it. In that fleeting moment when he had been wounded, the creature had disregarded its injury to escape, resulting in its flesh being sliced by his blade. The rapidity of its flight could be attributed to its rarity. Su Rue recalled his older brother, a seasoned professional, often enlightening him about various creatures. This particular being was known as the Shadow Mouse, not particularly powerful, but elusive and troublesome due to its ability to momentarily teleport. To his surprise, he had managed to slay one today. What rewards would it yield? Would it grant experience, or perhaps something else? Contemplating this, Su Rue decisively approached to end the mouse's life. As for mercy, Su Rue was no paragon of virtue, and besides, it was a creature of the abyss. Monsters consuming humans was a natural order. Who could cast judgment upon those who retaliated? With a swift thrust, he pierced the creature's skull, bringing its suffering and life to an end. Monster slain, Shadow Mouse. Loot acquired, Shadow Step. As the information flashed before him, Su Rue's eyes brightened with rare excitement. Shadow Step? What could this be? A skill, perhaps? He opened his status panel to investigate further. Su Rue, Malarier, level, Bronze 1 star skill, Shadow Step, talent, Infinite Plunder. Upon delving into the details of the skill, Su Rue comprehended its significance and the true utility of his panel. So, that was it. His so-called Infinite Plunder allowed him to gain experience or skills from the monsters he hunted. His earlier kill of the jumping rabbit had yielded only experience due to luck or the creature's low tier. But now, having slain the Shadow Mouse, he had acquired its most essential skill, Shadow Step. Chapter 5. The Adventurers Guild. Outside the town of Sitter, amidst a dense forest, a figure trudged forward, carrying a massive bloodstained sack. The peculiar pace of this figure was a curious blend of nonchalance and alarming speed. Each few steps, he would seemingly teleport a short distance ahead, covering a vast expanse in mere moments. As he approached the town gates, his pace gradually slowed, and the teleportation ceased. Upon reaching the gates, Su Rue set down the heavy sack from his shoulder and wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. Ah! The skill of the Shadow Mouse core truly proved its worth. Throughout his journey, Su Rue had diligently tested this ability, determining its maximum range, directional control, and the energy expenditure involved. After numerous trials, he had mastered it completely, and the results were gratifying. Firstly, he discovered the skill's range. He could teleport nearly 5 meters at a time. Secondly, he noted the astonishingly short cooldown. The skill required not magical energy, but rather his physical stamina. In fact, he could execute several teleportations in quick succession, although the stamina required would increase exponentially. If he wished, he could teleport every 2 to 3 seconds, rendering the energy cost nearly negligible. This is precisely why he had relied on Shadow Step for his journey. Previously, he had felt utterly defenseless, but now he possessed the foundational skills to become a hunter. At the very least, he could avoid death even in defeat. This thought ignited a spark of excitement in Su Rue's eyes. Indeed, his purpose for coming to this town was straightforward: to join the Adventurers Guild. Membership would not only grant him access to numerous monster locations, but also the opportunity to earn commissions. Though he hailed from a noble family, he was under the oppressive shadow of a frigid father and a scheming stepmother. Previously, his elder brother had been his protector, but with his departure, Su Rue found himself vulnerable and malleable, a mere pawn for his stepmother to manipulate. The reassurances he had shared with his brother were merely a facade, after enduring persistent hostility. He suspected some twisted notion had taken root in his stepmother's mind. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Su Rue resolved to locate the Adventurers Guild and swiftly integrate himself. As for everything else, once his strength was sufficient, he could easily resolve any matter. Reclaiming the sack, he ventured into the bustling streets of the town. The thoroughfare was alive with the hustle and bustle of vendors and passers-by, horse-drawn carriages crisscrossing the path. Surue's presence elicited little attention. Despite his blood-stained appearance and an air of menace, most townsfolk merely regarded him as another adventurer. A few might even comment on his youth, marveling at his status as an adventurer at such a tender age. Not one to awkwardly seek out information, Surue inquired with a few locals before heading towards the guild. Upon entering the spacious hall, he found it remarkably tidy yet sparsely populated, save for a handful of armored gentlemen engaged in conversation over drinks in a corner. His arrival stirred little commotion. Approaching the front desk, he stated, "Hello, I wish to register as an adventurer." The receptionist paused, taking in Surue's youthful visage. A hint of uncertainty crept into her voice as she responded, "You wish to become an adventurer?" Realizing her words might have sounded dismissive, she quickly apologized. "I meant no offense. You are simply quite young, and it is an unusual sight." She handed him a form, urging him to fill in his personal details. Surue accepted the paper and pen with gratitude, finding a seat to complete the straightforward questions: name, age, and whether he was a professional. He promptly filled it out, providing the name Surue instead of Moliral. This world was not strictly a traditional fantasy realm. Alongside the Kingdom of Ryan, there existed the Crimson Empire and the Holy Radiance Kingdom, the latter of which exhibited a distinctly Asian cultural influence. Hence, his name would not appear out of place. As for his professional status, there was no hesitation. He marked the affirmative. After all, he had come to undertake challenging quests and hunt formidable monsters to enhance his skills. Concealing his true capabilities would serve him no advantage. Sooner or later, he would rather reveal his strength to secure more lucrative tasks. After completing the form, he returned it to the receptionist. Upon seeing his affirmative answer regarding his professional status, her eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't realize you were a professional. How extraordinary," she exclaimed. In this world, while professionals were not scarce, they were relatively rare compared to the general populace, particularly in such a remote town where even the lowest-ranking professional was a coveted asset. Surue, unfazed by her praise, interjected, "Can I accept quests now? Or must I undergo some form of evaluation?" The receptionist quickly waved her hands. "Oh, that is unnecessary. Please wait a moment." She hurriedly sifted through a thick stack of documents behind the counter, inadvertently scattering them across the table. Amidst the chaos, a particular assignment landed before Surue. Curious, he picked it up to examine its contents. The task was straightforward: investigate an abandoned mine where a goblin had reportedly been sighted, raising concerns that the creature had taken residence there. Surue pondered this, reflecting on the common perception of goblins in both his former world and this one. Their reputation was hardly of formidable strength. Unless a goblin shaman or goblin king is born, even an ordinary person wielding a weapon can effortlessly vanquish a goblin. Of course, this assumes one possesses the resolve to engage. Upon glimpsing this task, Surue felt a surge of excitement. Firstly, her own abilities were not particularly formidable, making this an excellent opportunity for practice. Secondly, the task location was almost certainly rife with magical creatures. In comparison to escorting ordinary individuals or caravans, this assignment was undeniably enticing. Meanwhile, the receptionist remained oblivious to Surue's unusual demeanor. She continued to apologize while tidying up, saying, "I apologize. The documents here are somewhat disordered, given that you have just joined our guild. However, before she could finish her sentence, a document appeared before her. "This one, please. I am far more interested in this task than any other." Chapter 6. The sibling team. Upon noticing the documents in Surue's hands, the receptionist hesitated, displaying a rather troubled expression. Observing her demeanor, Surue raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether he was barred from taking on this task. In response to his inquiry, the receptionist hastily waved her hand. "That is not the case. The task has already been claimed by someone else. More precisely, the team is in the process of recruiting new members. Whether you can join depends on your application to the team that has already accepted the task." Understanding her predicament, Surue nodded. "In that case, is there an available position?" The receptionist nodded in affirmation and handed him a map, clearly marking the town and its surrounding areas. The destination was not far from the town itself. "The team that has taken on the task has already departed. If you wish to go, you may head directly to the task's location to find them. However, it is against our regulations to seize a task without the consent of the individual who accepted it. Even if you complete the task, we cannot grant you the corresponding reward." It seemed she was concerned that Surue might disrupt the established order. He nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, for time was of the essence. He needed to reach the mine as swiftly as possible. Just as Surue was about to leave, an idea struck him, prompting him to pause. He turned to the receptionist, pointing to the bloodied sack he had left on his seat. "I acquired this from the bodies of some monsters I defeated while passing through. I recall that your Adventurers Guild accepts monster bodies as materials. Could you evaluate its worth and settle with me after the task is complete?" With that, he did not linger any longer and departed into the distance. Outside the abandoned mine, not far off, 3 figures were steadily approaching. The trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were robust and imposing. One wielded a large shield and carried an axe, while the other, relatively smaller in stature, held a long sword that glimmered ominously in the light. The two men forged ahead, seemingly concerned for the safety of the woman behind them. The axe-wielding man turned his head slightly to offer her reassurance. "Don't worry, Nina. Once we enter the mine, just stay behind me and my brother. All you need to do is cast your illumination spell to gather basic information, and our task will be complete." The other man, with a sunny disposition, chimed in, "Indeed, Nina. Although this is your first task, you are safe with your two brothers." The woman felt deeply touched, nodding earnestly. The three were siblings, united by blood. Their parents had passed away long ago due to a severe illness, leaving the two elder brothers to shoulder the responsibility of providing for their family. They bore this burden to ensure a better life for their sister, who, despite her youth, had shown great promise. In her early 20s, she had awakened her potential as a mage, becoming a professional in her own right. Now, in pursuit of funds for her magical academy tuition, she had resolutely chosen to accompany her brothers on this mission. "Brothers, should we wait a little longer? This task seems rather perilous. If a goblin priest or goblin king emerges, it may be beyond our capabilities." She expressed her concerns. "Moreover, we have left recruitment notices at the guild hall. Perhaps we could enlist a reliable adventurer to enhance our safety." Upon hearing her words, the two brothers exchanged glances and eventually nodded in agreement. They reached a consensus. They would wait for 1 hour. If no one arrived, they would proceed into the mine. After all, relying on chance for recruitment was a gamble. Fortunate circumstances might yield a trustworthy ally, while misfortune could leave them empty-handed, as few were willing to take such risks. Thus, the trio settled in a nearby resting spot, quietly awaiting the arrival of potential recruits. Time passed slowly, and as the hour drew to a close, they rose to their feet, prepared to move on. It appeared that fate had not favored them. The longsword-wielding brother sighed, closing his mechanical pocket watch with a sense of resignation. The axe-wielding brother, unfazed, ready to shield an axe, gearing up for the task ahead. Noticing the disappointment on their sister's face, he offered a reassuring smile. "Are you scared? Don't worry, my brother and I are here. No one can harm you." The sister nodded, refraining from further comment. Just as the trio was about to enter the mine, they heard a rustling sound behind them, as if someone was treading upon the grass. Instinctively, they turned to see a young man, appearing no older than 18 or 19, approaching. His disheveled attire and numerous bloodstains heightened their alertness. The axe-wielding brother instinctively pulled the woman behind him, adopting a defensive stance. "Who are you?" he demanded, while the longsword-wielding brother gripped his sword hilt, ready to draw. Surue glanced around and then at the three individuals, quickly forming a conclusion. "You three must be the team assigned to investigate the mine, correct? I am the adventurer responding to your recruitment." Upon hearing this, the trio's tension eased considerably. For his fellow adventurers, they posed no immediate threat. However, they remained cautious and probed him with a few questions. After Surue answered them, their wariness dissipated entirely. Thus, after a brief exchange, they all gained a clearer understanding of the situation at hand. Particularly for Surue, the revelation that the trio had yet to enter the mine brought him immense relief. Had they already explored it and emerged unscathed, the circumstances within would have been all too evident. In stark contrast, the expressions of the three siblings darkened, particularly those of the two brothers, who hesitated upon learning that Surue was a newcomer to the Adventurers Guild. "Eldest brother, he's a novice. Could that be somewhat problematic?" The longsword-wielding brother whispered to the axe-wielding one. The latter furrowed his brow, appearing torn as he contemplated the situation. After a moment of deliberation, he seemed to reach a decision. "Let us do it. After all, having an extra pair of hands in times of danger can only bolster our strength." Speaking solely of this newcomer, if he had not been accompanied by an experienced individual for a mission, it would be perilous for him to embark on a task alone. After all, danger does not solely arise from monstrous beings. It can also stem from nature and humanity. Chapter 7. The Goblin King within the dark recesses of the mine. Footsteps echoed in a rhythmic cadence. The flickering glow of torches illuminated the faces of the group. Among them was a woman, meticulously studying a map. Indeed, it was the chart of this very mine. At present, the group had ventured deep into the cavern, their purpose evident, to cast illumination magic at the furthest reach of its effectiveness. While a thorough exploration was unnecessary, caution was still paramount in their descent. For avoiding confrontation was always preferable. After traversing a considerable distance, the woman spoke up. "According to the map, we need to proceed another 200 meters to reach the limit of our illumination magic." As she spoke, the axe-wielding man and the swordsman nodded gravely. Notably, the swordsman, observing the taciturn Surue, added in a hushed tone, "Little brother, do remember our agreement. This work is not easy. Should danger arise, do not be reckless. When we call for a retreat, hesitate not. For survival is the essence of all." Faced with this earnest counsel, Surue found himself at a loss for words. To disregard their concern seemed ungrateful, yet wearing a sour expression served no purpose. Responding perfunctorily would only lead to complications should the need for action arise, which was not in line with his character. Thus, caught in a dilemma, he could only nod silently. Seeing his response, the swordsman's expression softened. The axe-wielding man, glancing at his companion, chuckled lightly. "All right, Second brother, it's only natural for a newcomer to be unsure. Your endless admonitions are making him uncomfortable. The woman beside them nodded in agreement. Indeed, second brother, you've become quite the nag. The swordsman merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. Thus, the group continued their descent. Just as they were nearing the limit of the illumination spell, Su Rue suddenly halted and coldly commanded the others to stop. Wait. His abrupt action drew the attention of the trio, who turned to him in confusion. What have you discovered? The woman inquired, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Su Rue remained silent, his gaze fixed on the oppressive darkness ahead. His right hand gradually tightened around the hilt of his dagger. Before any of them could react, a rusted arrow shot towards them. Startled, the three barely had time to respond before Su Rue swiftly severed the projectile midair and hurled his dagger. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was accompanied by a chilling, piercing scream. In an instant, the trio comprehended the peril of their situation. Without a moment's hesitation, the two men prepared for battle, positioning themselves protectively in front of the woman. She, too, swiftly assessed the scenario, chanting a spell to illuminate the encroaching darkness. A brilliant white light shot forth like a meteor, illuminating the cavern with a blinding brilliance. As the darkness receded, the trio's eyes widened in horror. The depths of the mine revealed a chaotic scene. Piles of unknown bones formed grotesque mounds, while a horde of diminutive, grotesque goblins, brandishing crude weapons, approached with unsettling intent. However, it was not merely their repugnant forms that instilled dread, but rather the towering figure behind them, a robust goblin grinning ominously. The Goblin King. Without a moment's hesitation, the axe-wielding man shouted, "Run!" He bolted towards the exit of the mine without looking back. The Goblin King was no ordinary foe, while countless creatures roamed this world. The power disparities among them were vast. The Goblin King commanded a level of strength far surpassing that of his lesser kin. Each Goblin King possessed formidable skills, making them truly fearsome beings that even seasoned adventurers would prefer to avoid. As the trio fled, Su Rue stood resolute, unperturbed by the looming threat of the Goblin King. He regarded the creature with a sense of curiosity, as if appraising an intriguing artifact. Unexpectedly, luck seems to be on my side. The tales of the Goblin King possessing skills are true. If he could grant me a skill, today could indeed be fortuitous. With that thought, Su Rue teleported before the goblin he had just felled. The creature writhed in agony, its belly pierced by the dagger. Shrieking in torment, as vile green ichor pooled around it. Unfazed by the gruesome sight, Su Rue gripped the dagger's hilt and forcefully drew it upwards. In that instant, the goblin ceased its struggles, lifeless. Monster slain, goblin. Loot acquired, experience 10. Congratulations, host, on leveling up. Current level, bronze 2 stars. Newbie phase completed. Functionality unlocked, information view. As the system notifications appeared, information regarding the monsters materialized above their heads. Su Rue directed his attention towards the Goblin King. Goblin King, level, bronze 4 stars, skill, heavy annihilation strike, interesting, a bronze 4 star? He mused. I wonder what my chances of victory are with my current strength? Perhaps I would perish? Yet, rather than fleeing, I find myself more inclined to consume him. A sinister smile crept across Su Rue's face, rekindling the dormant desire for bloodshed within him. Come forth, let me eradicate you all. Or perhaps, you shall be the one to slay me. Chapter 8, The Slaughter. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Rue instantly teleported before the Goblin King and swung his blade. Due to his recent level increase, Su Rue felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. His strength had notably amplified, and even his stamina had improved considerably. However, due to the disparity in levels, his strike did not inflict substantial damage on the Goblin King. It merely carved a shallow wound across the creature's chest, from which green blood oozed forth. In pain, the Goblin King let out a roar and swung his longsword towards Su Rue, enveloped in a crimson glow. The speed and power of the sword far exceeded that of an ordinary human. Boom. The sword cleaved through empty air, yet the overwhelming force continued unabated, crashing against the adjacent wall and leaving a profound gash in the stone. The longsword itself snapped in two from the impact. At that moment, Su Rue had already teleported behind the Goblin King, preparing to strike again, when an arrow suddenly shot toward him. Realizing the danger, Su Rue opted to retreat and create distance. How intriguing. That previous attack must have been the Goblin King's skill, heavy annihilation. It possessed considerable power, albeit with a sluggish speed. In a one-on-one duel, he could easily dispatch the Goblin King using his skill, Shadow Step. However, the presence of other goblins in the vicinity posed a complication. Ignoring the furious Goblin King before him, Su Rue shifted his gaze to the goblin that had just loosed an arrow. Very well, it seems I shall eliminate these lesser foes, Su Rue murmured. As his words fell, his figure vanished once more. Meanwhile, the trio that had just exited the mine were gasping for breath, their eyes squinting against the sunlight outside. For a moment, they collectively exhaled in relief. Do not linger, we must find a place to hide. If that group of goblins catches up to us, we will be in serious trouble. The man wielding the axe urged as he pulled the other two toward the nearby woods. Despite his exhaustion, the burdens of the axe and shield were not insubstantial. Yet his clear-headedness and long-standing experience with quests and monsters compelled him to make prudent decisions. Before they could move more than a few steps, the voice of the younger sister reached them. "Big brother, it seems we are one short." The newcomer has not yet exited the mine. Upon hearing this, not only the axe-wielding man, but even the longsword-wielding man came to a sudden realization. Indeed, it appeared he had yet to emerge. The trio froze in place, their initial intention to hide now wavering. The sister, observing the troubled expressions of her brothers, cautiously inquired, "Big brother, second brother, do you think there's a chance he is still behind us? Should we wait for him at the entrance?" Naturally, her suggestion met with disapproval from the two men. They were acutely aware that their escape had occurred nearly simultaneously, covering the same distance. Thus, even if the newcomer had lagged slightly, it could not have been for long. The mine was now eerily silent, devoid of any sound. The only plausible conclusion was that the newcomer had failed to escape. At that moment, both men found themselves grappling with inner turmoil. Given the current situation, they could easily abandon their comrade. After all, they had a clear understanding of the mine's layout and bore no obligation to risk their lives to rescue a stranger. Yet, their humanity and the memory of Su Rui's youthful visage weighed heavily upon them, prompting them to arrive at a crucial decision. The longsword-wielding man wished to voice his thoughts, but the axe-wielding man interrupted before he could speak. "Younger brother, take our sister and hide. I will go in and check. If I do not return in half an hour, you need not wait for me." Faced with this solemn charge, the longsword-wielding man immediately protested. "No, big brother. If anyone should go, it should be me. You stay back to protect our sister." However, before he could finish, the elder brother's voice rose sharply. "Enough, younger brother. Do you intend to disobey me this time?" Seeing the younger brother standing there in silence, the axe-wielding man's tone softened unexpectedly. "You possess greater talent than I, and may one day become a true professional. My own journey is nearly at its end, so..." He then placed a firm hand on the shoulder of the longsword-wielding man. "Remember to protect our sister." With that, he turned and strode into the depths of the mine, vanishing into the darkness. The sister was already in tears, while the longsword-wielding man bowed his head in silence, his fists clenched tightly. As if a realization dawned upon him, he suddenly looked up with determination in his eyes. "Sister, find a place to hide. I will bring back our brother." With that, he dashed toward the mine without a backward glance, leaving the sister standing helplessly outside. Deep within the mine, the situation was nearing its climax. Thanks to the enduring nature of the magic illuminating the depths, the grim scene was laid bare for all to see. The walls and ground were splattered with green blood, bearing witness to the battle that had transpired. The once empty floor was now littered with the lifeless bodies of goblins. Su Rui, drenched in green blood, panted heavily, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the Goblin King. The Goblin King, in turn, was a pitiful sight, covered in numerous wounds, with one eye gouged out by a dagger. In response to the carnage inflicted upon his minions and his own disheveled state, the Goblin King roared in fury. He seized a relatively intact wooden club from the ground and, like a madman, charged towards Su Rui, the club once again enveloped in a red glow. Faced with this lethal strike, Su Rui erupted in laughter, charging headlong toward his foe. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Simultaneously, the axe-wielding man and the longsword-wielding man collided deep within the mine. "You!" the axe-wielding man exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency, astonishment, and rage. Yet, in response to his brother's emotional turmoil, the longsword-wielding man merely lowered his gaze. "Big brother, you may call me selfish and stubborn, but I cannot bear to watch you perish. Once we escape, you may scold or strike me as you wish. I shall not flinch. However, I must enter this mine." The longsword-wielding man raised his head sharply, meeting the gaze of his elder brother. The axe-wielding man trembled slightly, wishing to protest, yet ultimately remained silent. Seeing his brother's resolute expression, a rare smile broke upon the face of the longsword-wielding man. However, just as they were about to continue their discussion, a bone-chilling roar echoed from the depths of the mine. Roar. The two exchanged a glance, disregarding everything else, and hurriedly made their way deeper into the darkness. As the two individuals drew ever closer, the source of light became increasingly evident. When they finally discerned the events transpiring in the depths of the cavern, their breaths momentarily halted. What, indeed, had transpired here? Vivid green blood splattered across the ground, littered with the grotesque corpses of goblins. Yet, what was most perplexing and chilling was the unmistakable and jarring sounds of battle emanating from the innermost recesses. Without a moment's hesitation, the two proceeded towards the heart of the chaos. Chapter 9. Slaying the Goblin King, acquiring the skill, Requiem Strike. This is incredible. Two men ventured deeper into the mine, but as they beheld the scene at its deepest point, their pupils involuntarily constricted. It was utterly astonishing. Moreover, the newcomer, whom they had previously overlooked, was effortlessly toying with the Goblin King at a staggering pace. Was this Goblin King formidable? Certainly, at least in the eyes of these two. The Goblin King possessed the strength to easily slay them both. Yet, in this moment, the once mighty Goblin King was utterly powerless against the newcomer. To be precise, it could not even launch an attack. The newcomer moved like a specter, continuously teleporting, rendering the Goblin King's frantic assaults futile. On the battlefield, the Goblin King, gazing at the mocking expression of Su Rui, hesitated to continue its attack. Instead, it stood still, seemingly contemplating a decision. Indeed, it regretted its choices. This human before it was unlike anyone it had encountered before. While previous adversaries had approached it with fury, fear, and a palpable desire to kill, this one exuded mockery. As if it were merely a toy to be played with. The Goblin King understood that it had no chance against this human. With its injuries mounting and the opponent unscathed, it could no longer afford to continue this way. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Goblin King picked up a sturdy wooden club from the ground. Surue, initially puzzled by the Goblin King's apparent stupor, was just contemplating whether to investigate when he witnessed the Goblin King's next move. Ah, it seems it has begun to move again. A smile reappeared on Surue's face. His eyes filled with anticipation as he watched the Goblin King charge towards him with a roar, the wooden club enveloped in a crimson glow. It swung, but yet again, it missed. However, unlike before, the Goblin King did not react with anger. Instead, it discarded the club and sprinted towards the exit with a perfectly executed form. This scene left Surue dumbfounded, as well as the brothers who had been covertly observing. What? The Goblin King is fleeing? Before the two could fully process their shock, a pressing concern arose in their minds. Indeed, their hiding spot was directly in the path the Goblin King was fleeing towards. If it discovered them, their fate would be sealed. As this thought crossed their minds, they instinctively prepared for defense. Yet, before they could react further, the Goblin King was already upon them. Gripping their weapons tightly, they braced themselves. However, the Goblin King merely glanced at them, disregarding them entirely, and continued on its way. A gust of wind trailing behind its powerful frame. The two remained frozen in place, still unable to comprehend the situation. The swordsman, with a dazed expression, uttered, "Brother, we." Before he could finish, another gust of wind rushed past them. This wind was even swifter than that created by the Goblin King's earlier charge. Surue appeared, a short dagger in hand, having swiftly maneuvered behind the Goblin King. With a smile, he struck. "Did you think you could escape?" The blade pierced through, blood gushing forth. And the Goblin King collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Monster slain. Goblin King. Loot acquired. Requiem strike. Experience 100. Congratulations, host is leveled up. Current level, bronze 4 stars. Panting heavily, Surue felt the weight of exhaustion from the recent battle. Yet, he paid it little mind, focusing instead on his gains. He had advanced directly from bronze 3 stars to bronze 4 stars. It seemed that his previous encounters with ordinary goblins had brought him close to leveling up. Allowing this swift progression upon defeating the Goblin King, Surue had a clear understanding of his own situation. But his attention was drawn back to the introduction of his new skill. Undoubtedly, this skill was inherited from the Goblin King. The description was straightforward. It could enhance the next attack, doubling its impact. In a surprise attack, it could even severely injure foes of a higher level. Naturally, it was also effective in direct combat, as even among equals, few could withstand the force of a doubled assault. Coupled with heavy weapons like a war hammer or great axe, it would be a formidable weapon indeed. The mere thought of wielding such a mighty axe filled Surue with anticipation. Regaining his composure, Surue turned his gaze towards the two men, who still seemed dazed. He nodded slightly at them, and they appeared to snap back to reality, nodding fervently, their voices tinged with nervousness. We had no idea you were a professional." The axe-wielding man scratched his head, a sheepish smile gracing his face. The swordsman beside him mirrored his anxiety. "Indeed. We never imagined there was such a young professional among us. We truly apologize for our earlier misjudgment." While the status of professionals was not excessively lofty, it held significant weight before nobles and wealthy merchants. In the eyes of commoners, professionals were akin to dragons among men, representing one of the few opportunities to transcend their social class. Thus, in the eyes of most ordinary people, professionals were regarded as quasi-nobility. Surue felt somewhat uncomfortable with their attitude. He chose not to speak further, accepting their reverence for the time being. After all, life is fleeting. And perhaps they would only share this moment. He pointed to the goblin corpses strewn about. "Please help me carry these back. We can split the rewards evenly." He did not frame it as charity or a gift, but rather as a conditional invitation to participate in the distribution of the spoils. He recognized that the two had returned with specific intentions, and this was his way of reciprocating. The two men exchanged glances, clearly intrigued. These were the corpses of monsters. Though they had slain their fair share of creatures, they had rarely encountered one of the Goblin King's caliber. The prospect of splitting the rewards from such a creature was enticing enough to cover the tuition fees for their sister's enrollment in a magic academy. Though the conditions were incredibly enticing, the two individuals refrained from immediately acquiescing. They were acutely aware that during this battle, they had scarcely contributed in any meaningful way. Thus, both morally and logically, they deemed it inappropriate to claim half of the reward, even if they were to exert effort in transporting the corpses back to the guild. Facing their hesitation, Surue once again spoke up. "There are far too many bodies for me to carry alone. Rather than let them go to waste, it would be prudent to take them together. Now, time is of the essence. Let us hasten our departure." Thus, under Surue's firm insistence, the group set about gathering the corpses and exited the mine. Outside the mine, amidst the forest, a woman fixed her gaze upon the entrance, her eyes unblinking. Her fists were clenched tightly, and her demeanor suggested a blend of nervousness and urgency as she frequently glanced between the cave's mouth and the mechanical pocket watch in her hands, with each passing second. The time slipped away, yet there remained no sign of anyone emerging from within. Witnessing this, the woman's anxiety grew palpable. Her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Rising from the underbrush, she sprinted towards the cave's entrance, driven by an overwhelming urge to find her two brothers. However, the words left by her siblings before their departure halted her in her tracks. Confronted with the cave's mouth, mere steps away, she sank to her knees, feeling utterly powerless. In that moment, a cacophony of emotions, suppressing sorrow and despair over the potential loss of her loved ones, erupted within her heart. As she crouched on the ground, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Just when she believed she had irrevocably lost her brothers, the sounds of footsteps and voices echoed from the depths of the cave. "Hey, second brother, is that our little sister squatting at the entrance?" It certainly looks like her." "TSK, second brother, this is all your fault. You were supposed to keep an eye on her, and now look what has happened. Just wait until we get back. I'll deal with you then." Upon hearing those familiar voices, the woman slowly lifted her head, gazing towards the cave. Emerging from within were three figures, gradually making their way into the light. Among them were her two brothers, each bearing hefty burlap sacks stained with greenish blood. The third figure was Su-Rue, nearly drenched in the same eerie liquid. His attire was marred, and even his face bore traces of dried blood. Yet, despite his disheveled appearance, he did not exude horror. Rather, he resembled a demon hunter who had just emerged from the depths of hell. Chapter 10. The List. Greetings, esteemed adventurer. Here lies your reward. Please accept it. Su-Rue took the small pouch of coins and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the Adventurers Guild, the town was already aglow with bright lights. Night had fallen, and the lively streets were bustling with people. Su-Rue did not linger but chose to visit a nearby clothing store to acquire a new outfit. After all, in his current guise, returning to his original town would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention. As he made his way to the clothing store, a familiar figure passed by just as he entered. It was a tall, robust middle-aged man, adorned with a long sword at his waist and embracing a woman dressed in light attire. Su-Rue recognized him all too well. It was his former personal guard, Bomb. The memories were vivid in his mind. It was this very guard's betrayal that had led to his past demise at the hands of masked assailants. A betrayal that haunted him with horrific nightmares. Without uttering a word, Su-Rue slowly approached the glass door, watching his former guard retreat. In the street, Bomb shared a passionate kiss with the woman in his arms. They exchanged a few words before parting ways, Bomb heading toward a nearby inn, while the woman vanished into the night. At that moment, a mixture of exhilaration and animosity surged within Su-Rue, prompting him to press his face against the glass. His pupils quivering with emotion, his lips twisting into a grimace of either rage or thrill. "I have found you," he declared, no longer hesitating as he pushed the door open and strode toward the inn. Shortly after Su-Rue's departure, a diminutive old man with a mustache emerged from the clothing store. He gazed in the direction Su-Rue had gone, and once assured the adventurer had truly left, hurriedly locked the external gate. Inside the inn's private room, steam filled the air, enveloping the restroom. After cleansing himself of grime, Bomb wrapped a pristine towel around his waist. Relishing the comfort, he hummed a tune as he exited the restroom, eagerly anticipating an enticing encounter. Just as he stepped out, a sudden knock at the door startled him. Didn't Tishi say she was going to buy jewelry? How can she be back so soon? He pondered, but dismissed the thought and opened the door. The moment it swung open, a pungent, metallic scent assaulted his senses. Before he could discern the identity of the visitor, his instincts kicked in, and he instinctively distanced himself. "Ah, Bomb, it appears you are well." Su-Rue's voice broke the silence. Bomb's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the figure before him. "Third young master," he stammered, his pupils dilating in shock. "I thought you were dead." "I distinctly remember," he faltered, suddenly realizing the truth. Su-Rue was not a specter. He was very much alive. As the realization dawned, Bomb's expression shifted from terror to a semblance of relief, mixed with condescension. "To think, third young master, you are indeed fortunate to be alive after all that. It seems some people have trouble now." With a disdainful chuckle, he continued, "Well, since you have come to visit, we should catch up. I see you've brought a rather generous gift." His gaze fixated on the bulging pouch at Su-Rue's waist, a greedy smile creeping upon his lips. "How delightful. You've delivered this to me personally. Don't blame me for being inhospitable then. I might just take your head and collect a reward from that woman." His eyes glinted with avarice as he spoke, a cruel smile curling his lips. In response to Bomb's demeanor, Su-Rue also smiled, a smile that mirrored the same cruelty, sending chills down one's spine. He slowly closed the door behind him and advanced toward Bomb. "It is indeed time for a reunion. I have some inquiries to make," he declared, and thus began the confrontation. Bomb drew his sword, swinging it fiercely towards Su-Rue. Yet, facing such a lethal strike, Su-Rue merely unsheathed his dagger with deliberate calm. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped his right hand, and the blade, channeling his doubled strength into a devastating blow that collided with Bomb's sword, shattering it. The sheer force sent Bomb's weapon flying from his grip. "What?" Bomb exclaimed in disbelief. Before he could react further, Su Rue was upon him. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he seized Bomb's mouth. I know you're tough. Let me start with an appetizer, Su Rue taunted, indifferent to Bomb's struggles. The crimson light flared again around his left arm, lifting Bomb effortlessly. With swift precision, Su Rue reversed his grip on the dagger and plunged it into Bomb's arm. The excruciating pain nearly forced a scream from Bomb's lips, but the iron grip on his mouth silenced him completely. Shh, be quiet for a moment. The appetizer isn't finished yet. It would be unfortunate if someone else intervened, Su Rue whispered as he leaned in closer, his gaze locking onto Bomb's face. Now etched with fear and despair, Su Rue's smile transformed, embodying the essence of a devil. His eyes radiated an eerie red glow, a reflection of his twisted delight. This grim scene did not linger for long. A mere 10 minutes later, Su Rue emerged from the inn, having taken a rejuvenating bath and donned fresh garments. In his hand, he carried the clothing he had previously worn, alongside a concise list, clearly detailing the names of all involved in his attempted murder, both the mastermind and the accomplices. Among the names, two stood out prominently to him: the current Viscount's wife, the very mother of his second brother, who orchestrated the conspiracy, and the butler, the liaison of this insidious plot. As Su Rue examined the list, a smirk graced his lips. Chapter 11. Dinner. As night descended, the world fell into darkness. Yet, this was seemingly unrelated to the expansive hall of the manor, which radiated opulence and grandeur under the bright lights. A long rectangular table, several meters in length, was adorned with exquisite dishes and cutlery. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged gentleman, resplendent in fine attire and sporting a well-groomed beard. This man was none other than the current head of the Mori family, the esteemed Count Mori. To his right sat a young man and a woman. The young man, strikingly handsome, bore a resemblance to both Count Mori and his brother, Su Rue. He was indeed Count Mori's second son, Su Rue's elder brother. The woman, elegantly dressed, possessed an air of nobility, her fair complexion and delicate jewelry lending her a youthful allure, despite the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. This was the Countess, the mother of the second son. The atmosphere at the long table was notably quiet, with no one daring to touch their meals, as if they were awaiting someone else's arrival. Where has that nervous wreck been all day? I truly envy that fellow, Su Rue, for being so comfortably useless. The elder brother muttered, his tone laced with disdain. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the hushed dining room. The Countess merely cast a fond glance at her son, while Count Mori remained indifferent, either acquiescing to or ignoring the comment. As time ticked by, and seeing that Su Rue had not yet arrived, the head of the household decided to cease waiting. Very well, we shall not wait any longer. With that pronouncement, the elder brother eagerly began to carve into the meat before him, devouring it with the ferocity of a ravenous beast. The Countess, however, took only a couple of bites before hastily setting down her cutlery, as if she had realized something urgent. In a swift motion, she left the hall, disappearing into the enveloping darkness. In that shadowy realm lurked an elderly man clad in a black suit and a round black hat. Upon seeing the Countess, he promptly removed his hat and bowed respectfully. Madam, the Countess, glancing at the elderly man, inquired with an air of urgency, what news from father? What exactly is happening with Su Rue? Her heart raced with anxiety. According to their original plan, Su Rue should have met his demise in some secluded corner days ago. Yet, after several days of disappearance, not only had he been found, but astonishingly, he had survived. This unforeseen outcome filled her with dread. Should the details of her machinations be revealed, even the Count, despite his disdain for this son, would not let her escape unscathed. Thus, her immediate concern was to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the situation and to remedy the impending crisis. The elderly man, recognizing her distress, lowered his voice and responded. I have confirmed the matter with the head of the household. They reported that the knife had indeed pierced his heart. As for why he still lives, it is likely due to the nature of the Mirror Man. Mirror Man, hard on the right. However, rest assured, madam, since he has not perished completely, the head of the household has already set further plans in motion. Within 3 days at the latest, we can act again to ensure his total disappearance from this world. Upon hearing this, the Countess exhaled in relief, nodding in satisfaction. Good, he must be dealt with swiftly. Although the situation was discreet, should he discover anything, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. After a brief clandestine discussion, the elderly man donned his hat and turned to leave, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Yet, mere minutes after his departure, another figure emerged from the corridor's bend, none other than Su Rue himself. As he caught sight of the elderly man who had just brushed past him, he instinctively halted and glanced back. What a coincidence! Su Rue's gaze shifted towards the Countess standing at the entrance of the hall, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Mother, still waiting for me? Perhaps due to the bizarre nature of his resurrection, or perhaps out of a guilty conscience, the Countess felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She wished to speak, but ultimately cleared her throat and feigned composure. You're just in time. Come, let us dine. With that, she hurried back to her seat. Su Rue, unperturbed, approached the table and took his place. Thanks to his prior preparations, there was no trace of blood or weaponry upon him. With Su Rue's arrival, the gluttonous elder brother slowed his pace, wiping his mouth and carelessly tossing aside the napkin. You know, some people truly live life with such ease. Being a talentless fool is one thing, but to do so with such peace of mind is truly enviable. He continued, casting a haughty glance at Su Rue, deliberately attempting to provoke him. To his disappointment, Su Rue paid him no mind, quietly cutting into his meat and chewing in silence. Frustrated, the elder brother felt as though he were striking a pillow. Despite his dissatisfaction, he dared not overstep in the presence of their father, the Count. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze toward his father. Father, I've heard that soon the Noble Vocational Academy in the capital will begin enrolling students. As a family of Count, we surely have a quota for new entrants, do we not? The Count, who had been calmly enjoying his meal, paused to clean his mouth with a napkin. Indeed, there is such a provision. As a family of Count, we do have one new student quota. Naturally, I intend to send you for enrollment shortly. He then cast a casual glance at Su Rue, speaking in a tone that was more command than inquiry. Mori Su Rue, you have no objections to this decision, do you? Su Rue remained silent, his focus on his meal. Yet, in the shadows where no one could see, a fierce crimson glint flickered in his eyes. Chapter 12. Rainy night dinner concluded, and soon the clock struck midnight. In the pitch-black, silent room, Su Rue abruptly opened his eyes. A fleeting glance at the clock confirmed the time, and without hesitation, he donned a carefully prepared outfit. Clad entirely in black, his face obscured by a layer of fabric, he resembled a cinematic assassin. After completing this transformation, Su Rue opened the window to face the desolate estate. Merging seamlessly with the night, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Tonight, old man, it's your turn. With that thought, Su Rue vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, in a spacious flat within the town, warm lights flickered. In the relatively large hall, a gathering of 7 or 8 men of varying ages and physiques convened. Most of them were robust and exuded an aura of masculinity, while one stood out, a diminutive, white-haired old man clad in a black suit. This was the butler who had previously delivered intelligence to the Countess. Holding a glass of red wine aloft, he addressed the assembled strongmen. Who would have thought that the third son of the Mori family would prove so resilient? Because of this, I've had to trouble you all to make this trip again. However, rest assured, you will be staying here for a while. This is my private property. Aside from my closest associates, no one else knows of its existence. Upon hearing the butler's words, the others raised their glasses in agreement. The leader spoke up. You're too kind, old butler. Indeed, our previous oversight led to some reprimands from the boss. This time, we have come not only to apologize to the lady and you, but also to rectify our earlier mistakes. Here's to you, old butler. With that, the leader downed his wine, and the other men followed suit, mimicking his actions. Thus, with glasses emptied, the group returned to their seats, indulging in the prepared feast while discussing their subsequent plans. Given that the first attempt had failed, it was imperative to remain vigilant. They were, after all, on someone else's territory. To ensure success without detection, a comprehensive plan was essential. The probability of failure was significant without it. As time progressed, their discussions grew increasingly animated. The assassination plot against Su Rue was solidified amidst their laughter, with intentions to commence the following day. The dinner reached its conclusion, and all rose from their seats, raising their glasses in unison. To the success of our plan, they toasted, clinking their glasses together, marking the end of the gathering. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder resonated outside, followed by the relentless patter of rain. It was raining. The door creaked open, and the old butler, reeking of wine, stepped into the drenched night. The only sounds accompanying him were the rhythmic raindrops and distant thunder. In this quiet atmosphere, an eerie aura began to rise from the once dark courtyard. What is going on? Where has that boy Jiro run off to? The old butler muttered, noticing his subordinate was not waiting outside. Forget it. I'll just wait for him in the carriage. With that, he opened his umbrella and walked along the courtyard path, large raindrops pelting down. Due to the heavy rain, several areas had accumulated puddles. As the old butler approached the exit of the courtyard, a particular puddle captured his attention. It appeared different, more vivid than the others. He raised his gaze to trace the source of the vibrant water, eventually arriving at a dense thicket. Crouching down, he instinctively parted the foliage, only to be struck with terror. The sight before him was shocking. He had stumbled upon a corpse, a pale body, lifeless with a gaping wound in its neck. The vivid color in the rainwater was unmistakably blood. Jiro, how could this be? He stammered, his voice trembling with fear. The impact was overwhelming. He never expected his young subordinate, who should have been waiting at the door, to have met such a mysterious and tragic fate. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and sheer terror engulfed his heart. Just as he attempted to rise and flee this perilous place, he noticed something obscuring the rain above him. Slowly, he lifted his head to find a familiar face smiling down at him. Good evening, my dear butler. In that moment, the old butler felt as if his scalp were about to explode. His eyes were bloodshot, and his chest heaved with anxiety. He opened his mouth to speak, but the intense fear rendered him voiceless. Seeing the butler's distress, Su Rue's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, reminiscent of a predatory beast. Don't be nervous. Let us play a game, shall we? The game is called The Wolf Has Come. In the living room of the flat, a muscular man, preparing to retire for the night, halted abruptly. Through the window of the door, he could see the old butler gesturing from the courtyard. Butler? What's wrong? Why haven't you left? The man approached, sensing something was amiss. The butler, despite holding an umbrella, looked as though he had been drenched. Most peculiar was the expression on the old man's face. It seemed both pained and forced into a smile. This question lingered briefly in the man's mind until he stepped closer and understood the bizarre situation. The butler's arms hung limply, and the hand that waved, along with the one holding the umbrella, appeared to be emerging from behind him. Su Rue slowly leaned out from behind the butler, his demeanor cheerful. Hello, my dear friend. Chapter 13. The Countess's scheme. A thunderous roar echoed as torrential rain cascaded from the heavens. With the passage of time, the downpour grew increasingly violent. And with another crack of thunder slicing through the darkness, Su Rue dragged the final corpse into the courtyard. The ground was already awash with pools of blood. Unexpectedly, there was a twist of fate. Could it be that the masked assailants who sought my demise were among them? Su Rue slowly approached the shivering old man with white hair, who sat in the rain, trembling as if he were sifted grain, utterly broken. Moments ago, the old man had thought to use Su Rue's distraction to flee from the remaining adversaries. After all, in his eyes, Su Rue was merely a young adult, albeit a fierce one. No matter how ruthless or vicious, the disparity in strength could not be overlooked. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. The truth was that Su Rue was no ordinary youth but a true awakened skill practitioner. In his presence, the group had not even had the chance to scream before suffering heavy casualties. As for the old man, he had initially hoped to escape by horse-drawn carriage. But the horses had vanished without a trace. He had intended to flee on foot, yet no matter how he ran, his pursuers always seemed to be right behind him, dragging him back. They did not inflict any physical harm upon him, but the relentless torment and despair led him to surrender completely. As Su Rue drew near, the old man's spirit shattered utterly. He frantically slapped his own face, apologizing and wailing, "Third young master, I was wrong. The Countess forced me into this. You know how little choice we servants have. Please spare me. I swear to take everything to my grave, and I'll help you identify the Countess before the master." Desperation washed over him as he pleaded, "I beg you. I implore you." Fearing that his fervor was insufficient, he prepared to kneel and bow. However, before his forehead could touch the ground, a foot was firmly placed upon it, preventing him from doing so. "Old man, spare me the theatrics," Su Rue said, disinterested in any moral arguments. "Since you participated in the plot to kill me, it is only reasonable that I would retaliate." The old man opened his mouth to protest. But before he could utter a word, he felt himself yanked upwards with force, as if he were a mere chick being lifted. Su Rue unceremoniously positioned him before the array of corpses, which lay neatly aligned due to the instantaneous nature of their demise. The bodies bore minimal damage, though some appeared pallid, possibly from blood loss or having been submerged in water for too long. "Now, tell me their true identities. I trust our lovely Countess would not be foolish enough to employ her own people for such nefarious tasks. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. Of course, you may choose silence, for we have all the time in the world." Su Rue lightly patted the old man's shoulder, and this simple gesture shattered the already fragile resolve of the terrified elder. He divulged everything he knew in a frantic rush. Upon hearing his revelations, Su Rue's understanding crystallized. In that moment, he comprehended why the Countess had sent assassins after him and uncovered the true nature of the attackers. Days prior, a teacher from the Sacred Sword Academy had passed through Clear Spring Town, coincidentally ensnaring his elder brother in the process of becoming a new student. The Sacred Sword Academy, a preeminent institution in the Rhine Kingdom, transcended the status of any ordinary academy. It was a pinnacle of power that rivaled even the likes of the Crimson Empire's Qingfeng Sanjian Pavilion and the Holy Radiance Church of the Holy Radiance Kingdom. Their influence was beyond the command of kings, emperors, or even popes, only emerging under dire circumstances or national crises. This understanding ignited a sense of danger within the Countess. Though her elder son, possessing extraordinary talent, was the favored heir, without the backing of their mother's influence, he could be challenged. However, should he join the Sacred Sword Academy, he would undoubtedly ascend to become the true heir of the title. After all, nobility is singular. As for the motive behind targeting the previous heir, it was straightforward. She aimed to disrupt her brother's ascent, achieving a twofold objective. Given that he bore the blood of the Count, he theoretically held a claim to the title as well. Ultimately, her plan failed. As for the true identities of the assassins, according to the butler, he was unaware of their specifics, but had gathered a few details. They bore a strong air of banditry, likely hailing from the ranks of mountain robbers, and he had first encountered them in the vicinity of Sim Mountain. In light of these revelations, Su Rue found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or lament. To incite such chaos over a mere title of Count was undeniably foolish. From his current perspective, it seemed utterly nonsensical. After all, neither he nor his elder brother, now a member of the Sacred Sword Academy, would covet such a trivial title. Yet, from another angle, he had to concede that the Countess's stratagem was indeed shrewd. Differing statuses, strengths, and ambitions naturally led to varied perspectives. Su Rue chose not to dwell on these thoughts. He had already gleaned ample knowledge that night. What lay ahead was the imperative of enhancing his own strength and uncovering the true forces behind these events. Once he had dealt with him completely, he could finally settle the score with the self-serving countess. Gazing at the trembling old man, Su Rue drew his blade, and the old man felt a chill at his throat before his breath ceased. Thus, without pain or forewarning, he departed from this world. Without lingering, Su Rue flickered away, vanishing from the blood-soaked courtyard as the rain fell, erasing all traces of his presence. Chapter 14. The Team of Professionals and the Troll's Bounty. Days slipped by in a continuous flow. During this time, Su Rue was up early and returning late each day. He was either engaged in slaying monsters or traversing the paths to confront them. With his relentless efforts, Su Rue's prowess had ascended to the 9th star of the bronze tier, tantalizingly close to stepping into the silver rank. While the silver tier may not hold substantial significance in the grand scheme of the Rhine Kingdom or even the world, in smaller towns like Andy and Sit, one could hardly argue that it didn't mark a distinguished presence. Indeed, even his father, the esteemed Viscount Mori, barely reached the silver tier. Yet, Su Rue harbored no satisfaction with this outcome. Instead, he felt an insatiable hunger for more, always more. In this time, he had also thoroughly uncovered the true force behind the masked individuals. Much to the old steward's conjectures, these ruffians hailed from a band of mountain thieves, with their stronghold located atop Mount Sim. As for dealing with the members of his own household, Su Rue had not given it a thought. At least until he stepped into the silver tier, he would refrain from such actions. He was indeed reckless, but he was not foolish. Adequate strength equates to vengeance. Insufficient strength amounts to self-destruction. Only upon entering the silver tier would he possess the means to exact his revenge, ensuring that when the time came for his father to side with the enemy, he would not be utterly powerless. Besides his personal growth and revelations about the bandits, numerous events transpired around Su Rue. Notably, the Viscountess and his elder brother had erupted in fury, since he had dispatched their steward and the band of thieves. The two had scarcely appeared at the dinner table. It had been several days since Su Rue last laid eyes on them. Their absence had even prompted the Viscount to express dissatisfaction, culminating in an outburst at the dining table directed at them. However, Su Rue paid little heed to this matter, as their time was running short. In Sit Town, within the bustling Adventurers Guild, the hall was filled with a multitude of patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. Most wielded weapons and donned armor, many exuding an aura of menace, a testament to their long-standing encounters with monsters and bandits, each bearing a hint of bloodlust. The moment Su Rue stepped inside, the entire hall seemed to fall silent, all eyes fixated on the pale-skinned, golden-haired youth. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Is this the renowned monster slayer? I didn't expect him to be so young, with his golden hair and gem-like emerald eyes. Not to mention his looks that nearly rival my own. He must be the monster slayer. Seriously? How can you even say that your looks rival his? Indifferent to the stares and murmurs, Su Rue had grown accustomed to such attention over time. As he accepted more quests and vanquished more monsters, his notoriety expanded. Thus, he was unfazed by the scrutiny. Rather, it was the subject of debate that piqued his interest. Gradually, he approached the front desk, which was surrounded by a throng of adventurers. As he drew near, the crowd respectfully parted, revealing the scene within. To his surprise, rather than a swarm of adventurers, he discovered a small team of 5 individuals, each adorned in finely crafted gear, markedly superior to the rest. Moreover, they emanated a palpable aura of power, their gazes cold and calculating. Su Rue recognized them as professionals, each at least of bronze 5 tier, save for one. His gaze fell upon an inconspicuous figure standing behind the team. This individual, unlike his companions, lacked the essence of a professional, bearing an expression that exuded a naive simplicity. This familiar blend of innocence and ignorance struck a chord with Su Rue. Were they a team? Yet, this newcomer did not radiate even a hint of menace, and judging by his age, he seemed to peer. Could he be a recent recruit? As Su Rue pondered, the leader of the team, a diminutive man, the oldest among them, spoke up as Su Rue approached. Clad in lightweight armor and brandishing 2 daggers at his waist, he was evidently an assassin. With a self-assured smile, he addressed Su Rue, though his deep-set eyes lent an air of insincerity to his demeanor. Young brother, you must be the renowned monster slayer, Su Rue, the strongest adventurer in this region. I am Klee, the captain of this team. We are passing through in pursuit of a particular monster, which we have been tracking for a month. We seek a powerful and like-minded ally. Would you be interested in joining us? We are willing to share the final reward equally. Upon hearing this, Su Rue, who initially intended to disregard them, felt a spark of curiosity. He stepped forward to inquire, what monster? He did not immediately acquiesce, given his current circumstances. Eliminating high-quality monsters proved far more advantageous than vanquishing a horde of lesser creatures. After all, defeating numerous low-tier monsters would yield only minimal experience, while dispatching a high-quality foe could not only provide substantial experience, but also the likelihood of acquiring a core skill. Such calculations were elementary, and Su Rue was acutely aware of this. In response to his inquiry, the assassin produced a parchment resembling a wanted poster, its pale yellow hue stark against the backdrop of the guild. Illustrated upon it was a formidable creature, brawny and muscular, with deep blue skin and sharp fangs, truly reminiscent of a legendary troll. Chapter 15. the innocent Khan within the bustling hall of the Adventurers Guild. Suruwei found himself encircled by a throng of eager onlookers. Their gazes, filled with curiosity and anticipation, were fixated on the golden-haired youth at the center. They instinctively slowed their breaths, awaiting his response. A troll? How intriguing. Suruwei raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of interest sparking in his eyes. If the rare shadow mouse he had previously vanquished was an extraordinary creature among monsters, then the troll was equally remarkable. In fact, due to their tendency to inhabit the far northern regions, trolls were particularly scarce in this remote town. There were rumors that trolls were a branch of the goblin race, possessing a physique far more formidable than that of their diminutive cousins. Having pondered these thoughts, Suruwei did not hesitate to accept their invitation. Very well, I accept your offer. However, when do you intend to commence your endeavor? Upon hearing Suruwei's reply, one individual in the group, a red-haired woman wielding a staff, furrowed her brow, revealing a hint of concern. She seemed to be a mage or priest. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the leader of the group, a male assassin, interjected with a broad smile. Thank you very much. As for the timing, how about this afternoon, if you are available? Our equipment is somewhat damaged, so we need to make a trip to the nearby supply store for repairs. With that, the group confirmed their plans and departed. Suruwei watched their retreating figures, his brow furrowing slightly. What had the mage intended to say? Why did she appear so troubled upon learning of his involvement? Was she worried about the strength of the monsters, or perhaps about his own prowess? If they truly feared he would dominate the accolades, why then had they invited him to join their mission? A sense of unease began to settle in Suruwei's mind, though he realized he lacked sufficient information to draw any conclusions. Speculating without evidence would be futile. Just as he prepared to withdraw into contemplation, a familiar figure approached from the entrance. It was the sixth member who had previously lingered behind the others, a young man clad in well-maintained gear, yet with an expression as innocent as that of a university student. Suruwei was taken aback by the young man's return. Before he could process the situation, Khan stood before him, scratching his head and sporting a sheepish smile. Hello, Monster Slayer. My name is Khan. The captain asked me to return and find you. After they finish, we will regroup here. Suruwei maintained a neutral expression, recognizing that this could present an opportunity for him. Although Khan appeared somewhat naive, he might provide valuable insights about the team. The mage's unsettling demeanor suggested that there was something they were concealing from him. A flicker of sharpness crossed Suruwei's eyes, quickly fading as he donned a congenial smile. No worries, the title Monster Slayer is quite peculiar. Just call me Suruwei. The two found a place to sit and began to converse while they waited. Initially, Suruwei refrained from pressing the young man, opting instead for light banter to foster rapport. However, as their conversation unfolded, Suruwei grew increasingly aware of Khan's simplicity. In truth, Khan was not merely innocuous in appearance. He was profoundly naive. Suruwei had intended to use casual conversation to bridge the gap, but Khan enthusiastically engaged, oblivious to the subtlety of Suruwei's approach. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Suruwei suppressed the urge to interrupt, allowing Khan to elaborate on his thoughts. After Khan had spoken at length, Suruwei seized the opportunity to probe further. By the way, amidst our casual chat, I almost forgot to inquire. Trolls are said to be rare creatures found only in the far north. Where did you encounter this one? At this inquiry, Khan hesitated, struggling to articulate a response. He cast a cautious glance at Suruwei, who remained patiently expectant. Finally, Khan clenched his teeth and confessed, I'm truly sorry. Monster Slayer, I actually don't know where this troll came from. Suruwei's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Indeed, something was amiss with this group. At that moment, his hand instinctively moved toward the dagger at his waist, ready to neutralize Khan if necessary. However, Khan's next words made Suruwei reconsider his course of action. Remaining seated, Khan continued to bow apologetically. In truth, I am not a member of their team. I only joined them yesterday. Khan proceeded to recount his recent experiences, explaining that he had just become an adventurer and fortuitously encountered this recruiting team. Thus, he had joined them in hopes of gaining experience and guidance as a newcomer. As Khan shared his tale, Suruwei became convinced that he was indeed sincere. Khan was a remarkably innocent novice. However, due to Khan's status, Suruwei mentally labeled this team as problematic. The reasoning was straightforward. If they genuinely required powerful allies to hunt the troll, they would not have included such an inexperienced individual. Conversely, if their intent was to mentor a fledgling adventurer, they would have readily shared fundamental knowledge with him. The current recruitment seemed akin to luring birds with grains, while the trip to the supply store for repairs resembled preparing a net for the final catch. Chapter 16. The Conspiracy of the Professionals in the Bustling Streets of West Town. A red-haired woman voiced her concerns to the team leader. Captain, is this truly wise? It is said that Suruwei can hunt even bronze 7-star monsters. Is it not a tad reckless to invite him? Before the assassin captain could respond, a towering man wielding a massive shield interjected. Natasha, you failed to grasp the situation. Although this troll has reached bronze 8-star, only a few steps separate it from silver rank. The energy required to bridge that gap is beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Yes, the risk of bringing in that monster hunter is considerable. However, should we succeed in sacrificing him to the troll, it would bring the creature significantly closer to silver rank, perhaps even allowing it to fully ascend. He continued, once the troll attains silver rank, we can execute our original plan and seize control during its transformation. Our team will then evolve into a formidable force. At that point, not only will we command respect in this humble town, but we will also carve out our place in larger cities. A sinister smile crept across the man's face as he seemed to ponder the implications. Simultaneously, the assassin captain revealed a discreet smile, toying with a dark purple orb in his hand, which shimmered with a mystical aura, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. Indeed, it is only by acquiring silver-level power that we can secure our dominance. Do not underestimate these remote towns. They conceal numerous bronze-level warriors. As for your concerns? No matter how formidable that lad may be, can he truly withstand the combined might of us five? We will strike first and strategize carefully. As long as he remains short of silver rank, the outcome shall remain unchanged. Upon hearing their responses, Natasha nodded, seemingly persuaded by their logic. However, her acceptance was fleeting as another question emerged. Captain, while I understand the importance of Su Rue, why must we include that useless individual? From both a strength and practical standpoint, I cannot fathom why we are bringing him along. Laughter erupted within the team at her inquiry, leaving Natasha bewildered. What is so amusing? Have I uttered something laughable? Before anyone could reply, a one-eyed young archer produced a scroll from his cloak, revealing an image of Khan. Khan, his full name is Yuns Khan, he clarified. Natasha's astonishment was palpable as she recognized the name. Are you implying that this so-called useless individual is of noble descent? The Kingdom of Rhine differs from others, as here, nobility exists distinctly. Nobles set themselves apart from commoners by adopting elemental surnames and placing them before their given names, underscoring their uniqueness and status in the Kingdom of Rhine. As the realization dawned upon her, Natasha's eyes sparkled with excitement. I see now. Yuns? What a familiar surname. ISNT that the family of the Count from Mika City. Her enthusiasm grew as she envisioned the fortune to be gained from abducting this noble young master and extorting wealth from his family. This is fantastic. We are about to strike it rich. The others exchanged knowing smiles, but said little more. Soon, the group returned to the Adventurers Guild Hall, where the crowd had thinned considerably. Scanning the room, they soon spotted Su Rue and Khan seated in a corner. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Natasha said. We had to take some time to repair our gear. If all is well, shall we depart? Su Rue's expression remained calm, betraying no hint of unease. And he smiled in response. With that, they rose and exited the hall, opting for a carriage rather than walking. Inside the carriage, Su Rue observed the expressions of those seated across from him. As he scrutinized them more closely, their peculiarities became apparent. The assassin captain remained silent, head bowed, radiating an aura akin to a hibernating serpent, poised to strike at any moment. The others gazed at Khan with a fervor reminiscent of a parched traveler spotting an oasis in the desert. Their restrained greed was palpable, especially from the red-haired woman, whose gaze seemed to burn with an insatiable hunger. Did these individuals not only plan to act against him, but were they also targeting this newcomer? The thought solidified in Su Rue's mind. After all, Khan was merely an unassuming addition to their ranks. A smirk crept onto his lips as he contemplated the magnitude of their intentions. Were they plotting robbery or something more sinister? No, their motives certainly went deeper. As Su Rue's mind raced through the details of their scheme, a revelation struck him. It all made sense now. They were wary of his strength yet chose not to target those weaker than him. This could only mean one thing. They intended to cultivate a monster. How intriguing. He wondered if their surprise would whet his appetite. How exhilarating. Chapter 17. The Unmasking in a Dim and Damp Cave, illuminated by faintly glowing blue crystals. The atmosphere was far from pitch black. The air was permeated with the musty scent of decay, and the sound of dripping water echoed throughout the cavern. Plop, plop. The sound of droplets mingled with the footsteps of several figures slowly advancing deeper into the cave. Due to the impassable terrain of the forest, the group had dismounted their carriage and continued on foot. As they ventured further, they discovered this cave, the lair of the troll they had been observing for some time. He was known to be nocturnal, and at this hour, he should still be asleep. Thus, an ambush at this moment would be most opportune. The leader of the group, a seasoned captain, spoke as he led the way, flanked by a massive man wielding a formidable shield, who remained vigilant, ready for any threat. Gathering intelligence to formulate the best strategy, I see. The newcomer, Karn, nodded earnestly, seemingly absorbing every word as if it were the utmost wisdom. However, when the captain's gaze fell upon Su Rue, he noticed the latter's complete indifference as Su Rue walked on silently, occasionally glancing around as if oblivious to the captain's discourse. This disregard did not go unnoticed by the others, especially the fiery-haired woman in the group, who, upon witnessing Su Rue's behavior, couldn't help but voice her disdain. Isn't it amusing? A monster slayer like him surely looks down upon our rudimentary skills. Perhaps we should have our esteemed assassin enlighten us on the true methods of hunting monsters? Her tone was laced with mockery. For a moment, Karn, who had intended to defend Su Rue, hesitated, aware of his junior status. Although he had enjoyed a pleasant conversation with Su Rue earlier, he dared not intervene amidst the brewing conflict between two formidable figures. Su Rue turned his attention to the red-haired woman, observing her arrogant demeanor. With a quiet sigh, he thought, is she truly this foolish? I've made it clear that I wish to ignore them, yet she persists. Fine, if she refuses to acknowledge my boundaries. There is no need to maintain this facade of civility. With the troll's location now known, there was no reason to tolerate their presence any longer. Do you wish to know how I typically hunt monsters? Su Rue's voice cut through the tension. Very well, let me enlighten you. In an instant, he appeared before the red-haired woman. Her expression shifted in as he pondered his next course of action. A familiar, resounding voice echoed from behind him. Step aside. I am coming through. The thunderous footsteps accompanied by an overwhelming presence reverberated in the air. The captain of the assassins immediately sidestepped, seemingly fearful of being caught in the impending collision. However, in the face of such might, Su Rue remained unperturbed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ah, splendid timing, he exclaimed, as he effortlessly gripped the enormous axe that he had been carrying on his back, raising it high. Die for me. In an instant, the axe, glowing with a crimson hue, cleaved through the massive shield and the formidable man behind it, splitting them asunder. Chapter 18, The Awakening of the Troll with a resounding crash. The imposing corpse was cleaved in two and fell heavily to the ground. The once formidable shield shattered like fragile parchment. Blood sprayed forth, and Su Rue appeared to be bathing in a torrential downpour of crimson. This gruesome spectacle sent the newcomer, Khan, into a fit of retching. His complexion ashen and his discomfort palpable. Having been coddled throughout his life, he had never before witnessed such a bloody scene. Where he once perceived Su Rue as his sole savior, terror now enveloped him as he regarded this very figure. Not only him, but even the accompanying priest felt his stomach churn at the sight of such carnage. Su Rue methodically sheathed his bloodied axe and approached the group with a deliberate pace. The faces of all present were etched with horror as they finally comprehended the monstrosity they had provoked. This could not continue. If it did, their team faced inevitable annihilation. At this juncture, the assassin captain forced a smile, attempting to mitigate the tension. My dear brother, it seems we have a misunderstanding. When did we ever agree to feed this troll with your flesh? Yet, regardless of his entreaties, Su Rue maintained his unhurried stride. As he drew nearer, both the assassin captain and the male priest instinctively began to retreat. Meanwhile, Khan remained crumpled on the ground, unable to cease his vomiting. The male priest hastily implored, Young man, we were mistaken this time. We concede. Our plan has failed, has it not? After slaying so many of us, your anger must have subsided. What compensation do you desire? Name your price. His words fell on deaf ears as Su Rue paid him no heed. Even as he passed by the hapless Khan without pausing, it was evident that his focus was solely on the assassin captain and himself. The captain's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Sometimes, the most harrowing aspect is not death itself, but the powerlessness one feels, knowing death is imminent yet unable to resist. As the crowd continued to retreat, the priest eventually halted, but not because Su Rue had spared them. Rather, he seemed to have collided with something substantial, something heavy. Yet not as unyielding as rock, but possessing a toughness akin to leather. Instinctively, he glanced back, and that single glance nearly caused him to collapse. Standing behind him was none other than their erstwhile target, the troll. The creature, nearly 3 meters tall, loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. Its grotesque form radiated an untamed ferocity. Just as the male priest attempted to utter a word, he was abruptly overwhelmed by an immense pressure. A colossal hand seized him, squeezing with such force that he felt his bones could shatter, and his insides seemed to wail in agony. However, his screams were short-lived, for he soon found himself engulfed by the creature's maw. A sharp pain coursed through him, and consciousness faded. Crunch, crunch. The troll savored its meal, the priest's body crumbling like brittle bones with each bite. The assassin captain stood frozen, his mind reeling. He had never anticipated that the commotion from their earlier scuffle would awaken the slumbering beast. Even more despairing was the realization that he was now trapped, with a fierce predator before him and insatiable danger behind. Seeing the troll relish its meal, he turned urgently to Su Rue. Brother, I understand your anger towards me. Now that the troll is awake, let us first deal with it, and afterward, you may do as you please with me. How does that sound? Though he spoke these words, his mind brewed a different scheme. No, the only chance he had for survival lay in feigning cooperation. Indeed, the troll was formidable. Even among bronze-tier warriors, victory was impossible without at least 2 or 3 skilled fighters. If he could manipulate this young man's psychology, he would surely agree to ally with him. At that point, not only could he escape, but he could also turn the tables on him, believing his proposition flawless. The assassin captain felt a surge of hope, yet little did he realize that this young man was far from an ordinary warrior, both in demeanor and prowess. Before he could gather his thoughts, he felt a powerful grip encircle his neck, lifting him from the ground, his face turning crimson from asphyxiation. Su Rue had closed the distance between them, seizing him by the throat. Confusion filled the captain's eyes as he struggled to comprehend Su Rue's abrupt aggression. Had he discerned his intentions? Despite the many flaws in his plan, surely cooperation was the optimal choice? Before he could ponder further, the suffocating grip overwhelmed him, plunging his mind into fog. He attempted to stab Su Rui's arm with his dagger, but before he could act, he felt himself lifted effortlessly, the pressure on his neck dissipating. As clarity returned to his mind, he found himself crashing against the troll's form, which had just finished devouring the priest. Spotting another morsel, the troll lunged forward, eager to feast once more. Amidst the horror of the scene, Su Rui remained unperturbed, calmly retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the remnants of his earlier meal from his hands. Once he had completed this task, he stood by, watching patiently, as if the formidable troll before him was merely a harmless pet, devoid of any threat to those around it. Chapter 19. Khan's choice in a dark, damp cave. A figure, not particularly robust and somewhat frail, was hunched in a corner, continually retching. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps it was sheer weakness. This figure knelt on the ground, covered in a considerable amount of vomit. After several minutes of heaving, he seemed to feel a bit better, and with trembling hands, he braced himself against the wall and shakily rose to his feet. His complexion was pale, resembling that of a patient recovering from a severe illness. I must escape. I refuse to perish here, absolutely not, he muttered to himself as he unsteadily moved toward the cave's entrance. However, his extreme weakness caused him to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. The impact was painful, eliciting a grimace from him, but it also seemed to jolt him awake from his daze. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, he managed to rise again, though this time he hesitated, uncertain about what lay within. Logically, with someone as formidable as the assassin around, those two adversaries should have been dealt with by now. Yet the prolonged silence was unsettling. What if something had gone awry? Khan's brow furrowed slightly, worry etched across his face. Despite his timid nature, he could discern right from wrong. If it weren't for Su Rui's intervention, he would likely have been fed to the troll. Therefore, regardless of his fears, he felt compelled to delve deeper into the cave. If Su Rui was unharmed, it would be inconsequential for him to leave. However, if Su Rui was in peril, even if he were incapable of mounting an effective response, he could not simply stand by and witness another's demise. In that moment, the physiological terror and psychological gratitude within him clashed. His brow knitted tighter, and after a prolonged internal struggle, Khan exhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. No matter what, even if the assassin's act of saving me was unintentional, I cannot abandon him. With that, he unsheathed the sword at his side and cautiously advanced deeper into the cave, moving with utmost stealth to avoid detection. As he ventured further, he soon caught sight of Su Rui. Relieved to see his savior unharmed, Khan sighed deeply. However, as his gaze shifted to the side and landed on the troll still indulging in its feast, his smile froze. Troll? The crisp sound of chewing and the crack of bones reverberated through the air, and the fear he had managed to suppress surged back to the forefront of his mind. He felt the urge to vomit again but resisted, knowing that any noise might alert the troll and put both himself and Su Rui in jeopardy. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and stealthily maneuvered along the uneven cave walls, hiding behind protrusions as he advanced. When he was within 5 meters of Su Rui, he halted, peeking out to assess the troll, which remained oblivious to his presence, then glanced at Su Rui. He whispered as softly as possible, "Assassin, assassin." Not far away, Su Rui, engrossed in his own activities, seemed to hear another voice. Confused, he instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, and upon seeing Khan beckoning him, he approached. "What are you doing here? Why didn't you leave when you had the chance?" Khan, overwhelmed with anxiety, failed to hear Su Rui's question clearly. As Su Rui drew nearer, Khan seized his sleeve and turned to flee toward the exit. "Assassin, let us keep our voices down and quickly leave while the troll is distracted." Su Rui, sensing Khan's urgency, instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. Yet, upon hearing Khan's words, he relaxed his grip, a flicker of understanding crossing his features. "You returned to rescue me?" Khan glanced at Su Rui. "You overestimate me, assassin. I cannot claim to be your savior, as I am acutely aware of my limitations. I returned merely to see if you were all right and if you required my assistance. It appears I made the right choice." A pale smile crept across his face. Seeing the sincerity in Khan's eyes, Su Rui felt reassured. However, just as he was about to respond, the troll finished its last morsel and, drawn by the scent of blood, instinctively turned toward the cave entrance. By chance, it spotted Khan and Su Rui preparing to leave. Roar. The troll, sensing a potential delicacy, fixed its excited gaze upon Su Rui and charged in his direction. Khan, frozen in fear, tightened his grip on Su Rui's hand and shouted, "Assassin, run." Su Rui, however, did not accept Khan's offer of assistance. To Khan, it felt as though he were attempting to drag along a firmly rooted tree. Su Rui withdrew his hand and, as he faced the charging troll, retrieved the massive axe from his back, a renewed excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Run? The troll cannot outrun me." Chapter 20. Entering the silver tier, new skill. Troll physique. A faint crimson glow enveloped the massive axe. With immense force, it swung down, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced apart. Thwack! The sharp blade cleaved through flesh and skin, and a greenish liquid spurted from the wound on the arm. However, the strike did not sever the troll's arm. Instead, the axe became lodged in the injury. The intense pain elicited a pain scream from the troll, who swung his injured arm, sending Su Rui hurtling through the air. "Ah!" Su Rui gasped in surprise. It was crucial to note that the weight of this axe, combined with the power of the heavy smash, was capable of cleaving through massive boulders. He had never failed with this move against any foe before. Yet today, he encountered an adversary that could withstand it. A strike capable of splitting stone could not even sever the troll's arm, suggesting that this beast's flesh was more resilient than rock. Su Rue redirected his gaze towards the wounded troll, who showed no signs of ceasing his advance. The injured arm hung limply, green blood flowing from the wound and quickly staining the appendage. Despite this, the troll continued to charge forward, seemingly indifferent to the loss of his arm, fixated on Khan. This scene not only terrified Khan but also sparked a flicker of curiosity in Su Rue. Neither he nor the corpses nearby had drawn the troll's attention. It was Khan, an ordinary human, who had captured its interest. Even after sustaining injury, the troll chose to pursue Khan. Intriguing, it appeared Khan possessed something that attracted the troll. Though surprised, Su Rue did not linger. In a flash, he positioned himself behind the troll and swung the axe toward its ankle. Thwack! The powerful blow not only injured the troll's ankle, but also sent the rapidly charging beast crashing to the ground. It howled in anguish, struggling to rise with its remaining arm. However, Su Rue was resolute and would not allow the troll to regain its footing easily. If one strike failed to incapacitate it, he would strike 10, 100 times. Let us see whether your leg snaps first or this axe. With relentless determination, Su Rue brought down the axe once more. And this time, the troll's ankle was severed. The beast emitted a mournful wail, and at that moment, it lost all capacity for movement. Have I been saved? Khan, who had already collapsed from fear, could see the troll's greedy gaze directed at him despite the distance. It was as if he were some rare delicacy, tantalizingly out of reach. The horror of the situation was overwhelming. This troll was terrifying. Thank goodness for Su Rue. If this monster had captured him, it would have been the end. As Khan oscillated between terror and relief, he gazed at Su Rue, who was fiercely wielding his axe, and a flicker of longing appeared in his eyes. How formidable. They were of similar age, yet why was he so powerful? Jealousy surged within him. If only he could possess such strength, perhaps his father would regard him as he did his brother. In that moment, Khan's heart was filled with questions. His desire to become an adventurer was not without reason. Although he hailed from a noble family of counts, his standing within that family was far from high. While he was not targeted as Su Rue had been, he was nonetheless unloved. He had never truly felt his father's affection, often regarded as invisible. In stark contrast, his younger brother, of similar age, was showered with love. This inequity drove Khan to pursue greatness, hoping to earn his father's respect and reclaim the affection that should have been his. The more he contemplated this, the stronger his desire became, culminating in a silent resolution. Perhaps he could find a way to follow Su Rue. Meanwhile, Su Rue remained oblivious to Khan's thoughts. He was so immersed in the frenzy of battle that his axe nearly smoked from the exertion. The troll, had it initially chosen to confront him with full force, might not have faced such utter defeat. However, its decision to underestimate Su Rue had cost it dearly. As Su Rue delivered the final blow, he stepped away from the troll's body and found a clean spot to sit. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from his brow, he exhaled deeply. Phew. That was quite the workout. He took a moment to appreciate the sight of the troll, now barely clinging to life. Once a fearsome creature of muscle and might, it had been reduced to a grotesque form, cleaved into an unrecognizable shape that inspired terror. Yet, Su Rue nodded in satisfaction. Not bad at all. You could be called the king of endurance. Hearing Su Rue's praise, the troll's eyes reflected boundless terror. Despair and numbness entwined within its heart. It had never anticipated encountering such a monster during a simple outing for a meal, but it was too late for regrets. It could do naught but linger in its agony, waiting for Su Rue to recover. Half a minute passed, and once Su Rue felt his strength returning, he stood up, dusting off his clothes and hefting the massive axe. With a smile, he turned his gaze back to the near-dead troll. Time's up. With that, Su Rue swung the axe down toward the troll's head with ferocity. Thwack! Monster slain. Troll, loot acquired. Troll physique, experience 1000. Congratulations, host has leveled up. Current level, silver tier, 1 star. With the dual rewards of skill acquisition and level advancement, Su Rue felt an unparalleled surge of power swelling within him. This is. As he reveled in the transformation, he opened the panel to examine the new skill. Skill, troll physique. Type, passive enhancement. Description, the resilient flesh of a troll, tough skin. Immense strength. The description was succinct, yet Su Rue understood the profound implications contained within those few words. The changes in his body did not linger for long. Once they faded, Su Rue grasped the massive axe in his hand. Previously, it had not been overly heavy, but wielding it required considerable effort. Now, however, the weight felt as if it had been reset, as if the axe were crafted from hollow plastic rather than steel. In this moment, he could scarcely imagine swinging it. As long as he desires, he could wield this massive axe to slice an apple. After testing his current strength, Suri decided to assess his own skin. He was not foolish enough to strike his arm with the axe. Instead, he drew a short knife, cleaned its blade, and made a swift incision against his arm. The blade glided across, leaving no trace of blood upon his skin. Suri increased his force and attempted several more times. until he exerted nearly 50% of his strength. Only then did the blade pierce his skin, drawing forth crimson blood. Witnessing his remarkable defensive capability, Suri could hardly conceal his delight. It is essential to note that his current 50% force is beyond the reach of an ordinary person. In fact, had that strike landed upon the soft armor he initially purchased, there was an 80% chance it would have been cleaved in two. Yet now, relying solely on the resilience of his skin, he could rival, if not surpass, that armor. What an extraordinary level of defense. For the average individual, such fortitude would be nothing short of a nightmare. Even without wielding heavy weaponry, Suri could simply stand there while those ordinary people attempted to strike him. They would be utterly incapable of inflicting any harm. He has truly become a paragon of offensive speed and defensive prowess, a genuine hexagonal warrior. Chapter 21. In the dimly lit cavern, footsteps echoed in a rhythmic cadence. As the sound of their advance grew louder, the glimmer of light at the cave's mouth intensified. At last, the two emerged from the darkness, stepping into the embrace of sunlight. The brilliance of the outside world uplifted Su-Rue's spirits. As he realized he was on the verge of resolving his current predicaments, he could finally reckon with those who had once plotted against him. Lost in thought, Su-Rue couldn't help but hum a cheerful tune. Behind him, Khan walked with his head bowed, his expression a tumult of inner conflict, embodying the essence of hesitation. As Su-Rue began to distance himself, Khan bit down hard, seemingly steeling himself for a momentous decision. Assassin brother. Su-Rue paused, glancing back in confusion. What? Khan continued, fidgeting awkwardly. Can I call you my leader? Could you teach me to become stronger? His voice was a whisper, yet Su-Rue heard him clearly. Su-Rue's expression turned to one of bewilderment. He had anticipated that Khan might seek his assistance, but he never imagined such a declaration would arise. Call me your leader? Is this fellow acting like a child? So naive? Su-Rue found himself at a loss for words. Seeing the confusion on Su-Rue's face, Khan assumed his previous statement had been too faint, so he stepped forward, bowing earnestly. Assassin brother. Will you accept me? I wish to grow stronger, to be as powerful as you. Realizing Khan was earnest, Su-Rue raised his hand in a gesture to halt him. Wait. You want to follow me? But my friend, I feel compelled to remind you. Why should I accept you? You claim you wish to grow stronger alongside me. I must ask, what value do you bring? Su-Rue remained unmoved by Khan's plea. Rather, he returned the inquiry with the starkness of reality. If you come to me driven solely by enthusiasm, devoid of any tangible worth, then I'm afraid I cannot take you in. I believe few would. If anyone does, it is likely they would have ulterior motives, perhaps seeking to exploit some value they perceive in you. Such is the world. The so-called rules are merely an exchange of value. Noticing Khan's silence, his contemplation deepening, Su-Rue waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Yet, just as he thought the matter concluded, Khan's voice rang out once more, albeit this time tinged with a raspy urgency. I do have value. It appeared Khan was not one to concede easily. Su-Rue, intrigued, turned to face him. Khan remained bowed, but his clenched fists and trembling frame betrayed his composure. In truth, I am not merely Khan. My full name is Yunsei Khan, the eldest son of the Earl of Yunsei in Mika City. I am unsure of your needs, but I will exhaust every resource at my disposal to serve you. Surprised by Khan's revelation of his true identity, Su-Rue's eyes widened. He had suspected Khan might conceal some aspect of himself, for he too had done so, yet he hadn't anticipated the seemingly innocent newcomer was, in fact, a young nobleman. Upon reflection, Su-Rue found it quite reasonable. After all, it was unlikely a child of commoners would possess such untainted innocence at this age. Pondering Khan's background piqued Su-Rue's curiosity. You claim to be a scion of the Yunsei family. Can you, through your family's influence, assist me in locating certain items? For instance, the whereabouts of some magical creatures? Khan, though taken aback, quickly responded, yes. While I may not be favored within my family as the eldest son, I can engage in family matters. Just as Khan finished speaking, he felt a presence loom before him. A pair of robust hands rested on his shoulders, lifting him gently. All right, my brother, no need for such formality. Let us find a place to sit and converse properly. As he spoke, Su-Rue wrapped his arm around Khan's shoulders and led him toward a nearby boulder, radiating warmth as though he had discovered a kindred spirit. Khan, momentarily taken aback by this sudden shift in demeanor, soon beamed with delight. Assassin brother, you have agreed to my request? Su-Rue, patting Khan's shoulder, replied casually. What are you saying, brother Khan? We are brothers now. There is no need for such distant formalities. Khan nodded earnestly. Yes, my leader. With their meeting time and place agreed upon, the two parted ways, each heading in their respective directions. Once the arrangements were complete, Su-Rue returned to the Adventurers Guild. He first relayed the location of the troll's demise to the guild. Since the bounty on the troll did not originate from the West Town Adventurers Guild, he was not entitled to the corresponding reward. Nevertheless, upon providing the location, they would dispatch individuals to recover the troll's remains, compensating Su-Rue based on the value of the carcass. After completing this task, Su-Rue diligently scoured the mission board. Soon, he identified his next target, the eradication of a bandit group on Sim Mountain. Contrary to the simplistic portrayal in films and animations, The Adventurers Guild was not merely an organization focused on exterminating magical creatures. Rather, as long as one could offer a bounty, there would undoubtedly be takers for the task. The principal reason Su Rue had never taken on missions beyond slaying magical beasts was his lack of interest. After all, even the most lucrative ordinary tasks paled in comparison to the strength gained from hunting magical creatures. Thus, witnessing Su Rue's unprecedented decision to accept a task unrelated to magical beasts elicited a look of surprise from the receptionist. Mr. Monster Slayer, I never imagined you would take on a mission outside of slaying creatures. How rare. I presume this bandit group must have offended you gravely? In response to her inquiry, Su Rue offered a courteous smile. Indeed, they have offended me deeply, very deeply. Chapter 22. Ascending the mountain gate, dark clouds loomed ominously, transforming the once clear sky into a somber gray. In the forest, a disheveled man clad in tattered clothing, wielding a large knife, sat idly against a tree. Boredom etched upon his face. As he observed the encroaching storm, he could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. What wretched weather! It's going to rain again. Beneath him, a figure was seen approaching slowly along the path. Though youthful, the individual was adorned in opulent garments, exuding an unmistakable air of nobility, suggesting considerable wealth, certainly not someone short of resources. Upon noticing the passerby, the man's tirade ceased. He rubbed his eyes to confirm his sight and, satisfied, bellowed with resolve, "Let us get to work." Without hesitation, he traversed the slope, positioning himself in front of the noble figure to block the way. Halt! With the man's arrival, the surrounding trees echoed with the sounds of commotion. Soon, 5 or 6 similarly ragged figures emerged, weapons in hand, encircling the opulent stranger. Faced with the menacing gang, the noble figure displayed no sign of fear or trepidation. Instead, a look of delight spread across his face as if eager to clarify a misunderstanding. "Are you the bandits of this mountain?" The bandits were momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. The foremost among them scrutinized the apparent prey, golden hair and emerald eyes akin to precious gems. The youth appeared barely past adolescence. This scrutiny only deepened the sense of unease. The boy seemed devoid of fear, radiating an inexplicable curiosity. Pondering briefly, the bandit's gaze fell upon the enormous object strapped to the youth's back. "Oi, kid, what are you carrying back there? Show us." He pointed with his knife. "I suggest you comply. We merely seek to rob you. But should you attempt any tricks, our blades are unforgiving." In response to the bandit's demand, a smile graced the youth's face. "Of course, allow me to unveil it for you." With that, he shifted the object from his back and planted it heavily onto the ground. Boom! The weighty item struck the earth with a resounding thud, causing the ground to tremble beneath the feet of those gathered. The onlookers felt a ripple of foreboding wash over them. What on earth was this object? It was astonishingly heavy, and here stood the boy, seemingly unfazed by its mass. Before the gang could fully comprehend the situation, the wrappings around the object burst open with a forceful snap. The dark, dense material bore hints of crimson, and the razor-sharp edge glinted ominously. As they recognized the object as a colossal axe, the expressions of the bandits shifted to sheer horror. They attempted to flee, but in an instant, the leader was cleaved in two. The sound of flesh tearing echoed, his body collapsing like a fragile tofu. Then came the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, the group of 5 or 6 was reduced to merely 2 trembling souls. Pausing from his relentless assault, the youth observed the quaking duo, blood and remnants still dripping from his axe. "Oi, I have a question for you. Where's your hideout?" One of the bandits, trembling uncontrollably, stammered. I can tell you, but you must promise." Before he could finish, he was swiftly silenced, cleaved asunder. The youth turned his gaze to the remaining bandit. "Your turn." Suddenly, thunder rumbled, and large raindrops began to pelt the ground with a rhythmic patter. Atop a high lookout point, another bandit stood vigilantly, scanning the surroundings. He caught sight of a figure advancing toward their stronghold and immediately shouted, "Halt!" Yet, the figure showed no intention of stopping. Sensing danger, the lookout hastily drew the longbow slung across his back, an arrow nocked and drawn tight. "I said stop." But as he spoke, he was startled to find the figure had vanished. Panic set in as he frantically searched for the elusive presence, oblivious to the shadow with scarlet eyes lurking behind him. "Hey!" Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed, and the lookout felt a tightening grip around his neck before darkness enveloped him. This scene was witnessed by another bandit arriving for a shift, who was immediately paralyzed with fear. Observing the towering figure that had just dispatched his companion with ease, he felt no courage to confront it. He turned and fled, calling out in desperation, "Help! Someone is attacking! Help!" In his panic, he nearly stumbled as he ran. "So, I've been discovered, have I?" Watching the retreating figure, the youth felt no anger. Rather, he mused, killing them one by one is too slow. It would be more efficient to let them gather before I strike. With that thought, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, within the bandits' lair, the spacious hall was filled with tables where ragged bandits indulged in their meals with wild abandon. The hour was now 5 in the afternoon, typically. This would be the time for a sunset, but the rain had cast a gloomy pall over the sky. Nonetheless, the bandits remained unfazed by the weather. Unlike the others, the bandit leader sat silently at the head table, nursing a drink. Just days prior, he had dispatched several capable men to assist his former superior, a mission to silence a threat. Yet, that endeavor had resulted in the loss of his most skilled subordinates. News of their demise had plunged him into despair, not for the loss of those capable fighters, but for his own brother, whom he had sent on that perilous task. What he had thought would be a quick resolution had turned into a painful farewell. Clenching his fist in anger, he seethed, Cammy, due to longing. My mind constantly recalls the farewell my brother exchanged with me before his departure. Come on, rest assured. No matter who it is, I shall avenge you, regardless of their identity. After downing a hearty gulp of liquor, his eyes became veiled with crimson veins. At that moment, a hurried shout echoed from outside the door. All is not well. Someone is storming in. However, that cry did not persist for long, as it was swiftly drowned out by the torrential rain. The ordinary mountain bandits remained oblivious. Yet the seasoned leader of the bandits heard it distinctly. His brow furrowed deeply, and just as he prepared to send someone to investigate, a sharp crack resonated from the ceiling of the hall. In the next instant, the once sturdy roof collapsed, revealing a gaping hole. Rainwater cascaded through the opening. Beneath the aperture stood a drenched figure wielding a massive axe, adorned with a manic smile. Good evening, everyone. Chapter 23. Is anyone there? Silence, an enveloping silence. In the expansive hall, everyone gazed incredulously at the scene before them. For a moment, the stillness within contrasted starkly with the tempest raging outside. Upon spotting Su Rui's familiar visage, the leader of the bandits felt a surge of bloodlust rising in his eyes. In that instant, he comprehended fully the reason behind his brother's inexplicable demise and why, despite his relentless inquiries, he had failed to uncover the identity of his sibling's murderer. It dawned on him that the one responsible for his brother's death was none other than the seemingly most delicate and least threatening Morel. Initially, he had suspected that his brother might have been eliminated due to revealing too much, leading to his demise at the hands of the constables, or perhaps due to offending someone of consequence. Yet, it was evident now that he had been entirely mistaken. A practitioner, he never anticipated that Morel was indeed a practitioner. Morel. The words escaped his clenched teeth, seething with rage. Sensing the palpable hostility, Su Rui turned back with a smile. Uncle, are you calling for me? The audacity in Su Rui's demeanor pushed the bandit leader over the edge. His aura erupted, and seizing a large blade, he charged towards Su Rui with alarming speed. The blade, wielded with the ease of a mere stick, danced through the air in relentless succession. Faced with such ferocity, Su Rui retreated while scrutinizing his opponent with amusement. How intriguing indeed. Judging by the displayed prowess, the bandit leader undoubtedly possessed the strength of at least a bronze 7-star, if not bronze 8-star. He surpassed anyone from the previous group of practitioners he had encountered. Curiosity piqued, Su Rui inquired, Uncle, have we met before? Why do you harbor such hatred towards me? The bandit leader, infuriated further by Su Rui's playful expression, launched another strike, unleashing a torrent of energy. Martial technique. Chaotic dance. He bellowed. As a faint green luminescence enveloped the blade, the already swift weapon became even swifter under the enhancement of his martial skill. Moreover, the blade appeared infused with the power of wind elements, each swing sending forth a faint green blade aura that shattered nearby furniture and walls. Yet, amidst this chaos, Su Rui remained unperturbed, dodging effortlessly while feigning contemplation. So furious? Your hatred runs deep, does it not? As the leader of these bandits, a realization flickered in Su Rui's eyes. Oh, I see. Among those who attempted to kill me, there was a relative of yours, wasn't he there? TSK. That would explain it. One of them cried out for his brother to save him at the moment of death. I presume that was you, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, the bandit leader lost all semblance of reason. I shall slay you. In his frenzy, he ignored the depletion of his mana and continued his relentless assault. Such a ferocious onslaught rendered the other bandits hesitant to assist. Su Rui, however, erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed through the hall, piercing and chilling. Seizing the moment, the bandit leader swung his blade once more. Just as the blade was about to strike Su Rui's neck, a pair of powerful hands clutched the blade firmly. Bang! The once unstoppable blade was now immobilized in midair. The leader, astonished, found that his weapon seemed to be rooted to those hands, illuminating the figure of Su Rui completely. Her drenched and crimson garments clung to her form, while the massive blade of the axe bore remnants of shattered flesh, droplets of sanguine liquid slowly dripping from its edge. With a smile adorning her face, Su Rui gently rapped her fingers against the splintered doorframe. Is anyone there? She inquired, the sound echoing softly. Chapter 24. Rooting out the weeds, a sudden thunderclap reverberated through the air, heralding a torrential downpour. Dim lights flickered along the pitch-black street, which lay desolate and devoid of life. The only sounds that pierced the silence were the patter of rain and the rumble of thunder, rendering the atmosphere eerily still. Within a lavish estate, a meticulously equipped squad patrolled the premises. Abruptly, a thunderous noise erupted from the main gate, accompanied by a frantic shout. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The elite team, shaken but resolute, hastened towards the gate, drawing their weapons in readiness for confrontation. They moved swiftly, closing the distance in mere minutes. However, as they approached, a gruesome scene unfolded before their eyes. Under the gate's flickering lights, rainwater fell incessantly, pooling around severed limbs and lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The once vigilant guards, originally a dozen strong, now lay dead. No survivors remained. Witnessing this horrific tableau, even the seasoned warriors felt a chill of dread. It had all happened too swiftly. In the brief span since the disturbance, not only had the guards perished, but the intruder had vanished without a trace. The squad leader swallowed hard, his voice trembling with fear as he commanded, "We must report this to the enforcers." But before he could finish his orders, an unsettling silence descended around him. Where had his comrades gone? This scene was undeniably gruesome, yet these were hardened fighters, each with a history of violence. Why then were they so eerily quiet? His heart raced with confusion as he turned to look behind him, only to be met with a sight that caused his very breath to hitch in his throat. His fellow warriors, who should have been at his back, were all lifeless. Each met their end with an unsettling calmness, a stark contrast to the bloodshed at the gate. The fear that gripped him deepened as he realized the implications of their deaths. A chill swept over him, rendering him immobile. He murmured to himself, trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? Was such a feat even within the realm of human capability? Raindrops splattered against him and the ground, soaking him to the skin, blurring the line between rain and sweat. A sense of despair enveloped him, an unshakable fear of the sword of Damocles hanging overhead, ready to claim his life. Just as he grappled with his hopelessness, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the night, followed by a deafening crash. Perhaps sensing his moment of vulnerability, the patrol leader resolved in that instant. He must flee. With all his strength, he sprinted towards the gate. Yet, mere meters from safety, a calm voice whispered in his ear, "Did I permit your escape?" Before he could comprehend, a monstrous axe descended from above. The patrol leader stood frozen, paralyzed by despair as the weapon fell. After dispatching the squad leader, Su Rue calmly approached the estate. Due to the heavy rain and his stealthy movements, the inhabitants remained oblivious to the chaos outside. Methodically, he moved from room to room, executing his grim task without hesitation. He had come to eradicate every trace of his adversaries, and he had no intention of sparing those who might seek vengeance in the future. As he progressed, Su Rue sensed something amiss. After annihilating the bandit clan, he uncovered significant secrets, revealing the true identity of the noblewoman, now a viscountess, and the dark lineage of her family. This seemingly illustrious clan was, in reality, a mere facade masking a den of thieves, with every coin they possessed stained by blood. What troubled Su Rue was the conspicuous absence of resistance. According to his findings, this estate should have housed several bronze tier professionals, and the head of the household might well have been on the brink of silver tier. His own stealth had not been particularly profound, yet he had encountered not a single practitioner during his rampage. Where had they all gone? With these questions lingering in his mind, he approached the next door, muttering to himself, "I should have delayed my onslaught. I hope there are still some left in the final rooms." Reaching the next threshold, he grasped the thin wooden handle and yanked it forcefully. The door splintered under his might. Inside, a frail, silver-haired woman cowered behind a cabinet, trembling in an attempt to conceal herself. Upon seeing her quivering form, a faint smile returned to Su Rue's face. Ah, what fortune! Chapter 25. Filial piety and marital harmony on a rainy night. Su Rue strode through the streets of Ander town, a colossal axe resting on his shoulder. With a slight smile gracing his lips, he appeared to be in high spirits. Just moments prior, he had gleaned the whereabouts of certain individuals from the remaining survivors. It turned out that a few days ago, the Viscountess had conspired with her father to poison and seize power. They intended to use poison as a preemptive strike against Viscount Mori. Once the poison took effect, they planned to employ force to surround and eliminate him. With the silver-tier strength of the Viscountess's father and a cadre of bronze-tier professionals at their disposal, they believed they could easily overpower the silver-tier Viscount Mori. Of course, once their plan was executed, they would initiate the third phase, diverting blame onto others. They would frame themselves for the poisoning, casting the shadow of guilt upon the eldest brother, who would be far removed and unable to defend himself. In that scenario, her son would become the sole heir to the Viscountcy. Upon learning of this scheme, Su Rue was utterly astounded. He hastened back, fearing he might arrive too late. However, his return was not to save anyone, but to prevent them from escaping after their deed was done. If fate allowed, he could also witness the unfolding drama. It was unfathomable that the esteemed Viscount Mori could meet his demise at the hands of his own wife. Su Rue was eager to observe the exquisite expression on the face of Viscount Mori in his final moments. Suddenly, Su Rue halted, gazing at the grand gates of the estate. Instinctively, he grasped the axe on his shoulder, drawn in by the intense sounds of battle emanating from within. He felt an uncontrollable urge to rush in and witness the unfolding spectacle. Yet, just as he was about to strike, he hesitated. As a thought crossed his mind, how could such a riveting performance be disrupted by my presence? Absolutely not. With that resolve, Su Rue vanished from sight. Deep within Mori Manor, the atmosphere was already saturated with bloodshed. The estate was roughly divided into two factions. One comprised the loyal guards fighting valiantly to defend Mori Manor, while the other consisted of bronze-tier professionals brought by the Viscountess from her family. Although the Mori family also had bronze-tier professionals, They had been preemptively bribed or lured to join her ranks. Without the resistance of professionals, the ordinary guards stood no chance. As time passed, the numbers on the Mori side dwindled. In an expansive courtyard of the estate, a figure clad in opulent attire was slowly encircled by a throng. This figure was none other than Viscount Mori himself. He bore numerous knife wounds, and his pallor was ghastly, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, signs of both poisoning and injury. As he faced the encroaching professionals, his eyes flickered with anger, despair, and even madness. Why? Elida, you treacherous harlot. Why have you betrayed me? His eyes, bloodshot, emitted a wild roar. Yet, in response to his anguished inquiry, the beautiful woman in a flowing gown outside the circle remained cold and detached. Why? Very well, let me enlighten you. It is because you were too selfish. I previously urged you to name Reed as your heir, but you repeatedly rejected me. Do not think I am unaware of your true desires. You merely wish to see who can provide the greatest benefit to your family. Your selfishness has led you to this predicament. At this, a mocking smile spread across the Viscountess's face. Derek, oh Derek, can your poison rival mine? You secretly aided in the demise of your first wife and that servant. You could bear to strike down those closest to you. If we were to compare, it seems you were far more venomous than I. Upon hearing her words, Viscount Mori let out a derisive laugh, his tone a complex mix of anger, hatred, and regret. I should have dealt with you just as I did with them. Indeed. Viscount Mori had once eliminated his two beloveds, one, the mother of his first son, and the other, the mother of his third. The rationale behind their deaths was straightforward. Their existence rendered him a laughingstock among the nobility. One was a commoner, the other a servant. What right did they have to be by his side? Their deaths could restore his reputation among the aristocrats, a fair trade in his eyes. However, it was now too late for such reflections. With a surge of murderous intent, Viscount Mori clenched his teeth and prepared for a final desperate struggle. The battle was about to reignite. Yet, weakened by poison and injury, he spat a mouthful of black blood and collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, the other side's resolution had reached its climax. The Viscountess approached the ailing Viscount with measured steps, looking down upon him. Rest assured, once you pass, Reed will take your place. As she spoke, Reed surged forward to stand beside the Viscountess, also gazing down at the faltering Viscount. Yes, father. I will assume your position and lead the Mori family to greater heights and glory. Is this not the outcome you have always desired? As he spoke, he reached down to remove the noble insignia from his father's chest. Viscount Mori could only watch in despair as his second son claimed the emblem. His greed and selfishness laid bare. Just as this poignant scene of familial betrayal unfolded, a crisp applause rang out from a distance. Clapping resounded, brilliant, truly brilliant. As the unexpected sound echoed, all turned instinctively toward the source. Perched upon a rooftop, a figure sat at the edge, a mischievous expression playing on their face as they observed the scene below. When the crowd recognized the figure, astonishment washed over their faces. It was Mori Riel. The most agitated among them was undoubtedly Viscount Mori, whose eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. In that moment, he believed he saw a chance at survival. He struggled to raise his hand, his mouth opening in a silent plea for help. However, in response, Su Rue merely smiled and waved, his lips forming a silent farewell. Seeing this, Viscount Mori felt a surge of bile rise in his throat. With another violent cough, he expelled more poisoned blood, and thus, the Viscount succumbed to his fate. The others, upon witnessing Su Rue, reacted with overwhelming joy. The arrival of Su Rue signified that their final step had been accomplished ahead of schedule. If they were to eliminate Su Rue and attribute all current circumstances to her, their mission would be fulfilled. Thus, the Viscountess promptly issued orders to the professionals. Morel, I intend for you to meet the same fate as your father here. Take action. Chapter 26. Silver Tier Mage Kill. Panic surged through the crowd. He is too fast. Someone save me. The cacophony of battle echoed with screams of despair. The Bronze Tier warriors, once fierce, were now caught like swine in the grip of Su Rue, who crushed them one by one. The scene left the Countess and Mori Reed in stunned disbelief. What kind of power is this? When did Madriel become so formidable? The Bronze Tier fighters before him seemed like lambs, utterly incapable of resistance. Could this truly be the same worthless individual they once knew? Doubts clouded their minds, and they felt a disorienting haze wash over them. In that moment, as they watched Su Rue mercilessly hunt down his foes, he appeared to them as a stranger. Suddenly, it seemed Mori Reed had a revelation. He gasped sharply, turning to his mother, his eyes filled with concern. Mother, I just remembered, if he can't even be stopped by these professionals, what are we to do? Before the Countess could respond, a voice, aged yet resonant, called out from nearby. Do not worry, Reed. I shall handle this. Instinctively, they turned to see an elderly man in a white robe, staff in hand, approaching with measured steps. Upon recognizing him, both their faces lit up with joy. Father, grandfather. Seeing their excitement, the old man chuckled softly. Have I only been gone for a short while, and yet this is the state of affairs? He affectionately ruffled the hair of his daughter and grandson. The Countess remained silent, but Mori Reed seized the moment to vent his frustrations. Grandfather, you don't understand. Madriel has been hiding his true strength. Just look at his current power. He is nothing like the talentless commoner we thought him to be. He has been playing the fool all along. the remnants of his pride shattered. Maury Reed wept like a child, tears streaming down his face. The white-robed elder gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. Enough of the tears. Your grandfather will avenge you. It is merely a mad dog we face. No matter how he rages or barks, he shall not leave this place alive today. With that, his gaze shifted towards Su Rue, who was in the midst of a brutal slaughter. The battlefield was drenched in blood, strewn with dismembered limbs. The once formidable group of attackers had dwindled to mere fragments. The elder raised his right hand, directing it at Su Rue while murmuring incantations. As his spell reached completion, a slender ice dragon, formed from rainwater, surged forth towards Su Rue. Meanwhile, as Su Rue prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the last remaining warrior, the ice dragon roared, its massive jaws opening wide. Boom. The dragon's head collided with Su Rue's side, propelling him into the air. The warrior, who had narrowly escaped death, breathed a sigh of relief, gazing gratefully at the white-robed elder. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. In that moment, he realized the value of life. Having narrowly evaded the clutches of death, just as he thought he was free, a hand rested on his shoulder. Where do you think you're going? The chilling voice sent shivers down his spine, freezing him in place as terror clawed at him once more. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself tongue-tied, only able to produce a series of panicked sounds. Su Rue gently patted his shoulder, his tone deceptively tender. All right, I won't tease you anymore. If you wish to leave, then I shall let you go. As he spoke, Su Rue picked up his massive axe, mimicking a golf swing, and brought it down fiercely upon the warrior. Boom. The sound echoed as the warrior was sent hurtling into the sky, exploding into a mist of blood. Ah, how beautiful! Su Rue marveled, gazing at the spectacle. At that moment, the elder's second spell was ready. A flurry of ice needles, crafted from rainwater, descended upon Su Rue, leaving him with no refuge. Bang, bang, bang. The needles struck Su Rue, shattering into fragments upon impact. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the ice needles have no effect? Is this creature human or monster? However, Su Rue's gaze turned toward the elder, devoid of the earlier mirth. His expression was now cold and resolute. I say, old man, you are quite bothersome. In an instant, Su Rue vanished, reappearing before the elder. He raised his axe high, preparing to strike down. The elder, taken aback by Su Rue's speed, had anticipated this move thanks to having witnessed it before. Ice wall. An ice barrier emerged before him. Crack. Boom. The axe met the ice wall, shattering it with overwhelming force. The elder, astonished by the might of Su Rue's blow, quickly conjured another ice wall, barely managing to defend himself. As the axe nearly penetrated the ice barrier, mere centimeters from harm, the elder's heart raced. How close? Yet, facing the elder's successful defense, Su Rue was somewhat taken aback. Truly, a silver tier mage. I hadn't expected such adeptness in dual casting. But before he could finish his thought, something caught his eye. What is this? He noticed frost beginning to coat the axe, originating from where it embedded in the ice wall. The frost crept up the blade, then along the handle, finally rushing towards Su Rue's hand. Observing his handiwork, the elder snorted dismissively. Without that axe, how do you intend to break my ice wall? Upon hearing the elder's taunt, Su Rue relinquished his grip, allowing the axe to become completely encased in ice. How will I break your ice wall? Of course. With this, Su Rue's grin turned wild, his eyes ablaze with fervor. In an instant, his right arm swelled with muscle, enveloped in a crimson glow. Bang! Crack! His fist collided with the ice wall, sending a spiderweb of cracks across its once smooth surface. Chapter 27. The conclusion. In the pitch-black rainy night, thunder flashed across the sky, which alternated between light and dark. The expansive estate was strewn with lifeless bodies. The torrential rain relentlessly washed over the scene, with thick blood flowing through the channels. On the battlefield, the elderly man in white robes stared incredulously at the cracked ice wall before him. Indeed, he was bewildered. It was essential to note that this ice wall spell was a level 2 incantation, a formidable defense even among the ranks of the silver class. Yet, it had just been shattered by a single punch from his opponent. What manner of creature was this? Before he could fully comprehend the events that had transpired, his body reacted instinctively, retreating swiftly. He muttered incantations, and a faint blue aura began to coalesce around his left-hand staff. However, he was quick, but Su Rue was swifter. Observing the white-haired elder attempting to distance himself, Su Rue did not employ the shadow step to close the gap. Instead, he drew back his right arm, his muscles bulging to a terrifying degree. Yes, he intended to crush his opponent's confidence with sheer strength. Break for me. He unleashed a powerful punch, instantly shattering the already cracked ice wall into a flurry of crystalline fragments. With unrelenting force, Su Rue's fist pierced through the ice wall and seized the collar of the white-robed elder. Their eyes met, and Su Rue grinned wickedly. Aha, got you. The elder's pupils dilated. At that moment, he felt enveloped by an aura of death. Every hair on his body stood on end. He swung his staff in a desperate attempt to free himself from the grip that bound him. Yet, his arm was seized with a vice-like grip. Before he could react, the hand at his wrist exerted tremendous force, and he heard a sickening crack as his arm went limp. Intense pain caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. and his staff fell to the ground, the gathered blue energy dissipating into nothingness. The outcome was now clear. Su Rui had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. With a powerful pull, he yanked the elder towards him. Simultaneously, Su Rui's left hand drew back, preparing to unleash another blow. Boom! A mist of crimson erupted as the elder's chest was pierced directly. As Su Rui withdrew his arm, a ghastly wound marred the elder's torso. Father! Grandfather! No! In the distance, the Countess and her second son, Maury Reed, were struck dumb by the sight. If Su Rui's earlier slaughter of bronze-class practitioners had felt surreal, this moment plunged them into madness. They would rather believe they had lost their minds. Ignoring their turmoil, Su Rui extended his blood-stained left hand. The rain washed away much of the blood, though the stains on his clothing remained. Yet, Su Rui paid little heed, witnessing Su Rui's nonchalance. The Countess succumbed to utter insanity, not fear, but sheer madness. She screamed in a frenzy, charging towards Su Rui. Maury Reed, I want to kill you, kill you. As she ran, she picked up a bloody dagger from the ground. However, in the face of the Countess's frenzied advance, Su Rui merely glanced at her, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Boom! A round object shot through the sky. The Countess, once howling in anguish, fell silent in an instant. Her body came to a halt before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from a gaping wound. The already crimson-stained earth now appeared even more vivid. Maury Reed stood frozen in shock, his mind reeling at the sight of such brutal carnage. He shouted wildly, devoid of anger or murderous intent, only gripped by an overwhelming fear. In the face of his dazed brother, Su Rui did not immediately end his life. After cleansing his bloodied hands, he picked up the massive axe lying on the ground. He approached Maury Reed leisurely, step by step. Dear brother, after today, our grievances will be settled. As Su Rui drew nearer, Maury Reed perceived not a brother approaching, but a demon cloaked in human skin, embodying the darkest, most sinister essence of existence. Only a monster could commit such bloodshed. Paralyzed by fear, his legs buckled beneath him. Yet, the instinct for survival urged him to retreat, and retreat further. His mind was void of thoughts of hatred, anger, or regret. When one truly experiences fear, despair, and depression to the utmost, one realizes that the only impulse left is the primal drive to survive. As Su Rui closed the distance, Maury Reed, previously speechless, found his voice. Third brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I should not have contended for the title, nor should I have harmed you. I was wrong. I regret it. I beg you for another chance. I implore you. Su Rui remained silent, continuing his advance. I admit it is my fault, my folly. I should not have heeded Mother's words and harbored wicked thoughts against you. Spare me, and I will help you forge a stronger Maury family. Upon reaching him, Su Rui lifted the axe high. Maury Reed, witnessing this, shut his eyes tightly, unable to retreat further, curling into a ball as he desperately pleaded. Are you truly going to kill your brother? Thunder rumbled ominously. The sound that should have heralded a brutal strike did not come. When Maury Reed opened his eyes, he found Su Rui had halted his movement. A look of hesitation, sorrow, and regret marred Su Rui's face. Yes, you are my brother. We are blood. How could I possibly harm you? Maury Reed, once certain of his impending doom, was taken aback by this unexpected turn. His spirits lifted as he observed Su Rui's conflicted expression. Do you truly feel this way? Su Rui, tears streaming down his face, nodded. Of course. Yet, just as he was about to say more, Su Rui suddenly removed his hands, revealing a maniacal grin. Of course it was a ruse. With that, he raised the axe once more and brought it down with ferocity. Chapter 28. Strange Happenings. The Serpent of Nightmares. The following morning, the rain-soaked night gave way to a bright day. The air was thick with the earthy scent left by the torrential downpour. A rainbow lingered in the sky, beautifully complemented by the morning sunlight. In the bustling streets of Zitter Town, Su Rui was making his way towards the Adventurers Guild. After decisively eliminating his second brother the previous night, he had left without hesitation, seeking temporary refuge here. As for the wealth or treasures of the Maury family, Su Rui had found none. To him, such material possessions held little significance. Although he was not exceedingly wealthy, his reputation as a monster slayer ensured that financial concerns would not trouble him. Regarding the treasures of the Maury family, he had not even considered searching for them. Who knows where his father had hidden them? Even if he were to embark on such a quest, the potential for unnecessary complications made it hardly worthwhile. Thus, he had chosen to travel light the night before. As Su Rui continued on his path, he soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Upon pushing open the grand doors and stepping into the hall, all eyes turned towards him. Notably, the receptionist's gaze was particularly intense, filled with surprise, curiosity, and a hint of admiration. Su Rui approached her to claim his reward. You have retrieved the body of the troll, I presume? Upon hearing Su Rui's inquiry, the receptionist quickly placed a prepared pouch of coins on the table. It was a brown bag fashioned from the hide of an unknown creature, tightly sealed with a delicate string. The bag bulged with coins, indicating its substantial weight. In addition to the pouch, the receptionist presented a notebook. Su Rui accepted it and began to examine its contents, which were filled with detailed information regarding the pricing of the troll's remains. Noticing Su Rui's serious demeanor, The receptionist's curiosity grew, prompting her to gather her courage and ask, "Excuse me, Mr. Surue, what level of adventurer are you? Bronze 9 star, perhaps?" Taken aback by her question, Surue paused. The receptionist quickly clarified, "I apologize, Mr. Surue, I did not mean to pry or offend. It's just that the troll was exceptionally powerful, and your ability to defeat it alone is quite remarkable." Surue simply smiled in response, something like that. The receptionist's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Indeed, I did not expect you to be a Bronze 9 star adventurer. That certainly explains how you managed to dispatch so many monsters effortlessly." With a sense of satisfaction, Surue noted the receptionist's reaction but chose not to linger. After verifying the information in the notebook, he took the pouch and turned to leave. The receptionist, who had intended to say something, hesitated upon seeing his retreating figure. Meanwhile, in a corner, a young blue-haired man of ordinary stature, seemingly frail, sat quietly. He appeared to be waiting for someone. Despite his stillness, his trembling legs betrayed a nervous disposition. "Will the assassin come today? He promised me yesterday that if I could provide him with suitable information about monsters, he would take me along on various missions." Although there was still some time until their agreed meeting at 8, he couldn't help but wonder if the assassin might have other commitments or perhaps regret his promise. "What will I do if that happens? Come on, Khan, pull yourself together. Don't let anyone underestimate you." As he thought this, Khan unconsciously tightened his grip, causing the numerous documents in his hand to crumple. Just then, Surue took a seat across from him. "To my surprise, you were quite punctual, arriving earlier than I anticipated." Upon seeing Surue, Khan's eyes lit up with excitement. He instinctively stood up, exclaiming, "Assassin, you've come." Surue, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the fervent gaze, gestured for him to sit. Once both were seated, Surue got straight to the point about the task he wanted Khan to handle. Khan promptly handed over the prepared documents. "Assassin, or rather, boss. Here are all the tasks concerning powerful or uniquely gifted monsters, compiled from Zitter Town and 12 surrounding areas." Surue nodded appreciatively at Khan's diligent attitude. He began reviewing the recruitment notices and bounty reports one by one. Soon, he stumbled upon a task that piqued his interest. It was a recruitment notice from Yunna Town, detailing peculiar occurrences at a wealthy family's residence, where individuals inexplicably fell into a deep coma each day without any visible injuries. The notice sought skilled individuals to resolve this mystery. Upon reading this task, Surue felt intrigued. The world was indeed full of wonders. He had encountered monsters that harmed and devoured people, as well as abstract creatures like goblins. However, this was his first encounter with a phenomenon that rendered individuals unconscious without a trace. As Surue's gaze lingered on the notice, Khan seized the opportunity to share his bold hypothesis. "Boss, I have a daring theory regarding this task." Surue looked up, intrigued. "What insights do you have?" Khan, meeting the gazes of those around him with seriousness, stated, "I suspect that the malevolent creature behind this may be the legendary Serpent of Nightmares." Chapter 29, The Enigma of the Enforcer in the Early Morning, within the Grand Hall of the Adventurers Guild in the town of Zitter. A flicker of curiosity briefly illuminated Surue's eyes upon hearing the name Nightmare Serpent. "What is this Nightmare Serpent?" Noticing Surue's confusion, Khan proceeded to share his knowledge about the creature. "Indeed, my friend, the nightmare is quite rare. To be precise, I have only encountered references to such a beast in an ancient tome. It is described therein that the Nightmare Serpent possesses an innate ability to devour the dreams of others. Those whose dreams are consumed fall into a deep slumber, showing no physical signs of harm. In the eyes of our predecessors, dreams often manifested as forms of the soul. Thus, those who lose their dreams are similarly regarded as having lost their souls. The Nightmare Serpent, capable of traversing dreams at will, is exceedingly cunning and difficult to capture or slay. For these reasons, I boldly speculate that the malevolent creature is indeed the fabled Nightmare Serpent." After Khan's elucidation, Surue's interest was piqued. A true talent. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such erudition. Surue found Khan's conjecture to be remarkably sound. If it were any ordinary beast, it would have likely been apprehended and dismantled by the enforcers long ago. Although the wealthy merchants of the Ryan Kingdom do not rank significantly higher than common folk, their financial clout prevents them from being easily victimized by mere magical creatures. The fact that this peculiar incident remains unresolved, compelling the affluent to issue recruitment notices, speaks volumes about the complexity of the matter at hand. Upon grasping these insights, Surue felt invigorated rather than disheartened by the daunting task. The more intricate the challenge, the more peculiar the malevolent entity, ultimately leading to skills of greater utility. Presently, while he possessed skills in attack speed and defense, he lacked significant advantages in other areas. To put it elegantly, one could say he was a force to be reckoned with. Yet, conversely, one might argue that he embodied a mechanism of deeply flawed numerical discrepancies. Thus, Surue chose to undertake this mission, and the two departed the Adventurers Guild, seeking a carriage to head westward. Meanwhile, in Yunna Town, within an exceedingly spacious bedroom, a group of individuals clad in pristine uniforms gathered. Their immaculate attire bore the embroidered emblem of a crossed sword, the insignia of the enforcers of the Ryan Kingdom. These enforcers observed and inspected something of great significance. In their midst lay a middle-aged woman in her 30s, unconscious yet bearing a serene smile, exuding an unusual tranquility. As they examined the slumbering woman, some employed magic, others martial skills, while a few simply noted observations with pen in hand. Dear enforcers, you must save us. We have never shunned our taxes or obligations, remaining steadfastly loyal to our king and country. Outside the room, in the corridor, a voice filled with desperation echoed. The speaker, a stout man with a bald head and a bushy beard, had tear-filled eyes and a face etched with despair. He humbly beseeched a middle-aged enforcer for assistance. Observing the pitiful state of the man before him, the enforcer sighed in resignation. 7 days prior, the issue had been reported to them, and they had indeed conducted an investigation, albeit yielding no fruitful results. Initially, they had assumed it was merely an unfortunate incident, after all. A few days of unconsciousness did not necessarily indicate foul play. However, as a series of similar incidents transpired, they began to suspect a more profound underlying issue. Yet, upon initiating a thorough inquiry, they despaired at the absence of even the slightest clue. Faced with such disheartening outcomes, they had no choice but to request assistance from higher authorities. The enforcer grasped the man's shoulders reassuringly. Mr. Byrne, rest assured, we have escalated this matter, and the higher-ups are taking it seriously. They have decided to dispatch Lord Weiss, who wields a silver scepter, to our aid. Once he arrives, I believe this minor dilemma will be resolved. Upon hearing the enforcer's words, Byrne's demeanor softened considerably. He nodded earnestly, responding, You are right. I trust that with Lord Weiss's arrival, the culprit behind this will undoubtedly be identified and dealt with. Clearly familiar with Lord Weiss's reputation, he felt a glimmer of hope. Just then, a youthful enforcer hurried toward them. Noticing the approach of the young enforcer, the middle-aged enforcer straightened, striking his fist against his chest in a salute. The young enforcer reciprocated the gesture, adhering to the royal decorum of the enforcers. Once the formalities were observed, the middle-aged enforcer inquired, What news? With a proud stance, the young enforcer reported, Sir, Lord Weiss has arrived. As he spoke, he stepped aside, revealing an elderly gentleman in uniform approaching from the end of the corridor. This elder, with a kindly face and a mane of white hair tied back in a tidy ponytail, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Lord Weiss. The middle-aged enforcer performed the customary greeting once more, which was reciprocated with equal courtesy. What is the situation? Have any findings emerged? Lord Weiss inquired. The middle-aged enforcer bowed his head, feeling a pang of shame. I regret to inform you, Lord Weiss, that we have not uncovered any useful leads. He proceeded to recount their investigations over the past few days, succinctly summarizing their efforts as fruitless. Hearing this, the elder's expression grew somber. He nodded gravely, stating, Understood. Is this the scene of last night's incident? The middle-aged enforcer affirmed. Yes. The victim from last night lies within. Without further ado, the elder produced a short staff and murmured an incantation. O great deity of time and night, I beseech you to reveal to me the events of last night. Night Shadow Magic, activate. Chapter 30. An intractable dilemma? Within the confines of the room, a group of law enforcement officials, initially gathered around the unconscious woman to conduct their examination, stood in reverence as the elderly man with white hair entered. Upon witnessing the old man wielding a staff to invoke magic, they methodically stepped aside, granting him center stage. In an instant, a shroud of dark light floated in the air, coalescing into an image akin to a projection. The scene unfolded, meticulously reproducing the events that transpired in the room the previous night. Reactions varied among the onlookers, ranging from awe to contemplation, as they were captivated by this extraordinary spectacle. When the law enforcement officials beheld the elderly man employing the night shadow magic, a singular thought ignited in their minds. It was assured. After all, as long as the night shadow magic was in play, everything that occurred last night would be laid bare. Are you not formidable? Did you not leave us with nothing? Very well, we shall reveal everything through night shadow magic. Just as hope swelled that the case was on the verge of resolution, the elderly man's brow furrowed deeply. Unlike the optimism of others, he perceived the situation with acute clarity. As the projection concluded, he let out a heavy sigh. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. The woman in the projection had not been subjected to any external influence. She lay there, never to awaken again. Following the end of the projection, not only did he sense something amiss, but the other law enforcement officials also began to grasp the unsettling truth. The night shadow magic had revealed no trace of wrongdoing. Could it truly be the fabled Grim Reaper that claimed her life? The spirits of those who had anticipated a swift resolution fell sharply, plunging into despair. This time, their despondency eclipsed their previous disillusionment. After all, even Lord Weiss, who was reputed for his silver staff, had failed. What could they possibly do now? Just as the group found themselves at a loss, a few figures approached from outside the room, with a commanding voice calling for restraint. The members inside finally realized the gravity of the situation. This was a critical investigation, and they were obliged to pause. The voice belonged to the middle-aged law enforcement officer, who, alongside him, was another voice that sought to ingratiate. Esteemed officer, these two are capable individuals responding to our Master S recruitment notice. They are not unrelated parties. Outside the room, in the corridor, a well-dressed steward gazed at the middle-aged officer with an expression of servile eagerness. Upon hearing the stewardess' words, the officer's brow knitted in displeasure. Indeed, in such circumstances, unless it was a matter of utmost significance or it did not impede the investigation, it was permissible to invite skilled individuals to partake in the case. The rationale was straightforward, to enhance the likelihood of resolution and mitigate risks swiftly. However, such practices were rare. Once adopted, they could diminish the esteem of the participating officers. Generally, to avoid any semblance of impropriety and to spare the officers from embarrassment, such measures were seldom taken. Today, however, they had encountered an unexpected turn of events. He turned to the burly man who had just exited the room and inquired, "Mr. Byrne, your steward mentioned that you issued a recruitment notice to the outside world. Is that accurate?" The burly man nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the claim. Since the matter had been confirmed, the middle-aged officer merely nodded, opting not to elaborate further. First, the action was indeed legitimate. Second, his team had not provided any solutions for quite some time, lacking any semblance of progress. Thus, even if the situation would cost them considerable face, he chose to remain silent. The burly man was too preoccupied with his own urgent concerns to dwell on the middle-aged officer's sentiments. He had initially thought that the legendary Silver Staff would effortlessly resolve his troubles, but the ultimate outcome had left him sorely disappointed. Just as he found himself in despair, a potential savior had emerged. Although he harbored doubts about the savior's capabilities, deeming their chances slim, it was enough to spur him into action. Even if it meant taking a desperate gamble, the burly man eagerly approached Su Rue and Khan, his excitement palpable. "May I inquire how to address you both?" As he spoke, he extended his right hand in a gesture of utmost respect and significance. Khan remained silent, taking a half-step back, while Su Rue composedly shook his hand. "Mr. Byrne, greetings. I am Su Rue, and this is my companion Khan. We hail from Zitter Town, and I firmly believe that with our assistance, no challenge will prove insurmountable." Upon hearing their names, the burly man pondered for a moment, evidently unfamiliar with Su Rue's reputation. Nonetheless, he refrained from underestimating them and continued to offer them ample respect. "Gentlemen, the interior is currently occupied by the esteemed law enforcement officials conducting their investigation. If you do not mind, perhaps you could rest in the adjacent room for a while, or I could escort you to the scene of the previous incident." Su Rue glanced at Khan, aware that his understanding of the nightmarish serpent was limited, and that this investigation relied heavily on Khan's expertise. Khan, upon hearing the suggestion, earnestly made a request. "Mr. Byrne, would you kindly lead us to the room where the events transpired, as well as to the other victims?" Without further delay, Su Rue and Khan departed, heading towards other rooms. As they exited, several young law enforcement officials emerged from the room. "Deputy, what transpired just now? And who were those two individuals?" In response to the inquiry, the middle-aged officer did not conceal the truth, but rather succinctly informed them. Upon receiving the middle-aged officer's account, the expressions of the young officials revealed their profound disquiet. Should this incident come to light, regardless of whether the mission was resolved or the case unraveled, the law enforcement officers of Yunhe Town would become the subject of ridicule. Not only would they bear the brunt, but even Master Weiss, who had been dispatched to assist, would also find himself entangled in this predicament. A few young officers contemplated speaking up, but as memories of the grim situation and the utter lack of progress flooded their minds, they fell silent. They could not resolve the case. Did that mean others should not be allowed to seek genuine solutions? What sort of logic was that? While they did not blame the burly man for his actions, they remained skeptical of Su Rue and Khan's ability to achieve any significant breakthroughs. If seasoned law enforcement officials could not decipher the case, how could two adventurers from a remote town possibly succeed? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Chapter 31. The unusual nightmare serpent. Here is the room where our young master resides. A gentle voice from the butler echoed outside the door. With a soft click, the door swung open. Without hesitation, Su Rue and Khan stepped inside to commence their examination. Just moments prior, they had meticulously reviewed the peculiar incidents that had transpired in this place over the past week, during which nearly 10 individuals had met their untimely demise. What was particularly striking about these fatalities was their connection to the family patriarch, Byrne. To be precise, each victim bore a familial bond to him. The two soon found themselves at the foot of the bed, and upon observing the serene smile on the face of the occupant, they exchanged knowing glances. As if reaching an unspoken accord, Khan turned to the butler waiting at the door. "Sir Butler, we have completed our inspection. May we proceed to the next room?" The butler, taken aback by their response, had anticipated a more thorough search akin to what the neighboring enforcers were undertaking. However, the current situation compelled him to question their intentions. "Excuse me, are you saying you wish to move to the second room for inspection?" Khan nodded calmly. "Indeed." With that affirmation, the butler sighed in resignation, perhaps already categorizing Su Rue and Khan as dubious characters in his mind. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his doubts and continued to comply with their wishes, as it was his master's directive. Su Rue and Khan did not linger but swiftly departed the room. Their haste was not without reason. During their journey, they had engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the phenomenon of the nightmare serpent. They were acutely aware that the true nightmare serpent would leave no physical traces upon its victims. In fact, It was rather unfortunate to say that if there were any clues, the enforcers would have uncovered them long ago, and conclusions would have been drawn. The absence of any leads or progress was telling. Su-Rue and Khan did not consider themselves particularly adept at investigation, thus. They deemed it more prudent to examine the expressions of the deceased rather than the corpses themselves. The nightmare serpent, upon consuming a victim's dreams, bestowed upon them a sense of bliss, causing them to wear smiles even in death. This method was merely to ascertain whether the elusive culprit was indeed the nightmare serpent. Once confirmed, their objective would be fulfilled. And so, one room after another was scrutinized, leading Su-Rue and Khan to gradually solidify their belief in the existence of the nightmare serpent. It should be undeniable, boss. Tonight, you ought to be able to resolve this matter, Khan expressed with excitement. Su-Rue merely nodded, deep in thought. What weighs on your mind? Khan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Su-Rue voiced a question. You mentioned earlier that the nightmare serpent is exceedingly rare and elusive, thus few are aware of their existence, correct? Khan nodded, perplexed by Su-Rue's line of questioning. Su-Rue gazed into Khan's eyes and retorted, but considering today's circumstances, do you truly believe their movements are concealed? That's absurd. The nightmare serpent has practically decimated this wealthy family, specifically targeting those of the same bloodline, and doing so at least once a day without fail. Is that what you call elusive? It's as if they're devouring everything in sight, leaving no one to report to the authorities. Khan was momentarily stunned by Su-Rue's observation. Indeed, if all nightmare serpents behaved as boldly as this one, they would have long since been catalogued. How could they be as scarce as described in literature, with most accounts failing to acknowledge their existence? Khan mused, furrowing his brow. No, that is not right. The texts indicate that the nightmare serpent does not exhibit such behavior. Boss, I believe I've pinpointed the inconsistency. Khan exclaimed. The texts state that while the nightmare serpent does consume dreams, its actions are largely random. It does not confine itself to a specific location for sustenance. Nor does it engage in singular plundering of a particular family or faction. This randomness accounts for their insubstantial presence. Furthermore, Khan recalled that the texts mentioned the nightmare serpent required considerable time to digest a consumed dream, often taking a week or even two. Upon hearing Khan's insights, Su-Rue began to form a hypothesis. The randomness in the nightmare serpent's consumption of souls was intrinsic to its nature, and the subsequent need for digestion was part of their biological mechanism. Typically, one's nature and mechanism remain constant, akin to how a donkey is inherently stubborn, every donkey, without exception. The same principle applies to mechanisms. For instance, a monkey can only consume a finite number of bananas in one sitting. It would be unreasonable to expect a single monkey to devour an entire truckload at once. However, the current situation suggested a deviation from this norm. Thus, Su-Rue surmised that external forces must be at play, deliberately steering or altering the course of events. Of course, the notion of multiple nightmare serpents coincidentally collaborating was entirely dismissed by Su-Rue. He had previously learned about their behavioral traits, and although the texts were not exhaustive, they indicated that nightmare serpents rarely cohabited harmoniously. The likelihood of them forming a group was minuscule, if not non-existent. It was far more plausible that someone was orchestrating these events behind the scenes. With this realization, Su-Rue felt a sense of clarity. If this were indeed the case, they would need to enlist the assistance of the enforcers. Looking toward the butler, he stated, "Take me to Mr. Byrne. We have discerned the orchestrator behind these disturbances." The butler, though surprised by Su-Rue's assertion, complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the empty corridor, a few young enforcers sat despondently, their faces etched with despair, as if they had lost all hope for a brighter future, like salted fish staring blankly at the ceiling. A middle-aged enforcer emerged from a room, frowning at the dejected group. "What are you all doing on the floor? Get up." Hearing their superior's command, the young enforcers reluctantly rose, their unwillingness evident. Observing their demeanor, the middle-aged enforcer began to offer words of encouragement. "You are still young. You can't let a small setback defeat you. The world is vast, and there are countless cases for us to solve. Failure is not daunting, nor is stagnation. What truly matters is persistence. Look at those two adventurers. Even though they hail from a remote town. However, upon their arrival, they chose to search for information in other rooms, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Listening to their superior, who relentlessly continued to speak like a machine gun, the young officers wore expressions of exasperation, as if the words entered through one ear and exited through the other. "Here we go again. The deputy is back in teaching mode," one murmured. Indeed, that classic line about being young and unable to endure a little hardship is truly a staple. It never fails to make an appearance. Another sighed. "I am so exhausted. Who will rescue me from his incessant preaching?" The young law enforcers whispered among themselves, with some even stifling yawns. One officer, after yawning, instinctively glanced to the right. And in that moment, his previously dazed expression was illuminated with a spark of clarity. "Look, the middle-aged officer is still going on," he exclaimed, quickly pointing to the right. "Deputy, the two adventurers have returned." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged officer paused momentarily and turned to look, only to see three figures slowly approaching them from the end of the corridor. Chapter 32. The truth revealed upon the arrival of Su-Rue and his companion. The middle-aged law enforcement officer was rendered speechless. He had just been praising them to a junior officer, only to have his words come back to haunt him almost instantaneously. Observing the flustered expression of his superior, the young officer could hardly contain his laughter. The middle-aged officer shot them a stern glance, prompting the younger officers to lower their heads in embarrassment, though the muffled chuckles persisted. With a resigned sigh, the middle-aged officer conceded defeat, after all. Who was he to stifle their amusement? It was he who had misjudged the situation. Just as he grappled with his frustration, the butler approached. Due to the ongoing enforcement situation inside, he refrained from entering the room and instead bowed respectfully before the middle-aged officer, inquiring, "Is our master inside?" Nodding in response. The officer kindly summoned the burly man with the bushy beard from within. When the bearded man emerged, his face bore traces of sorrow, for inside lay his half-sister. Stepping out in confusion, he was met by the waiting butler and Su-Rue. "Hey, you too," he exclaimed, bewilderment etched across his features. Meanwhile, the younger officers stifled their laughter, whispering amongst themselves, "Look who is back. And what a pity. They should have at least pretended a little longer." Their hushed banter continued. And upon hearing the bearded man's confusion, Khan stepped forward calmly. "Mr. Byrne, we have come to inform you that we have found the true culprit behind this incident." At these words, the previously amused young officers froze, while the middle-aged officer and the butler instinctively turned their heads. What? The room fell silent. Everyone momentarily at a loss. They had anticipated Su-Rue and his companion might declare their inability to assist or offer some vague details. They had certainly not expected the revelation that they had identified the true perpetrator. After a brief pause, each individual grappled with their own thoughts, disappointment, disdain, and a myriad of emotions. In essence, their collective sentiment was one of disbelief. This was especially true for the butler, who had witnessed the lackadaisical manner in which Su-Rue and his companion conducted their previous investigation. Yet, with their assertion, he felt compelled to remain silent. After all, he was merely a butler. Contrasting with the other's skepticism, the bearded man's expression was a mixture of doubt and hope. "Mr. Khan, Mr. Su-Rue, you're not jesting with me, are you? You claim to have found the mastermind behind the suffering of my family?" His tone, though tinged with skepticism, was laced with excitement. This could signify the potential for his family's salvation. As he spoke, a figure emerged from the room, none other than the elderly gentleman with white hair. Weiss. He had overheard the conversation and, intrigued, inquired, "Might I trouble you for a few questions? How have you come to this conclusion regarding the true culprit? And who exactly is it?" Realizing his choice of words may have been inappropriate, the elder quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon, my inquiry carries no offense. I merely seek clarification, as we have exhausted every avenue without any progress." In response to Weiss's question, Khan glanced back at Su-Rue, who stepped forward to address the elder. "Sir, you needn't be so formal. There is nothing we cannot share. Rather than relying solely on minutiae, we first established a target and then worked backward to ascertain the individual's identity. Thankfully, our luck was fortuitous, and we managed to deduce correctly. Thus, Su-Rue elaborated on the smiling victim and the nightmarish serpent, conveying the information that had led them to this point. Their purpose for visiting was to invite the law enforcement officers to partake in the mission. Though he possessed great confidence in his ability to confront the creature and its master, he was aware that this would leave Mr. Byrne without any form of protection. While Su-Rue was indeed decisive, he was not indiscriminately violent. He had never harmed those who were innocent or defenseless, only those who posed a threat to him or his loved ones. Having accepted Mr. Byrne's task, Su-Rue felt a moral obligation to assist him. Listening to Su-Rue, Weiss nodded repeatedly, a look of realization dawning upon him. "I see now. How enlightening." The rest of the group was left in a state of shock, particularly the younger officers, whose incredulity was palpable. "Wait, you actually figured it out? If that is the case, doesn't it make us look utterly foolish?" The middle-aged officer sighed, coming to terms with the situation. "So that's how it is. They've already unraveled the mystery, while I mistakenly thought." His thoughts trailed off, realizing he had misjudged the capabilities of these two supposed amateurs, who had outshone the so-called professionals. However, the officer's discontent was short-lived. He turned his attention to the younger officers, who were now diligently flipping through books, reviewing notes, and seeking to verify the authenticity of the nightmarish serpent. Their industriousness filled him with pride. Perhaps this was a fortuitous outcome after all. As the scene unfolded, the butler and the bearded man expressed their gratitude towards Su-Rue. The butler, slightly embarrassed for his earlier misjudgment, offered a nod of thanks, while the burly man could hardly contain his excitement. "I'm saved. My family will be saved." His face flushed with exhilaration. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Yet, his ingrained manners prevented him from acting inappropriately, leaving him in an awkward state. Meanwhile, Su-Rue chose not to dwell on their reactions but instead focused on the only other silver-tier professional present, the white-haired elder. "Old sir, in addition to clarifying your doubts, I have one more matter for which I seek your assistance." Chapter 33, The Most Potent Barrier Magic of Level 2, for Seal-Locking Realm in the Spacious Corridor. A collective gasp escaped everyone upon hearing Su-Rue's request. Indeed, Su-Rue nodded and articulated his earlier suspicions in detail. He expressed his belief that there was a hidden force propelling the Nightmare Serpent from behind, elaborating on the rationale behind such a conjecture. The others, upon hearing Su Rui's insights, nodded in agreement, particularly the youthful enforcers, who adopted a knowing demeanor after digesting his speculation. Oh. So it turns out you and Appos, lacking strength and are seeking our assistance? One of them remarked, a hint of pride coloring their voice. After all, they were legitimate enforcers. How could they possibly be inferior to an ordinary adventurer? In contrast to the youthful enforcer's self-satisfaction, an elderly man with white hair solemnly concurred with Su Rui's plea. No problem. When you require my aid, I shall lend my hand. He instinctively glanced at a middle-aged enforcer standing nearby. The latter, recognizing the situation, promptly responded with sincerity, absolutely. Ensuring the safety of the populace is our duty as enforcers. He paused slightly, casting a glance at the younger enforcers, who, upon meeting his gaze, averted their eyes. Now humbled, as long as our young brother requires assistance, we shall risk our lives to confront the Nightmare Serpent and the mysterious force behind it. Upon witnessing the grave expressions of the two men, Su Rui quickly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. I didn't ask the enforcers to come and claim my kills. If all the enforcers engaged, what if they inadvertently snatched his glory? He wouldn't receive any rewards for assisting them. Thus, Su Rui hastily began to clarify his intentions. According to Su Rui's perspective, the reasons for inviting them were straightforward and could be divided into 2 points. First, they could serve as protectors when the battle commenced, acting as bait. After all, the Nightmare Serpent and the forces behind it were not fools. To lure the Nightmare Serpent, one must convincingly stage a performance, perhaps even playing for real. The second point was that after drawing out the Nightmare Serpent, Su Rui would need to leverage it to unveil the powers lurking behind. However, once these forces were revealed, he would inevitably require time to deal with the Nightmare Serpent. After all, taking a life necessitates time. Therefore, he needed to eliminate the forces behind the Nightmare Serpent swiftly and then locate the serpent itself to ultimately vanquish it. As the saying goes, to take one's money is to resolve their calamities. Although the remuneration offered did not particularly entice him, having accepted the task, he felt it was his fundamental duty to assist others in achieving a flawless resolution. This was his modus operandi, embodying the spirit of a contract. After hearing Su Rui's explanation, those present were momentarily taken aback. Initially, they had presumed Su Rui sought to leverage their strength to confront the Nightmare Serpent and its accompanying force. However, they were astonished to learn that his plan was so audacious, asking them to play supportive roles throughout. Consequently, the youthful enforcers cast skeptical glances at Su Rui. Not only them, but even the middle-aged enforcer could not help but interject, "Young brother, are you suggesting that when facing the Nightmare Serpent tonight, you will rely solely on yourself? We don't doubt your abilities, but confronting the Nightmare Serpent alongside its hidden force might be a tad excessive." His words trailed off. Yet the implication of disbelief was palpable. The elderly man observed the exchange, while the middle-aged enforcer glanced at Su Rui, who wore a calm smile without uttering a word. In truth, he was curious to see what justified Su Rui's audacious claims. However, faced with skepticism, Su Rui could only sigh helplessly. Before he could articulate a response, Khan stepped forward, producing a document resembling a personal dossier. He swiftly approached the group, distributing a copy to each individual. The report contained a detailed account of Su Rui's previous achievements, culminating in an impressive endorsement from the Adventurers Guild of Zitter Town. Upon completing this task, Khan turned back to Su Rui, discreetly giving him a thumbs up, as if to say, "Boss, I've prepared everything." Seeing Khan's expression, a smile crept across Su Rui's lips. What a talented individual! The others scrutinized the information about Su Rui, and their astonishment grew as they noted his impressive titles, Monster Slayer, the mightiest adventurer of Zitter Town, among others. As their gazes fell further down the document, revealing Su Rui's terrifying track record, they could not suppress gasps of disbelief. What the hell? An 8-star bronze troll? Su Rui single-handedly? Wait, isn't he younger than us? What has he been consuming to become this formidable? Moreover, I had heard of this Monster Slayer before. According to the Adventurers Guild of Zitter Town's investigation, aside from Su Rui, there were no other bodies or equipment found at the scene. Indeed, that battle was against a 5-member team of professionals. Yet, there were no signs of conflict between that team and the troll. Only traces of Su Rui remained. Are you implying that Su Rui first engaged in a fierce battle, eliminating the adventurer team before confronting the troll? Thus, the youthful enforcers stood in a state of bewilderment. It wasn't just them. Even the middle-aged enforcer gazed incredulously at the record in his hands. Is this even human? These achievements are beyond what one could realistically attain. To face an 8-star bronze troll, even he could not guarantee victory. Moreover, Su Rui had recently endured a fierce battle. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he slowly turned to Su Rui, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, he finally comprehended the source of the young man's confidence, an unwavering belief in his own strength and an assurance that he could command the unfolding battle. The elderly man, having perused the document, erupted into hearty laughter, his eyes brimming with admiration as he regarded Su Rui. Impressive, truly impressive. The world indeed belongs to the youth. That adage holds true. Since the young brother wishes to take matters into his own hands, I shall refrain from further commentary. With that, he retrieved 4 intricately carved wooden tokens from his pocket. This is a barrier formation I studied previously. Once activated, it can control all changes within the barrier. And most importantly, the barrier's walls are exceptionally resilient. He paused, pride illuminating his expression. This is renowned as the most formidable level 2 barrier magic. The 4 Seal Locking Realm. Chapter 34. The Nightmare Serpent and the Explosive Head, the 4 Seal Locking Barrier. Upon the mention of this formidable formation, the enforcers gasped in astonishment, their eyes alight with excitement and exuberance. After all, this was reputed to be the most potent barrier magic of the 2nd tier. Unlike creatures or innate abilities, such as martial arts or spells, the existence of such powers could be acquired through skill mastery and diligent study. They resembled the techniques found in martial arts novels. The world categorizes these inheritable abilities into a well-defined hierarchy. The 1st tier corresponds to bronze, while the 2nd tier aligns with silver. Consequently, the higher the tier, the greater the power and complexity of the martial arts or magic. However, if they could master techniques beyond their tier, even in a superficial manner, they might exhibit exceptional prowess among their peers. The 4 Seal Locking Barrier. As the renowned technique of Weiss, was indeed a tantalizing temptation for these bronze tier enforcers, even for the middle-aged enforcer who was on the cusp of silver tier. In contrast to the enforcer's fervor, the rest of the group remained relatively indifferent. This was simply because they were not professionals and thus could not wield such powers. Although techniques like martial arts or spells were not strictly limited to professional types, the fundamental prerequisite for long-term mastery was a sufficient reservoir of magical energy. Ordinary individuals possessed some magical energy within them. However, the feeble nature of this energy clearly did not meet such criteria. As for Su Rue, his disdain was palpable. After all, learning such skills implied a significant investment of time that could be better spent vanquishing more magical creatures. In that case, not only could he enhance his skills but also elevate his level by several degrees. Why would he waste his extraordinary abilities to train like them? The group did not linger on this matter for long. With the burly man stepping forward to volunteer as bait, the plan for tonight's ambush was officially set. The elderly man with white hair spoke first, preparing to take his leave. Now that the plan was established, he felt no need to remain any longer. He elucidated the reasons for his departure. While the 4 Seal Locking Barrier was indeed powerful, the conditions required for its formation were exceedingly stringent. It not only necessitated sufficient personal strength but, more crucially, the attributes of the participants had to harmonize perfectly with the barrier itself. Upon hearing this, Su Rue and the others refrained from further comments. After agreeing to reconvene before sunset, Su Rue and Khan prepared to depart. Indeed, they had their own tasks at hand. Although the plan now encompassed bait, ambush, extermination, and conclusion, one crucial aspect remained unresolved: how to determine when the bait successfully attracted the Nightmare Serpent. After all, the Nightmare Serpent traversed through the dreams of others and would not manifest in the real world, instead temporarily residing within the dreams of the bait. Thus, external observation was virtually impossible. If this issue remained unaddressed, the ambush would be rendered futile. As for the solution, Su Rue had already devised a strategy. He turned to the burly man and inquired, "Mr. Byrne, might there be a potion shop in the vicinity?" Upon hearing Su Rue's question, the burly man promptly replied, "Indeed, there is. Allow me to direct Mr. Su Rue and Mr. Khan to the shop of Big Tongue. All expenses incurred will be covered by us." The butler nodded in agreement, and thus, Su Rue, Khan, and the butler set off in another direction. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated house at the edge of the town, despite it being daytime, the room was shrouded in darkness due to intentional obstructions. The faint glimmers of light filtering through the cracks in the window allowed a glimpse into the room, which could only be described in 3 words: filthy, chaotic, and deplorable. Empty beer bottles, unidentified white paper scraps, and cockroaches and rats scuttling in the corners contributed to the dismal atmosphere, which was further permeated by dampness and an odd odor. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound echoed in the room. A black-purple serpent adorned with intricate patterns slithered through the doorway, measuring several meters in length. Its markings resembled the anguished faces of despairing individuals, lending it an eerie appearance. The serpent meandered through the room, seemingly venting its dissatisfaction by occasionally crashing into the litter strewn across the floor. Outside the room, a resigned voice emerged. "I implore you to endure just a little longer. I know you find this environment unworthy of your stature. Do you think I wish to reside in this wretched place? But our purpose here is to remain inconspicuous. This town is likely crawling with enforcers conducting covert searches. If we swagger about seeking opulent lodgings, I fear we may not escape. Just bear with me for a few more days, and once you ascend to silver tier, we shall depart. Is that agreeable?" The sound of footsteps approached, and a figure materialized at the doorway. A human with a notably slender build, characterized by an explosive hairstyle that made him stand out. His face bore an expression of helplessness. However, the Nightmare Serpent showed no signs of placation in response to the explosive-haired man's counsel. Instead, it bared its fangs and emitted a threatening hiss. Observing the serpent's demeanor, the explosive-haired man's expression darkened. "Indeed, I recognize your significance in our master's plan. But do not forget, Our master does not rely solely on you. You must come to terms with your position. We chose you, not the other way around. His tone carried a hint of menace. I advise you to clarify your standing swiftly. Upon hearing the explosive-haired man's threat, the nightmare serpent quieted considerably. After issuing a final discontented hiss, it ceased its strange noises. Satisfied with this development, the explosive-haired man let out a cold snort and turned his attention elsewhere. Chapter 35. The Lisping Apothecary is one of the more prestigious establishments in Yunnan town. It has excelled economically and in various other aspects, far surpassing other towns. The spacious avenues are bustling with a multitude of people. It is midday, and those who have toiled throughout the morning are now strolling along the streets. Suddenly, a horse-drawn carriage speeds down the thoroughfare. As it comes to a halt, two individuals alight from the carriage. Mr. Butler, our tasks may take some time, so there is no need to wait for us, one of them, Su Rue, remarks. The butler, beaming with a smile, responds, Mr. Su Rue, how could I do that? The master instructed me to escort you both here. Returning now would surely invite reprimand. Please, do not concern yourself. I shall wait here. We will depart once you have completed your business, the butler insists. With this, Su Rue feels compelled to remain silent. He turns and walks towards a modestly adorned apothecary. As the transparent glass door swings open, Su Rue and Khan step inside the potion shop. Upon their entrance, they are met with a striking arrangement within the store. How shall one describe it? It is grand, indeed. More than grandeur, there is an air of mystery that permeates the space. The shop is flanked by rows of glass cabinets, each housing an array of potion vials. These potions, in hues of blue, red, and green, are contained within transparent glass tubes, enhancing the shop's ambience. It hardly resembles an ordinary apothecary. Rather, it feels like a showcase of concoctions crafted by some eccentric scientist. Khan gazes around, his curiosity piqued. He has visited potion shops before, yet none have been as extraordinary as this one. As the two enter deeper into the establishment, a figure descends from a shadowy staircase at the back. It is a slender, middle-aged man, his stature diminutive, donning protective goggles and a suit reminiscent of a laboratory coat. He bears the appearance of a chemist engaged in biochemical research. Are you here to purchase potions? The shopkeeper inquires, his speech marked by a lisp that renders his voice as though it were coated in syrup. Su Rue recognizes the lisp as the one mentioned by Byrne. With a warm smile, Su Rue steps forward. Greetings, we seek to procure some potions. He presents a prepared list of potions he has compiled during his journey here. The lisping apothecary examines the list, his expression turning contemplative. Noticing this, Su Rue's brow furrows in confusion. What is it? The apothecary, seemingly jolted from his reverie, looks up at Su Rue. What purpose do you have for these potions? Taken aback, Su Rue instinctively reacts with irritation. What do you mean? Since when must one disclose the use of a potion to its seller? This is beyond unusual. The items on his list are merely commonplace potions, such as a sleeping draught and a healing tincture. Sensing Su Rue's displeasure, the apothecary hastily raises his hands in apology. I beg your pardon, sir. I did not mean to offend. It's just this is quite astonishing. He pauses. Then, with a hint of fervor and uncertainty, he poses a question. May I inquire? Are you concocting a potion to stabilize the soul, to prevent it from harm? Indeed, that is not all. Based on your list, it seems you are also preparing to create a potion that induces a state of apparent death. Am I correct? Su Rue's eyes widen in surprise at the accuracy of the apothecary's deductions. Yes, he intends to combine these potions for a specific purpose, to ensure the stability of the soul of his companion, the bearded man, protecting him from sudden demise during an encounter with the nightmarish serpent. The potion that simulates death is meant to create a noticeable change in his body, serving as a signal of the serpent's approach. Curiously, Su Rue regards the lisping apothecary and inquires, you are familiar with the formula for these potions? This knowledge had been shared with him by his elder brother, a seasoned practitioner who had become well acquainted with the local apothecary after enduring numerous injuries. The apothecary shakes his head, a hint of humility in his demeanor. No, I am not privy to the formula. I merely conducted a basic simulation and deduction based on the properties of the potions you intend to purchase. Understanding dawns on Su Rue, yet his astonishment remains unabated. The ability to deduce such intricate details from a mere list of potions is indeed remarkable. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man possessed such extraordinary skills. After confirming his deductions, the apothecary does not linger. He rummages behind the counter, but the search does not last long. Soon, he reemerges, an apologetic expression gracing his features. I regret to inform you that the bark potion is out of stock. If you do not mind waiting for 2 hours, I assure you I will have all the potions prepared by then. Su Rue nods, choosing not to voice any objections. Meanwhile, Khan is captivated by a half-broken staff hanging on the wall, seemingly resonating with some deeper affinity, drawing him in with its allure. Chapter 36. The strange staff. This sensation felt peculiar, almost magical. It seemed as if it were calling out to me. My heart raced with excitement. As Khan pondered this, his body instinctively leaned forward. He extended his palm, slowly reaching towards the half-staff mounted on the wall. Just as he was about to touch it, a new guest entered the room. Boss, do you have any strength potions left? It was a muscular man clad in heavy armor, radiating positivity and vigor, evidently preparing to embark on a mission with his comrades. Khan was jolted back to reality. The tranquility in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sudden clarity. He glanced at his hand, then around, bewildered by his own position. How did I get here? What just happened? He scratched his head, clearly unable to recall the preceding moments. He looked left and right, ultimately meeting Surue's gaze. Right. With the boss waiting for potions, I should be diligently learning. How careless of me to lose focus at such a crucial moment, he thought, pulling out a little notebook to record the transaction between Surue and the other party regarding the potions. This was to ensure that when he eventually visited the potion shop himself, he wouldn't be utterly clueless. Upon witnessing Khan's demeanor, Surue felt a twinge of confusion. What had just transpired with Khan? It seemed he had been captivated by something, and due to the interruption caused by the group, he might not even recall what had just occurred. What could this mean? Surue cast a sidelong glance at the half-staff on the wall, feeling no particular attraction to it, even finding it less intriguing than an oddly shaped twig. Was it only effective for Khan, or was there some other reason? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he vividly recalled the last encounter with the group in the Troll's Cavern. One must remember, while the muscle and bones of monsters could be fashioned into weapons, potions, and other combat aids, the flesh and bones of professionals were also considerable nourishment for the beasts. At that moment, not a single ordinary person had drawn the attention of the trolls as Khan had. He could still vividly remember how frenzied the trolls had been upon seeing Khan. It seemed this new recruit of his was no ordinary individual. The half-staff must surely possess some extraordinary qualities. Surue returned his gaze to the large-tongued fellow, who had just returned after fetching strength potions for that group. As he was about to pass Surue, the latter spoke up. "Excuse me, apothecary. May I inquire where you obtained that half-staff?" Upon hearing Surue's question, the large-tongued man instinctively halted. He glanced at the half-staff indicated by Surue and casually replied, "Oh, that? I found it a while back while wandering on the mountain. I've always dreamed of being a professional, but due to my lack of talent, I never became one. I thought I might as well keep it as a memento, even if it's broken." At this point, he curiously asked, "What's the matter? Mr. Surue, do you recognize that half-staff?" Surue gently shook his head. "No, I'm merely curious. With so many decorations related to potions in your establishment, it's quite intriguing to see a half-staff hanging on the wall." Hearing Surue's inquiry, the large-tongued man burst into hearty laughter. Surue nodded, casting another glance at the half-staff as he contemplated its significance. Clearly, it was no ordinary object, and it might even be connected to Khan himself. Therefore, whether out of self-interest or a promise made to Khan, he needed to devise a means to acquire it. However, time was short, and any rash action might alert the owner. Thus, it would be wise to leave it for now. It wouldn't disappear immediately. And so, time swiftly passed. And 2 hours later, after the large-tongued man handed Surue a package wrapped in the hide of an unknown beast containing several potions, Surue and Khan departed. They boarded a carriage and headed back in the direction they had come. Upon their return to the affluent manor, Surue encountered a familiar group. In the spacious corridor, several young enforcers paced anxiously, their demeanor reflecting their urgency. Surue spotted them, and they too noticed him. Seemingly finding a glimmer of hope, the young enforcers hurriedly approached Surue. Mr. Surue, the leader, a very young man with short hair, spoke up. Given that he had previously mocked Surue, he felt a certain awkwardness while addressing him as Mr. Surue. Surue, however, felt no resentment. Instead, he was filled with curiosity. It was not yet time for their gathering, so why were they here? It appeared they had been awaiting his arrival. "Are you waiting for me?" Surue asked, perplexed. The young enforcer glanced at his companions, seemingly grappling with something difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, he finally nodded resolutely. "Yes, we indeed came to wait for you, Mr. Surue." He explained their predicament clearly. Since their return, they had been tirelessly searching for individuals to participate in the Four Sealock realm. However, due to the rarity of suitable candidates, they had yet to find the missing fourth person. The Four Sealock realm required 4 points in the cardinal directions to activate. Without one, it could not commence. In desperation, they had decided to consult Surue, hoping to delay the plan until tomorrow or even the day after, allowing them to hastily gather the original 4 partners of Weiss. Surue, however, immediately rejected the idea. That won't he do. The young enforcers grew anxious at Surue's firm refusal. Before they could voice their concerns, Surue's next statement rendered them speechless. At the current pace of the nightmarish serpent, how long do you think Mr. Byrne can hold out? By tomorrow or the day after, his family, and perhaps even he himself, may be no more. Chapter 37, the final position in the spacious corridor. A group of young law enforcers gazed at Surue in silence. Indeed, they found themselves at a loss for words. According to their beliefs, even if Mr. Byrne's family were not completely annihilated, they would certainly face dire consequences. As enforcers, they could not gamble with the lives of the victims. Yet now, it seemed they had no other alternatives. Should they seek out others? Perhaps those with the prowess of adventurers? It was crucial to remember that their arrangements were intended to unveil the nightmarish serpent and the forces behind it. The identity of the power lurking behind the nightmarish serpent remained a mystery, No one knew who or what it was. If they were to inadvertently leak any information, would their efforts still hold any significance? Thus, the corridor fell into a profound silence. Just as the atmosphere grew uncomfortable, a faint voice broke through. Why not? Allow me to try? The group instinctively turned their heads. The speaker was Khan, who had been standing beside Su Rue. At that moment, Khan raised his hand hesitantly. His eyes filled with trepidation, exuding an air of uncertainty. You? The young law enforcers raised their eyebrows in surprise. According to their investigation, Khan appeared to be merely Su Rue's assistant, an ordinary individual, was he not? Not only the enforcers, but even Su Rue was perplexed by Khan's intentions. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Khan had not demonstrated remarkable boldness in their previous encounters. Yet, faced with the questioning gazes of those around him, Khan nodded resolutely. Did you not previously mention that ordinary individuals also have a chance? Therefore, I wish to give it a try. Khan's thought process was quite straightforward. He acknowledged his lack of courage. He was acutely aware that his ordinary status could expose him to peril. And he understood that the likelihood of his success was exceedingly slim, especially since even those with professional backgrounds had failed. Nevertheless, he chose to make the attempt. Driven by a desire to ensure the mission's success, it was as simple as that. He aspired to become a professional. He believed that danger was an inevitable companion on this path. He may not be brave, but he would never be cowardly. Sensing the determination in Khan's eyes, the young law enforcers ultimately acquiesced. Very well, if that is the case, then you shall accompany us for now. Su Rue gazed silently into Khan's eyes, withholding further words. Meanwhile, at the Yunhe Town Enforcement Headquarters, a lengthy queue formed along the corridor. Each individual in line was clad in the uniform of a law enforcer. At the end of the line stood a room where a white-haired elder tested each enforcer as they entered. Now, grasp the wooden plaque. Can you sense anything with your eyes closed? The elder gently guided the young enforcer, who tightly shut his eyes, ultimately surrendering in frustration. Observing this, the elder shook his head lightly. Ah, you may leave now. The young enforcer rose and performed a deep bow of respect toward the elder, who was revered as the Silver Scepter. As the young enforcer exited, another of similar age stepped into the room. Outside the corridor, two middle-aged enforcers quietly discussed the lengthy line. The first to speak was the middle-aged enforcer from the Bearded Manor. These are all enforcers I brought over from the neighboring towns of Notian and Hongzhou. If even they cannot gather the final participant, then this plan is truly in jeopardy. Upon saying this, the middle-aged enforcer sighed helplessly and patted his colleague's shoulder. Seeing his colleague's demeanor evoked an unexpected smile on the other man's face. Ah, my junior. I never imagined you would have a day filled with such concern. Do not worry, I have arranged everything. Even if none of these individuals can adapt to Lord Weiss's requirements, it should not pose a grave issue. Upon hearing his senior's words, the middle-aged enforcer felt a mix of surprise and curiosity. Oh, what do you mean? The senior enforcer cast a meaningful glance at his junior. Isn't it simple? We can simply invite Lord Weiss's original 4 partners over. If we manage to bring them, let alone a trivial nightmarish serpent, as long as no gold-tier individuals appear, they will all meet their demise. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged enforcer's expression darkened, revealing his dismay. Senior, you do not understand. Not only is it possible that Lord Weiss and Appos, as 4 partners, are engaged with other matters, but even if they are available, the distance is far too great for them to arrive in a timely manner. He paused for a moment, then spoke earnestly. This plan cannot be delayed. Every day we postpone results in the loss of lives. The senior enforcer and Appos' brow furrowed, and in that moment, he grasped the gravity of the situation. They silently observed the long line, and as the last young enforcer entered the room, leaving the corridor empty, they fully comprehended that hope had vanished. They exchanged glances, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. The middle-aged enforcer opened his mouth to speak but was met with another heavy sigh. Alas! Just as the sigh echoed in the air, urgent footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. The two instinctively turned to see the group of young enforcers, along with Su Rue and Khan, hastening toward them. The young enforcers exchanged brief greetings before ushering Khan and the others into the room occupied by the white-haired elder. Naturally, Su Rue followed suit. Inside the room, Weiss had just finished testing the last young enforcer, who had failed, of course, just as the elder contemplated alternative methods. The group of young enforcers burst in with Khan and Su Rue. Lord Weiss, I have brought individuals for you to test for compatibility, announced the leading young enforcer, performing a deep bow before promptly guiding Khan to a seat. Observing the breathless Khan and the equally exhausted young enforcers, the elder sighed, deciding against testing Khan's compatibility. Do you understand what you are doing? Let us not forget, if that nightmarish serpent goes berserk tonight, he could very well lose his life. The elder's tone was grave as he pointed at Khan. Then, softening his demeanor, he regarded everyone with the warmth of a kind elder offering counsel. I understand your desire to resolve this case. However, sacrificing one ordinary person to save another is not the path we, as law enforcers, should tread. His words were directed not only at the young enforcers, but also resonated with Khan and Su Rue, just as the young enforcers were at a loss. Khan stepped forward with determination in his eyes. Sir, perhaps you are correct. Yet, there is one thing in which you are mistaken. Meeting the elder's inquiring gaze, Khan took a deep breath. In a single breath, it appeared that his previously tumultuous heart had found resolute conviction. That is to say, I am certainly not a worthless burden, but rather a capable individual who can follow in the footsteps of the leader, and one day, perhaps, stand independently as Khan. Chapter 38. Successful Adaptation. The plan commences. Silence enveloped the room, where a dozen individuals gathered. The atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Apart from Khan and Apos, as slightly labored breathing, the others remained utterly still. The elderly man with white hair engaged in a silent stare with Khan. Their resolute gazes locked in mutual understanding. Moments slipped by, each second heavy with anticipation, until finally, the elder exhaled a deep sigh and acquiesced. Very well. Since you have made this decision, I shall not press further. However, before we commence, I must ask you one final question. Are you certain about this adaptation? The probability of success for an ordinary individual is exceedingly low, though not impossible. Should you succeed, the subsequent course of events will be beyond your control. Khan did not respond verbally. Instead, he nodded in affirmation. The elder acknowledged him with a look of admiration and respect. He then produced a wooden plaque, the last of the four that had been previously mentioned. Unlike the other plaques adorned with designs of flames, thunder, or droplets of water, this one depicted a grand tree. Each plaque bore its own significance. The prior three required one to possess a sufficiently pure magical affinity corresponding to their respective elements. This plaque, however, symbolized vitality. Indeed, while the four seals locking the realm appeared to function as a central hub accompanied by four auxiliary points, in truth, it comprised a primary center, one secondary center, and three auxiliary points. This final plaque represented that secondary center, which demanded ample vitality. It was precisely this vitality that facilitated the swift adaptation of the first three plaques. Yet this fourth plaque had long remained without a suitable candidate. The elder placed the plaque corresponding to the secondary center into Khan's hands. Now, close your eyes and see if you can sense anything, he said, guiding him softly with the same words as before. In truth, he held little hope for this attempt. The vitality associated with this plaque was typically represented by the element of wood. In this world, nearly everyone's magical abilities were classified by elemental attributes. The most common being water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth, with others such as wood and various elements also present. The origins of these elemental magics are shrouded in mystery. Some believe they are derived from the basic elemental magics, while others attribute them to divine gifts. Regardless, it is certain that these special magical elements are exceedingly rare, to the point of being nearly negligible. It had taken Khan considerable time to find a partner with a wood attribute. The elder observed Khan as he closed his eyes and attempted to connect, quietly anticipating failure. Yet, as Khan gripped the wooden plaque, an extraordinary phenomenon began to unfold. The previously colorless tree design shimmered with a vibrant green light. In that instant, a rich vitality blossomed from the small plaque, astonishing everyone present. Could it be a success? None expected that a mere ordinary individual would achieve what dozens had failed to do with the vitality plaque. The hearts of all were filled with a complex mix of emotions, excitement intertwined with disbelief. The elder's gaze toward Khan was tinged with an odd curiosity, as if he were both perplexed and intrigued. Strange, why is this vitality so potent? He mused. In his mind, he had anticipated that the plaque would emit merely a faint glow. Even his former partner had only managed to coax a weak aura from it. Yet here was Khan, an ordinary person, achieving this remarkable feat, an experience that left the elder both bewildered and astounded. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, the elder was deep in thought. Meanwhile, the younger enforcers, brimming with excitement, patted Khan on the shoulder. Khan, equally thrilled, nodded resolutely. With the final candidate confirmed, the plan could now be officially set into motion. My Lord Weiss, if there are no further matters, we shall take our leave, one of the young enforcers announced. Weiss, still in a daze from the earlier events, nodded absently. His mind remained preoccupied with the astonishing occurrence that had just unfolded. The elder, engrossed in thought, was not disturbed as the others departed. Khan shifted his gaze, excitedly looking at Surue, who affirmed his enthusiasm with a gentle nod. As Khan exited, only the elder and Surue remained in the room. Just before leaving, Surue cast a final glance at the contemplative elder. He had keenly noticed the elder's change in expression, leading him to consider the implications behind it. While others might assume the elder was merely astonished by Khan's success, Surue harbored different suspicions. The more he learned and interacted, the more he discovered about the secrets his companion held. What was the elder truly pondering? Though curious, Surue chose not to press further. Recognizing that it would be inappropriate to interrupt the elder and Apos' thoughts, it seemed wiser to wait until the task had concluded to inquire. With that, Surue withdrew his gaze and stepped out of the room. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. It was now 9 p.m. Amidst the darkness, a small estate illuminated with bright light stood in stark contrast. The cool night breeze swept through the air, adding to the eerie silence that permeated the estate. Hidden in the shadows of various corners were uniformed constables, their muscles taut and alert, akin to swords poised to strike. At the four corners of the estate, the adapters, each holding a wooden plaque, prepared themselves. Khan donned in heavy black armor. Goodness, this is so heavy. Khan exclaimed as he exerted considerable effort to remove his helmet, beads of sweat forming on his brow from the exertion, perhaps due to fatigue. He leaned against the wall for support. In the dimly lit central chamber of the estate, the elder sat cross-legged, a staff planted before him. Surrounding him were 4 candles, each burning with flames of different hues. His eyes were shut tight, a mysterious aura enveloping him. Meanwhile, in another room occupied by the burly man, darkness reigned, save for a few flickering candles casting weak light. Through the dim glow, one could see the burly man had long since retired to bed. Beside the bed, a shadowy figure remained motionless in the gloom. Suddenly, the slumbering figure stirred, emitting a muffled grunt. A subtle smile graced his previously expressionless face, and in an instant, his eyes snapped open, revealing crimson irises glimmering with excitement. It has begun. Chapter 39 in the dimly lit room. The once serene figure of the bearded man lay quietly on the bed, a smile gracing his lips. After a brief convulsion, his body became rigid, and his breath ceased. The effects of the death-like potion had taken hold. Unlike a true state of death, this potion required external interference to manifest its effects. The occurrence of this state signified that the nightmarish serpent had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Rue stepped forward to stand before the bearded man. One hand pried open his mouth, while the other poured a vial of purple elixir down his throat. This was a different potion, one designed to stabilize the soul. As Su Rue acted, the white-haired elder, who controlled the 4 seal-locking realm, decisively initiated the next phase. A faint green luminescent membrane slowly enveloped a small estate within the darkened world. Witnessing this, the group of enforcers, who had long been prepared, sprang into action. They forcefully kicked open the nearest door to the room. Upon entering, they roused the slumbering individuals within. This step was crucial to sever any potential escape routes the nightmarish serpent might take through the realm of dreams. After completing this task, they orderly evacuated the recently awakened, irrelevant individuals from the estate. Thanks to the elder's deliberate control, they faced no obstacles as they exited the barrier. Though the unfolding scenes appeared intricate, the entire process consumed no more than half a minute. Su Rue, within the room, meticulously observed his pocket watch, confirming the passage of 1 minute. With resolute intent, he delivered a swift slap to the bearded man's mouth. He did not exert excessive force. Had he done so, the impact would have reduced the man's head to mere pulp. Yet, even without full strength, the sound of the strike resonated sharply. Startled, the bearded man jolted awake. His cheeks swollen and his gaze hazy. He looked at Su Rue with a mix of confusion and disbelief, evidently still processing his surroundings. Just as he prepared to ask a question, a sudden sensation coursed through him. Something was rapidly extracting within him. A hissing sound echoed behind him, prompting an instinctual turn. There, he beheld a massive, purplish-black serpent adorned with bizarre patterns, locking eyes with him. The nightmarish serpent opened its maw wide, poised to strike. Feeling an icy chill surge through him, the bearded man screamed, "Ah!" In the next instant, a hand grasped the serpent's throat firmly, abruptly halting its advance. The serpent and Appo's hissing ceased, and it was swiftly yanked away, landing before a youth with golden hair and blood-red eyes. A sinister smile adorned the boy and Appo's face, his other hand gripping an exceptionally long axe. "Hello there." With a resounding crash, the glass shattered as the nightmarish serpent was propelled outward, entangled in the shards. Indeed, it was cast out, and in a diagonal trajectory. In midair, the serpent remained bewildered. Wasn't and Appo's it about to devour a dream? Why was it suddenly outside? And who was this individual attacking it without cause? Before it could comprehend the unfolding events, the familiar figure quickly flashed beside it. Faced with the serpent and Appo's gaping maw, Su Rue swung a fist. Up you go. This punch, devoid of any special technique, still possessed considerable power due to Su Rue and Appo's current strength. With a resounding thud, the serpent was once again sent flying. However, this time it left behind 2 venomous fangs as parting gifts. As Su Rue watched the serpent ascend into the sky, he vanished once more. The enforcers outside the barrier observed with astonished eyes, gazing up at Su Rue, who had transformed into a tyrant within the estate, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness, is Su Rue really this formidable? This is insane, absolutely insane. I previously thought his achievement in slaying that 8-star giant was exaggerated. But it seems that notion was utterly incorrect." Amidst the excitement of his junior colleagues, a middle-aged enforcer instinctively placed himself in the position of the nightmarish serpent. Perhaps images of the serpent being ruthlessly battered and pummeled flooded his mind. He soon abandoned this line of thought, muttering to himself, "Ugh, this is tiresome. Truly tiresome." Meanwhile, the explosive-haired figure outside observed the unfolding chaos within the barrier, standing frozen in contemplation. Indeed, he was weighing the decision of whether to rescue the nightmarish serpent. The current situation left the serpent exposed. Should he intervene, there was no guarantee he could save it. Yet, the thought of the imposing shadow in his mind compelled him to swallow hard. No, the nightmarish serpent cannot be harmed. Resolute, he decided he must act. With a glint of madness in his eyes, he began to weave complex gestures with his hands, murmuring obscure incantations. As his spell culminated, 2 clouds of purple mist swirled beside him, eventually materializing into two formidable creatures. One, a massive, brawny brown bear, boasted explosive muscles and a hide adorned with intricate patterns, reminiscent of elite warriors from ancient tribes. The other, a slightly larger sparrow, possessed an extra pair of wings, granting it exceptional agility in flight. As a priest, these two creatures were the embodiment of his dedicated efforts. Their presence often turned the tide in battles against foes of equal caliber. Thus, despite his prior hesitation, he had never considered the possibility that this ambush could spell his doom. He firmly believed that as long as he didn't Oppos, encounter a golden tier opponent, escaping would be manageable. With a huff, he thought, an ambush, is it? Let us see if you can truly hold me back. With that, he leaped onto the back of the brown bear and let out a fierce roar. Run, Rune Bear and Four-Winged Sparrow charged toward the estate. Following the command, the bear and sparrow dashed swiftly toward their destination. Chapter 40, The Power of Overwhelm. Under the cover of night, the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating a slender shadow that sliced through the silver glow before forcefully crashing to the ground. Bang! The tremendous inertia, combined with weight, shattered the stone-paved surface, creating deep fissures. Not only did the ground bear the marks of this impact, but the corporeal nightmare serpent also suffered grievously. Its scales shattered and fell away, revealing grotesque wounds marred by crimson stains. The serpent writhed in agony, contorting as it lay upon the ground, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Time seemed to blur within mere minutes. It had endured countless blows and kicks, each strike feeling like a relentless downpour of fists. It longed for escape, for home, yet found itself ensnared in despair. Once proud and resolute, the creature now writhed, desperately attempting to flee as its pain momentarily subsided. However, a shadow loomed once more, enveloping the nightmare serpent in darkness. It looked up to see Su Rue, standing before it, a smile gracing his lips. The serpent's instinctive reaction was to turn and flee. No one could fathom the psychological torment inflicted upon it by this man in such a brief span. Yet, the whims of fate are rarely so accommodating. Observing the battered creature before him, Su Rue murmured in disappointment, even in such dire straits, your comrades have yet to arrive? How impressively resilient you are. I am curious to see just how far you can endure. With that, Su Rue seized the serpent and Oppos' tail, pivoting on his right foot, channeling his strength to bring the serpent crashing down once more. Boom. The ground shattered under the immense force, but Su Rue was not inclined to cease his assault. Instead, he continued the cycle of punishment. The resounding echoes of devastation reverberated throughout the once quiet manor. The nightmare serpent was akin to a whip, mercilessly lashed against the ground, leaving a trail of serpentine imprints in the shattered stone. Blood flowed freely, saturating the earth in a crimson hue. Again, he swung down with ferocious intent. This time, Su Rue felt a sudden lightness in his arm. To his surprise, he glanced at his palm to find a severed tail, its robust scales scattered about. The exposed flesh was ravaged, revealing glimpses of white bone beneath the grotesque decay. This was the severed appendage of the nightmare serpent. In contrast, the serpentine creature, dragging its mangled body, sought to flee from this demon's torment, attempting to escape through sheer will. Resorting to a severed tail for survival? How clever of you. My desire to see you perish only intensifies. A glimmer of longing flickered in Su Rue's eyes, akin to a drunkard's yearning for fine wine. Yet, just as he prepared to launch another assault upon the serpent, a piercing sound sliced through the air, aimed directly at the back of his head. A four-winged bird was hurtling toward him. At the last moment, he merely tilted his head, allowing the rapid strike to whistle past his ear. You've finally arrived. Do you realize how much I have longed for your presence? Su Rue halted, turning to face the newcomer, his eyes gleaming with manic excitement. Resembling a beast teetering on the brink of madness, the explosive-headed figure descended from the giant bear, surveying the blood-soaked scene before him. Upon catching sight of the serpent and Oppos' severed tail, a flicker of rage ignited in his gaze. He began. But his words were cut short as a figure suddenly appeared before him. Su Rue, grinning, flexed his right arm, muscles bulging with terrifying power, unleashing a punch imbued with the force to obliterate all. In an instant, a wave of dread enveloped the explosive-headed man. This punch could be fatal. That was his immediate thought, and all words he had intended to utter vanished from his mind. With no other option, he desperately sought to evade the impending blow. As the fist drew closer, he swiftly employed a teleportation spell, swapping places with the nearby runic bear. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and the distance was sufficient. Just as the punch descended, the original position was occupied by the hefty rune bear, which took the full brunt of the blow. Crack! A resounding sound echoed as bones splintered. The rune bear let out a pained howl, propelled backward as if it were a mere football. In midair, one could witness the gruesome mixture of its internal organs and blood spewing forth, alongside a chest that appeared to have caved in, barely supported by a thin layer of skin. The explosive-headed man, barely recovering from the shock, gazed in horror, disbelief etched across his features. How could this be? How could one mere punch so thoroughly devastate his rune bear? Though it had only just achieved the silver rank, its defensive capabilities and physical strength were formidable even among its peers. In that moment, he could hardly believe that this youth before him was anything but a bloodthirsty monster clad in human skin. for only a monster could account for the scene he had just witnessed. Without hesitation, the explosive-headed man sought to distance himself from Su Rue. Yet, his attempt was not to go unnoticed. Su Rue turned, extending his hand to grasp the retreating figure. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, the explosive-headed man felt an overwhelming surge of panic. His emotions were a cacophony of fear, despair, and rage, all impossible to articulate. One thing, however, was painfully clear. He could not allow Su Rue to catch him. With a flash of desperation in his eyes, he murmured, "You've forced my hand." In a swift motion, he drew a blood-red crystal from his cloak and crushed it with fervor. Rage Sacrifice, activate. In an instant, a torrent of crimson shards enveloped him. And to Su Rue's astonishment, he found himself grasping at empty air. His gaze quickly found the explosive-headed man, who now stood far away beside the rune bear. Unlike before, when he was whole and robust, this figure now appeared wretched. Both arms had been sacrificed, and his once brown hair rapidly turned white, vitality visibly draining from him. Yet, in exchange, the half-mangled bear had fully recovered, now more fearsome than ever. The muscles of the rune-brown bear swelled, and the runes adorning its body pulsated with a vibrant glow, as if imbued with life itself. Its eyes, filled with a blood-red hue, radiated a maddened intensity. Moreover, the small bird underwent a similar transformation. Not only did its beak sprout sharp fangs, but its claws also morphed into lethal, razor-like weapons. Su Rue, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but smile. He had not anticipated that this explosive-haired creature could bring him such delightful surprises. After enduring a prolonged wait, his instincts proved correct. His gaze fell upon the two mutated beasts, brimming with greed and desire, akin to a famished tiger eyeing a delectable lamb. How intriguing, truly fascinating pets indeed. With that, I shall claim them for myself. Chapter 41. Control, Plunder, and Tyranny. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow, illuminating the surrounding darkness. In the vast, shadowy chamber, an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyes tightly shut. Unlike the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited, his expression was now marred by incessant twitching at the corners of his mouth and uncontrolled spasms of his eyelids, as if he had witnessed something that shattered his worldview. Stirring intense agitation within him, his gaze was fixed upon the main battlefield where Su Rue was engaged. From the outset until now, every action had been meticulously recorded in his mind, which was why he found himself in such a state of disarray. What brutal methods? What decisive actions? What had Su Rue experienced to wield such ruthlessness at such a tender age? Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a demon lord? Indeed. It was not merely Su Rue's formidable physique and terrifying prowess that astonished the white-haired elder, but the very style of his actions that left him in bewilderment. He had encountered countless individuals, madmen, violent souls, and schemers alike, both former colleagues and defeated adversaries. He believed he understood the myriad types of people that existed in the world. Yet, today, Su Rue's presence was an enigma, one that evoked confusion and strangeness within him. If he were to encapsulate the essence of the feelings Su Rue stirred in him, it would be control, plunder, and tyranny. The madness exuded was not the ordinary kind of insanity, but rather an extreme form of perverse dominance, a cruel manipulation of all things, wielding the most absolute and pure power to crush everything in its path. The sensation Su Rue evoked was unlike that of any lunatic he had ever encountered. It was a genuine mockery of existence. Su Rue's demeanor suggested that from the very beginning, he had never perceived the nightmarish serpent as an enemy. This realization sent shivers down the elder and Appos' spine. Despite his extensive experience with humanity, he had never before encountered such a being. At this moment, he felt lost. Su Rue's innate talents combined with such a unique character would undoubtedly lead to an even greater renown in the future. Whether that renown would be commendatory or infamous, he could not discern. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether Su Rue's existence would ultimately prove beneficial or detrimental to the kingdom. Throughout their brief interactions, Su Rue initially imparted a sense of reliability and consideration, only to later exhibit a brutality and bloodlust that left him perplexed. He could not fathom Su Rue, much like he could not penetrate the layers of a cocoon to discern the life within. Though he could not see clearly, he harbored an intense intuition that this wildly reckless individual would one day impact not just the kingdom, but the entire world. The white-haired elder opened his mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Alas, I hope Su Rue's future does not stray from the right path. This sigh was laden with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He understood all too well that if someone like Su Rue were to veer down a dark road, it would spell considerable trouble for the kingdom. And yet, he felt powerless in the face of such a situation. What could he do? Once the confrontation concluded, they would simply go their separate ways. His only recourse was to attempt to persuade or guide him with a few words. As for forcibly detaining him or subduing him by force, setting aside the fact that Su Rue had committed no wrongdoing, he had no justification to act. Even if he had a reason, did he truly possess the strength to overpower Su Rue? Without unleashing the full might of the Four Seals locking realm, he believed his chances of success to be less than 40%. Another sigh of resignation escaped him. Ultimately, he averted his gaze, searching within the estate for the fleeing nightmarish serpent. Through a divine perspective, he quickly located the serpent, which was gradually retreating toward the south. weakened by its injuries. The nightmarish serpent lacked the speed it had exhibited at the outset. It now resembled a dying worm, writhing on the ground, desperate to escape. In its current state, even a novice adventurer could likely dispatch it with ease. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. The once carefree smile on his face stiffened, replaced by a grave expression. In the direction where the nightmarish serpent was heading stood Khan, clad in dark armor, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. This was dire. Though the nightmarish serpent was nearly incapable of inflicting harm on any prepared adventurer, Khan was merely an ordinary human. If he were to confront the nightmarish serpent, the young man would be in grave danger. No, such an event must be averted. With this thought in mind, the white-haired elder attempted to channel the power of the Four Seals locking realm. However, as he did so, the candles surrounding him flickered violently. Simultaneously, the four adapters bearing the burden of the realm felt an immense pressure weighing down upon them. This was untenable. The array could not withstand the strain of the channeling power. The white-haired elder panicked. If this continued, Khan would be left to face the deadly nightmarish serpent, which, driven to desperation, would become exponentially more vicious. Yet, he found himself powerless to intervene. With the Four Seals locking realm activated, he could not attempt to employ any other magic. To dismantle it would pose a significant risk, potentially endangering the innocent populace beyond the estate. After contemplating various strategies, he ultimately redirected his gaze back to Su Rue. Surely, everything would unfold in time? The scene shifted once more to the central, spacious area of the estate, where the battle was drawing to a close. The ground was littered with shattered bricks, and a building had collapsed due to the chaos. The explosive-haired individual was in a dire state, with multiple fractures throughout his body, some bones even piercing his skin, a truly horrific sight. Most notably, his spine had been brutally shattered. Once towering over a meter in height, he now lay helplessly on the ground, teetering between life and death, a pitiful sight indeed. In stark contrast, Su Rue, though marked by a few streaks of blood, was in an entirely different condition. Facing two adversaries, he laughed heartily, evidently exhilarated. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating. With a mighty swing of his colossal axe, he sent the massive bears before him flying. A deep gash marred his chest, from which blood flowed profusely, staining his fur. The axe had not cleaved the bear in two. Instead, the wound was healing before his very eyes. Su Rue found no surprise in this, after all. As long as the explosive-haired foe remained alive or the bears had not been utterly obliterated, neither the bear nor the bird would truly perish. This was the intriguing aspect of the sacrifice. However, Su Rue was not inclined to prolong the game any further. As the bear attempted to continue healing its wounds, Su Rue swiftly advanced, axe in hand, preparing to strike once more. Observing this, the bird sought to ambush him. Yet, what was unexpected was Su Rue's abrupt change of tactic as he swung the axe. The axe slipped from his grasp, his arm redirected with force, and he seized the bird with one hand. The bird and imp, Appos, eyes widened in terror, attempting to change course, but it was too late. Thus, it fell into Su Rue and imp, Appos' grasp. Subsequently, he felt an immense force surge through his body. Bam! His fingers clenched together, and blood splattered between the gaps. Slayed the monstrous creature, Four-winged sparrow. Loot acquired, experience 5,000. Congratulations to the host on leveling up, current level, silver 2-star. Chapter 42, conclusion. New skill. Nightmare Control. The tranquil manor was illuminated by a few flickering lights. Though not as dark as the outside world, it still harbored shadows, places devoid of light. In an exceedingly dim corner, a conspicuous trail of blood marred the floor. A faint sound of scraping echoed through the air. The bloodied and feeble nightmare serpent struggled to move forward, desperately writhing in an attempt to escape. He had to flee. His singular wish was to survive. Indeed, this was his only desire at that moment. There was no anger, no bitterness. Only a profound yearning for life filled the nightmare serpent and imp, Appos' heart. This was not due to a lack of hatred towards Su Rue. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He loathed him intensely. He had never provoked that young man, nor had he ever laid eyes on him. Yet today, that very individual had interrupted his feeding and left him in this pitiful state. The absence of anger and resentment stemmed from the overwhelming fear that had taken residence in his heart. Survival came first. Revenge and retribution were mere trifles. Only by living could he even consider such notions. Thus, driven by this conviction, the nightmare serpent harbored an unadulterated longing for survival. Gradually, he felt his body growing heavier, burdened by his grievous wounds. He knew that if this continued, death would soon claim him. Yet, even in the face of such despair, the nightmare serpent persisted in his defiant writhing. Suddenly, he perceived something at the edge of his vision, a young boy clad in armor. Were he merely a boy? The nightmare serpent would not have spared him a glance. But as he prepared to dismiss the figure, an unfamiliar stirring coursed through his being. What was this? He turned his gaze back to the armored youth, and the stirring intensified. How could he describe it? Affection? Longing? Yes, it was indeed longing. The sensation seemed to yearn for the boy and Appos' attention, for his touch, even for the desire to consume him. It was as if, by drawing near, he could unlock some unpredictable transformation within himself. Thus, his longing morphed into greed. The nightmare serpent, who had never tasted flesh in his life, found himself overwhelmed by an insatiable craving for it. His body began to move involuntarily, advancing and accelerating. He aimed to reach the boy with utmost swiftness and devour him. Meanwhile, in the corner, Khan, clad in armor, remained vigilant, acutely aware of the perilous nature of his task. Despite the prevailing calm, he dared not to lower his guard. With this mindset, he heightened his awareness, which allowed him to detect a strange figure drawing closer from the distance. Wait, what was that? Bloodied and grotesque. The creature writhed in a terrifying display that threatened to shatter his sanity. Khan felt his body weaken at the sight. If he had believed that the harrowing experience in the troll cave had fortified his resilience, this scene was an undeniable blow to his already fragile psyche. What is that thing? So horrifying, so repulsive. Khan felt his limbs turn to lead, losing control over his own body. Move, move, move. As the monstrous figure drew ever closer, Khan frantically muttered to himself, striving to command his body to draw his sword. However, sheer terror could not be quelled by mere mental reassurances. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. As the nightmare serpent approached, Khan broke free from the shackles of fear and let out a primal roar from within. Move. With a sharp sound, his sword was drawn. The blade glimmered brilliantly in the moonlight, casting a dazzling light upon Khan's face, twisted in madness and terror. He swung the sword with all his might, striking the body of the nightmare serpent and leaving a gash. Yet, given the serpent and Apos' current state, the wound was hardly noticeable. Khan and Apos' strike failed to deliver a decisive blow. Instead, the serpent and Apos' resistance caused him to stumble and fall. The nightmare serpent opened its gaping maw, lunging toward Khan and Apos' face. Realizing that his attack had not vanquished the foe, Khan understood he was on the brink of death. Surprisingly, he found that the overwhelming anxiety that had gripped him had suddenly dissipated, leaving an eerie calm. Time seemed to decelerate. The nightmare serpent before him, the leaves swaying in the breeze, even a small beetle stealthily moving in the shadows, all appeared to slow down 100-fold. As he gazed at the crimson maw drawing ever closer, Khan merely observed in silence. Alas, he had not anticipated that his first official mission would lead to such a fate. Truly unfortunate. Perhaps I am simply not destined to be an adventurer. With this thought, Khan slowly shook his head, devoid of resentment, regret, or despair. He felt only a sense of resignation towards fate and an unsettling tranquility in the face of death. Time resumed its normal pace. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens with tremendous force. Bang! The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, fracturing the floor like spider webs. The earth buckled beneath the weight, and a wave of air radiated outward from the figure, kicking up dust and debris. Khan and Apos' vision blurred momentarily, and he felt a powerful gust tugging at his collar, blinding him with grit. Straining to open his eyes, he glimpsed the scene unfolding before him. The nightmare serpent, which should have bitten Khan, was instead pinned to the ground by Su Rui's foot. The creature's body lay limp, its exposed head motionless, as if it were utterly lifeless. Su Rui surveyed the scene with a smirk of disdain. Oh, so you can play dead? But alas, you have encountered me. With that, Su Rui lifted his foot and brutally stomped down on the exposed head of the nightmare serpent. Thud. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the shadowy manor. Good night. And may you dream well. Kill the monster. Nightmare serpent. Loot acquired. Nightmare control. Experience 2000. Chapter 43. The invitation of the enforcer. The faint and clear moonlight cast its glow, illuminating the ground littered with fragments of flesh and cracks. The figure upon the ground was wild and unrestrained, a smile upon his face suggesting an ecstasy derived from the fulfillment of primal urges. Blood, violence, and devastation. Scenes from moments ago reverberated in Khan's heart like a heavy hammer, echoing relentlessly. The impact of those moments was immense, at least for him. It was likely that he would struggle to forget that spectacle for the remainder of his days. Khan stared vacantly at Su Rui, pondering the nature of his feelings. Was it fear? No, his heart did not quail with dread. What was it then? Excitement? No, he was but an ordinary man. How could he possibly feel exhilarated by such a display? He slowly reached for his chest, feeling the fierce beating of his heart, lost in contemplation. Creak, creak. The sound of footsteps scraping against stones broke the silence. A shadow gradually emerged before Khan. He lifted his gaze, still dazed, to see a figure that, though not particularly robust, stood majestically before him in the moonlight. Su Rui's previous wild smile had vanished, and the crimson hue in his eyes gradually reverted to their customary emerald green. From his elevated position, Su Rui extended his right hand. Are you able to move? Khan, as if awakening from a dream, nodded in affirmation after assessing his body. I can. He grasped Su Rui and Apos' hand and rose to his feet. Thank you, boss. If it weren't for you this time, I fear. His voice trailed off, and his gaze dimmed as he lowered his head slightly. Ah, my apologies. Yet before he could finish, a gentle pat on his shoulder interrupted his words. To dare to strike at the very embodiment of fear, Khan, you have done remarkably well. Startled, Khan looked up to find Su Rui's earnest expression, a recognition he had longed for but never received. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from deep within the manor. Instinctively, Su Rui and Khan turned to see a group of uniformed enforcers approaching, carrying a frail, white-haired man with an explosion of hair. The barrier above had dissipated, as he had only dealt with the two monsters that had threatened them, neglecting the unfolding scene thereafter. The rationale behind this was simple. First, the frail figure posed no threat in his current state. Second, it was likely that someone, or perhaps a faction, loomed behind him, rather than eliminate him personally. Khan preferred to extend this favor to the enforcers. In due course, they would uncover the truth about the forces behind him, thus alleviating the need for Khan to take his life. After the young enforcers escorted the frail man away, several familiar figures approached. Among them were Weiss, the silver-haired elder and master of the Four Seal Lock, the middle-aged head enforcer from Yunna Town, and finally, the portly magnate, Byrne, adorned with a prominent mustache. The three figures now stood before Su Rue. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance, Mr. Su Rue and Mr. Khan. I have decided, Mr. Khan, to double the bounty for this task," the mustachioed man exclaimed, rushing to grasp Su Rue's right hand with fervent enthusiasm. The recent ordeal had cost him his family and loved ones, leaving him perpetually on the precipice of danger, uncertain of when he might perish in his slumber. This torment was unbearable, yet today it had ceased, allowing him to finally breathe easy and return to a life of warmth and safety. In response to Byrne's gratitude, Su Rue merely smiled. "You are too kind, Mr. Byrne. Resolving your troubles is our duty. We also extend our congratulations on your newfound safety." Following this exchange of pleasantries, Byrne took his leave, aware that there were still two others awaiting a conversation with Su Rue and Khan. As Byrne departed, Su Rue turned with curiosity to the remaining two. "Do you have further matters to discuss?" The middle-aged enforcer and the silver-haired elder exchanged glances before stepping forward to extend an invitation. "Mr. Su Rue, Mr. Khan, may we inquire if you have some time?" Su Rue appeared slightly taken aback. Although he did not grasp the purpose of their invitation, he had no pressing matters at hand. "Is that so? I have no engagements." He glanced at Khan, who eagerly nodded in agreement. "I am free as well. My father allows me considerable freedom. I could be gone for 3 days without him saying a word." With their affirmative responses, both the elder and the enforcer smiled. The streets were deserted under the night sky, the streetlights casting a few warm glimmers upon the desolate town. As they traversed the street, they soon discovered a tavern, its rooftop sign adorned with a vibrant beer emblem, glowing amidst the tranquility of the night. As they drew closer, the raucous sounds of merriment and shouts from within the tavern became increasingly apparent. Upon entering, the dim atmosphere and flickering lights enveloped them. "Hey, Shiri. I never imagined you and Apos D come here so late," exclaimed an elderly man with a white mustache, standing excitedly at the front desk, greeting the middle-aged enforcer. The enforcer waved in acknowledgement. "The usual, a large mug of beer." He then turned to Su Rue and the others. "What would you like?" The group requested only water, and they made their way through the boisterous crowd to a quiet, undisturbed room on the second floor. Once seated, the elder and the enforcer exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously articulating their purpose for the evening. "We hope that you will consider joining us as enforcers." Chapter 44. Joining the enforcers, the eerie giant sailing ship. Upon hearing the invitation from the two individuals, Khan and Suri were momentarily taken aback. Among them, Khan exhibited the most excitement. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face, swiftly transforming into joy and fervor. Undoubtedly, if he were to join the enforcers, he would be one step closer to becoming a true professional. Compared to the ordinary adventurers guild, the enforcers far surpassed in both status and resources, existing in a realm entirely distinct. Thus, when the invitation was extended, Khan's heart was stirred. However, he refrained from responding impulsively, casting a sidelong glance at Suri. Noticing Suri's impassive expression, as if lost in contemplation, Khan withdrew his eagerness to agree. In the past, he would have readily accepted, for their relationship was merely a transactional exchange of interests. Yet, the events of this evening had stirred other thoughts within him. As for Suri, he remained oblivious to Khan and Apos, as changing expressions, continuing to delve into his thoughts. Without a doubt, joining the enforcers would bring numerous advantages. Firstly, it would grant him access to more formidable magical entities, whether commoners or nobles, in times of peril or upon encountering threats. Their first instinct would invariably be to report to the local enforcers rather than the nearby adventurers and Apos guild. This was rooted in a trust in officialdom and a preference for power. In contrast to the Adventurers Guild, as an enforcer, he would possess a natural advantage. Secondly, being aligned with a powerful entity would provide immense support. Regardless of the troubles he faced, presenting his enforcer credentials would likely dissolve most issues. He could also bask in the light of righteousness, facilitating any action he deemed necessary. Of course, drawbacks were not absent. In fact, they were glaring. A critical consideration for joining the enforcers revolved around his identity. Although he still went by the name Suri from his previous life, his true identity remained Morel. The actions he had taken could hardly withstand scrutiny. Should the enforcers discover that he had once annihilated a noble family, his fate would be uncertain. Remaining here posed a constant risk of exposure. Unless he could ensure his identity remained concealed, he could not afford such a perilous gamble. He disliked situations beyond his control. With this thought, Suri gently shook his head. "I'm sorry, I need to think this over." Upon hearing this response, the middle-aged enforcer and the elderly white-haired man exchanged knowing glances. As if to say that they had anticipated such a reaction, they did not press further, instead turning their attention to Khan. Without hesitation, Khan declared, "Where the boss goes, I go." This response elicited a bemused expression from both the elderly man and the middle-aged enforcer, yet they chose not to elaborate. At this juncture, Suri seized the opportunity to voice his lingering question, one he had been eager to ask. "By the way, sir, when you tested Khan's compatibility this afternoon, why did you appear so puzzled? Was something amiss?" The elderly man, caught off guard by Suri and Apos' inquiry, reflected for a moment before articulating his earlier confusion. Nodding gravely, he replied, "Indeed, there was something amiss, and it was significant. I observed the remarkable vitality Khan exhibited, leading me to suspect, no, to seriously suspect, that this young man has already awakened, though he has not revealed it for some reason. After all, an ordinary individual, even with a magical affinity towards wood, could not possibly possess such overwhelming vitality, one that surpasses even my partner, a bronze 9-star professional. Yet, this remains merely my conjecture, as this is the first time I have encountered such a phenomenon." This revelation left both Khan and Suri in a state of contemplation. If what was stated was true, then why did Khan appear so unremarkable? No, that did not align. Khan emanated an aura of intrigue. Whether it was his encounter with the ogre, the nightmare serpent, or his dazed demeanor in the potion shop while gazing at that broken wand, these instances suggested that Khan was far from ordinary. Suri glanced at Khan, who still bore a bewildered expression, seemingly grasping nothing of the situation. Suri chose not to dwell further on it, and the group resumed their conversation. This time, beyond inviting Suri to join the enforcers, they were keen to establish a connection with him. Otherwise, there would have been no reason to convene in such a location. During their discussion, Suri took the opportunity to inquire about certain matters of concern to him. For instance, regarding the technique employed by Vis this morning to replay events. He needed to ascertain whether his actions could be discovered through such means or any other methods. Only upon confirming this would he decide whether to join. Ultimately, the answers he received brought him a sense of relief. The limitations of such retrospective magic were substantial. Take the shadow magic, for example. Its primary flaw lay in requiring a time frame of within 24 hours, and more critically, it necessitated a stable scene. If an area were to be chaotic, a torrential downpour, blizzard, or storm, reconstructing the prior scene would be nearly impossible. Coupled with the fact that he had traversed through the rain-soaked night, Suri felt assured that his secrets would remain undisclosed. With this newfound clarity, Suri made his decision, ultimately choosing to join the enforcers. Meanwhile, in another realm, under the dim glow of the moonlight, a village flickered with faint lights, exuding an aura of tranquility and peace. Suddenly, the moon above was cloaked in crimson light as dense blood-red mist arose, shattering the serene ambience. It was swiftly replaced by an ominous presence. The scarlet mist surged towards the village with urgency, enveloping the entire hamlet in mere moments. Through the thick fog, one could faintly discern translucent figures resembling legendary ghostly soldiers. Clad in tattered garments and wielding long blades, they approached the village with palpable excitement. This unsettling scene did not persist for long. As a colossal, old-fashioned sailing ship sailed across the sky, the blood-red mist gradually dissipated until it vanished entirely. The once brightly lit village, now shrouded in darkness, succumbed to the enveloping night. Chapter 45. The entire village disappeared, no survivors the following day. At the headquarters of the law enforcement officers in Yunha town, within a spacious and orderly office. "Here, these are your uniforms." The speaker was a bald middle-aged law enforcement officer who had assisted Shirue in organizing tests for the qualification of the officers the previous afternoon. He was also the captain of the law enforcement headquarters in Yunha town. At this moment, he was retrieving 2 sets of brand new uniforms that had been prepared in advance. After hearing about the events from his junior brother the night before, he began to make arrangements. Observing Surue and his companion as they measured the uniforms, a flicker of envy and admiration crossed his eyes. During the testing for the remaining officers the day before, he had already had a brief encounter with these 2 individuals. But he had not anticipated that they would be so exceptional, particularly the young man named Surue. Though he too was a silver-level officer, he was already in his 40s, and it was unlikely that he would ever ascend to the golden level. Thus, in his heart, he felt a mixture of admiration and joy for these outstanding newcomers, but also a tinge of disappointment. He was well aware that such exceptional talents would not deign to remain in the small town of Yunha. Therefore, once notifications from higher authorities arrived, it was highly probable that Surue and his companion would be assigned to one of the nearby major cities, or perhaps even the regional headquarters itself. As Surue and his companion received the captain and Apos as praise, they exchanged a few polite words. At that moment, the previously silent Khan suddenly posed a question. "By the way, Captain, it seems we still do not have our law enforcement identification. Also, where is Deputy Captain Shirue? I haven't and Apos seen him today." The captain explained. "The identification is different from the uniform. For law enforcement officers, one can have several sets of uniforms, but only one identification. Thus, in general, Anyone wishing to join or leave the law enforcement must seek approval from the headquarters. As for that fellow Shirue, after discussing matters with me last night, he has already gone to the headquarters and is expected to return within a month. Upon hearing the captain and Appo's explanation, Surue and Kon nodded in understanding, finally grasping the reason behind the sudden disappearance of Shirue. Seeing that he had assessed the situation adequately, the captain then stated, I will step out to attend to a few matters. You may change here. If you need anything or find the uniforms ill-fitting, do not hesitate to let me know. With that, the captain opened the door and exited the room. As the captain left, Kon turned to Surue and said, Boss, I might need to head back home for a while. I should be back by the afternoon. Hearing this, Surue said nothing. Unlike him, Kon had family to return to. Surue had spent the previous day in Yunha town, and given the significance of joining the law enforcement, Kon understandably needed to inform his family. Thus, Surue simply nodded in acknowledgement. All right. Surue did not elaborate further. He had indeed grown closer to Kon, especially after the events involving the trolls and the occurrences of the previous night. Kon's choice to follow him spoke volumes. However, their acquaintance was still relatively brief, and Surue was not one to express himself openly, resulting in a somewhat indifferent response. Kon, receiving Surue and Appo's reply, felt no ill will. After quickly trying on the uniform and finding it satisfactory, he departed, leaving Surue alone to gaze at his retreating figure. The room fell silent, and a rich scent of potions filled the air. After contemplating for a moment, Surue suddenly had a flash of inspiration. An hour later, having completed his fitting, Surue arrived at the entrance of the potion shop owned by the Big Tongue and pushed the door open. Upon entering, he spotted the Big Tongue behind the front desk, looking prepared for action. Not only was he wearing protective goggles, but he was also clad in professional protective gear. At that moment, he was carefully pouring a green liquid from a transparent test tube into another test tube containing a light red liquid. Just one drop. The light red liquid in the dropper emitted a wisp of black smoke. Upon witnessing this, the Big Tongue and Appo's expression changed, and he attempted to dodge. But it was too late. Boom. The test tube containing the light red potion exploded, instantly covering the startled Big Tongue in debris and causing damage to the front desk as well. This shouldn't have happened. Neither the essence of the parasitic vines nor the antidote should have explosive properties. What on earth caused that explosion? The Big Tongue mumbled incoherently, then finally noticed Surue standing at the entrance. Hey, aren't you the customer from yesterday? Upon seeing Surue, the Big Tongue appeared taken aback but also pleased. After all, he had been quite fond of Surue's attempt to combine various potions into 2 new types of special elixirs. With a smile, Surue approached and greeted him. Yes, it's me. The Big Tongue hurriedly pulled out a chair for Surue. Customer, would you like to purchase some potions? I have plenty of stock of the bark potion this time. Surue shook his head in refusal. No, I'm not here to buy potions. I would like to inquire about something. Thus, Surue began to ask about the half-staff. Of course, he did not express his intentions directly, but rather leveraged the law enforcement investigation into the disappearances as a reason. After all, a weapon like a staff would not be so easily destroyed. Given the presence of this half-staff, it was highly likely that it had been involved in a fierce battle. His reasoning was not unreasonable. Upon hearing Surue and Appo's question and learning that he was a law enforcement officer, the Big Tongue readily shared the events of that day. It turned out that he had found the staff a month ago on a desolate mountain outside a neighboring town. Due to the long-abandoned nature of the mountain, he had not seen any signs of people lingering there, nor had he noticed anything unusual. However, the more he explained, the more suspicious Surue became. After all, who would casually discard a half-staff on a desolate mountain with no signs of habitation for miles around? This was clearly amiss. Thus, Surue speculated that either someone had inadvertently left it behind during a battle or that there was something inherently wrong with the mountain itself. With this in mind, he continued to engage the Big Tongue in conversation regarding the mountain. Once he felt he had gathered sufficient information, Surue decided it was time to take his leave. The carriage sped swiftly back to the headquarters of the Law Enforcement Bureau in Yunha Town. As Surue alighted and entered the premises, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. In the spacious corridor, the stern gaze of the middle-aged, bald captain swept over the assembly of young law enforcement officers. Before him, these young officers stood tall and proud in a straight line, exuding an air of formidable authority. News had just arrived that the entire population of Yunha village had vanished overnight, with none surviving. This time, I have resolved to leave one person behind. Apart from that, all others shall set forth. Chapter 46. Undertaking the mission as the commander. Is this the mission? Upon witnessing such a scene, a flicker of intrigue passed through Surue and Appo's eyes. The middle-aged captain's expression softened slightly upon noticing Surue and Appo's arrival, and his tone became gentler. Ah, brother Surue, you've returned? We are about to investigate a case. If possible, could you assist me? Before he could finish, Surue eagerly interjected, Of course. I am more than willing to lead the team. After all, I am not yet familiar with our operations here, and I might not be competent enough to guard the premises. Hearing Surue's words, the middle-aged captain who had intended to ask for help in safeguarding, found himself at a loss for words. It was a jest. He originally hoped that Su Rue would help him keep watch. With this response, he could say nothing further and merely nodded in agreement. Well, then I appreciate it, Brother Su Rue. Observing the captain's demeanor, Su Rue could not help but smirk. Did they expect him to act as a mere doorkeeper? Dream on. His role as an enforcer was to undertake missions in advance, not to stand guard. Moreover, what kind of creature could whisk away an entire village overnight? This was undoubtedly a colossal treasure. Joining the enforcers had proven to be an astute decision. He had joined the night before, and already this morning, such a bountiful opportunity had presented itself. As for the possibility that this may not be the work of a creature, Su Rue dismissed the thought. After all, the crime rate of creatures in this world far surpassed that of humans. Rather than suspecting human involvement, Su Rue felt the likelihood of a creature was far more substantial. Meanwhile, the middle-aged captain took a deep breath, redirecting his gaze towards a line of young enforcers standing at attention. Next, Brother Su Rue will take over and lead you in completing this mission. Savin. As the captain called out a name, a young figure stepped forward from the ranks. Yes. The captain continued, you will serve as the deputy commander and assist Brother Su Rue. Understood. The young enforcer named Savin promptly replied, curiosity evident on his face as he looked towards Su Rue. Due to his prior assignment, he had not encountered Su Rue until today, when he heard of his remarkable deeds from other colleagues. As an outstanding talent from Yunhe Town, he was immensely intrigued by this peer whose prowess far surpassed his own. Thus, the team dispersed, and the young enforcers quickly surrounded Su Rue, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and excitement, akin to fervent fans. Brother Su Rue, we didn't end Oppos. We expect to witness your true strength today. One exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Su Rue. After last night's events with those houses, we couldn't see what followed. It and Oppos. It's great that you're leading us today. We can finally feast our eyes on your skills, right everyone? Absolutely. Feeling the enthusiasm radiating from the enforcers, Su Rue merely smiled without uttering a word. Just then, a figure squeezed through the throng of enforcers, approaching Su Rue and offering a salute. Hello, Commander. I am the Deputy Commander, Savin. Su Rue nodded in acknowledgement and returned the gesture. Hello. He had no desire for extensive conversation and, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, strode purposefully towards the corridor and Oppos' depths to change his attire. Savin, meanwhile, watched Su Rue and Oppos' retreating figure with intrigue. What do you all think of our commander? He posed to the remaining young enforcers. After some contemplation, one responded, he seems quite impressive. Just judging by his strength, I feel our captain pales in comparison. Nodding at this response, Savin remained non-committal, perhaps. Hearing Savin's remark, the other enforcers appeared curious and began to inquire further. One enforcer, Gaydon, who had previously attempted to persuade Su Rue to reconsider his plans, stepped forward. What is this? Your tone suggests you harbor some reservations about our commander? He approached Savin, locking eyes. Are you jealous of him? Jealous that despite our similar ages, your strength is overshadowed? Jealous that his presence has relegated you from the strongest talent here to second place? Gaydon showed no intention of concealing his disdain. He was known for his forthrightness and unrestrained demeanor. Yet, Savin did not display anger at Gaydon's words. Instead, he gently shook his head, articulating his thoughts. No, I do not envy him. In fact, upon learning of his achievements, I felt not a trace of jealousy. I understand clearly that he exists on an entirely different level than us, now and in the future. I merely wish to convey that leading a team requires not only formidable strength and clarity of mind, but also the courage to take responsibility. At this point, he locked gazes with Gaydon. Do not forget whose shadow looms over that mountain village. Upon hearing this, Gaydon's expression shifted from one of arrogance to contemplation. Indeed. He fell silent. Certain nobles and those with formidable backing often inexplicably purchase properties in various locales. When such situations arise, they tend to lead to two extremes, the first being an extreme openness, where even the slightest disturbance is reported to local authorities, causing immense trouble. The second is an extreme privatization, no matter the circumstance. Even if their property were destroyed, local enforcers would find it exceedingly difficult to act without their consent. Although everything may be reasonable, compliant, and lawful, who could contest against their powerful backgrounds? Such scenarios often lead to significant complications. The mountain village fell into the latter category, with a descendant of an enforcer having purchased substantial land and properties within it. Previously, whenever they sought to leverage local resources for their tasks, they faced considerable resistance, often having to retreat reluctantly. Now, with the entire village as populace vanished, any investigation could not overlook this fact. As this realization dawned upon them, a collective sigh of resignation escaped their lips. At that moment, they all silently hoped, may this mission proceed without unforeseen complications. Chapter 47. To hell with those behind the scenes. Beneath a clear sky, the azure expanse overhead was unmarred by clouds. Into an empty, deserted village rolled several horse-drawn carriages, which halted with a gentle creak. From within the carriages emerged a throng of figures, numbering over a dozen, all clad in the pristine white uniforms of enforcers. At the forefront was Su Rue, who resolutely strode toward the heart of the village. leaving a few members behind to guard the carriages and prevent any outsiders from encroaching upon the scene of the incident. The parched and uneven ground was strewn with a delicate layer of petals, while the rudimentary houses lining the roadside exuded an eerie stillness. After dispersing the group, Su-Ruwei continued along the path, venturing deeper into the village. With each step he took, his brow furrowed increasingly. In both the mundane world and this realm, it was customary for remote villages to harbor livestock for farming or sustenance, cattle, pigs, and the like. Additionally, one would expect to encounter dogs roaming about. Yet, traversing from the entrance to the village in Dapo's depths, he found not a single beast nor even a bird perched upon the trees. It dawned upon Su-Ruwei that the so-called incident report was far too understated. The notion that not a single villager remained alive was a gross misrepresentation. It was evident that not a single living creature remained. What manner of malevolent force could orchestrate such devastation? Beasts, known to feast upon flesh and blood? No. That was implausible. The village was eerily tranquil. There was not a trace of wild animals, not even a strand of fur. What could explain such a phenomenon? Poison? That too seemed unlikely. Not only was there an absence of toxic remnants, but if there had been any poison, there would undoubtedly be corpses scattered throughout the village. Thus far, the most plausible explanation was that the villagers had been forcibly removed or had fled voluntarily. Achieving such an outcome would be no small feat. Su-Ruwei's mind raced with various hypotheses, yet ultimately, he found himself at an impasse due to a lack of information. As time wore on, the search of the village progressed, and the young enforcers, having scoured their designated areas, convened at a predetermined location. With the arrival of the last enforcer, Su-Ruwei meticulously reviewed each individual's search report. Nothing, still nothing. Su-Ruwei's furrowed brow deepened, and his expression grew increasingly grim. After a prolonged search yielding no results, his mood soured. Without leads to follow, he could neither identify the malevolent entity nor devise a solution. This was an exceedingly irresponsible display, not only for himself but also for the middle-aged captain. Having taken on this task, he was bound to see it through to completion. This was the very least he could do. As he continued to sift through the enforcer's reports, he finally caught a glimmer of insight. His gaze halted, and he looked up at the row of enforcers before him. Can someone explain why the northernmost row of houses has not been searched? With his inquiry, the enforcers exchanged glances, uncertainty etched upon their faces. Finally, a young enforcer stepped forth from the rear of the line. He bowed respectfully to Su-Ruwei and began to apologize earnestly. "I'm sorry, Commander. The reason I did not search there is that it is private property." As he uttered the words private property, a look of helplessness crossed his features. Upon hearing this explanation, Su-Ruwei was momentarily taken aback. Private property? Did he just say private property? Setting aside the fact that all the inhabited houses were private property, did this mean that enforcers were barred from conducting investigations? What had they been doing all this time? What purpose did their role as enforcers serve if they could not pursue justice? Su-Ruwei's immediate reaction was one of incredulity. Sensing the expression on Su-Ruwei's face, the vice commander interjected with an explanation. "Commander, it truly cannot be blamed on him this time." He proceeded to recount the influence of the property's owner and how, during previous missions, they had been compelled to circumvent the area due to the owner's power. The reality was that they were not unwilling to search. Rather, they were unable to provoke the forces behind it. As the vice commander spoke those final words, he lowered his head for the first time, a gesture that signified a profound sense of shame. It was an embarrassing admission that the enforcers, who were meant to uphold the law, were being cowed into submission by a mere spoiled heir. Without even the need for his presence, just his reputation was enough to intimidate them all. This was not merely a matter of humiliation. It was a shattering of the enforcer's dignity. In his original assumption, he believed that uncovering the truth would be achievable through alternative avenues. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow, steering them toward the very situation he most wished to avoid. With a sigh of resignation, he reflected on the collective sentiment of the enforcers, who shared his sense of disgrace and frustration. Their faces were etched with resentment and helplessness, as if they longed to vanish into the earth. Unlike their complex thoughts, Su-Ruwei's perspective was starkly simple. He finally grasped the reason behind their predicament. They had grown accustomed to being bullied. If that were the case, it was hardly their fault, as their previous missions had unfolded in a similar fashion. Su-Ruwei's gaze swept over the faces of his colleagues, and upon witnessing the humiliation and indignation etched upon each countenance, a cold smile crept into his heart. If this were someone else's team, perhaps it could be brushed aside. Yet, regrettably, this time he was leading the charge. Since he was at the helm, he would not be intimidated by those lurking in the shadows. What did it matter if there were powerful enforcers or even an emperor behind them? Should he be beholden to their whims while seeking justice? If the enforcers he had joined were so constrained, unable to perform their duties freely, then he would rather not be part of this organization at all. After all, what good were vast resources if they were impotent in the face of an influential adversary? Thus, he resolved to cast aside any concern for those behind the scenes. If necessary, he would relinquish his position as an enforcer. With this determination, Su-Ruwei decisively issued his command. "Everyone, heed my orders." As he spoke, both the young enforcers and the vice commander instinctively turned to face him. Su-Ruwei's gaze bore an air of authority as he locked eyes with them. I care not for those behind the scenes. Proceed with the search. This is how I operate. If anyone dares to oppose me, let them come forth. As Su Rue's words echoed, the very air around them seemed to freeze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chapter 48. The rusty lantern. Silence reigned, a deathly stillness enveloping the scene. All eyes were fixated on Su Rue, who stood resolute, daring not to breathe. Indeed, at this moment, every law enforcer was rendered speechless by Su Rue and Amp Apos' earlier proclamation. They were ensnared by his words, unable to extricate themselves from the weight of their meaning. This trance endured for several moments until a young enforcer broke free, shouting, "Yes!" Instantly, the other enforcers, including the vice commander, regained their composure. Their expressions transformed from dazed bewilderment to unwavering determination, followed by a resounding chorus of shouts echoing to the heavens. Yes! This fervent cry surged forth with such vigor that the very ground trembled beneath them. In that instant, the collective perception of Su Rue shifted dramatically. Initially, they regarded him with curiosity, for his formidable prowess had spread far and wide. At a tender age, he had already ascended to the ranks of a silver-tiered genius, sparking their intrigue. However, now their gazes were imbued with respect, excitement, and longing. In many hearts, Su Rue had begun to stand shoulder to shoulder with their captain or the vice-captain, Shi Rue. Despite the seemingly trivial nature of Su Rue's act, its repercussions restored a sense of dignity that had long eluded them as law enforcers. A dignity that they had once thought irretrievable was now reclaimed through Su Rue and Apos' audacity. Yet, they were acutely aware of the potential consequences of such defiance. The possibility of being targeted for expulsion loomed large. This understanding lent a complex emotional undertone to their exchanges. Even the vice commander wrestled with these intricate feelings. He had contemplated retreating like the others and considered alternative choices. But he had never anticipated Su Rue and Apos' unwavering boldness, opting for such a direct approach. In that moment, he recalled a profound truth. A true leader requires not only strength and clarity of thought but also the courage to shoulder responsibility. And did not Su Rue embody this very essence? Disregarding the thoughts of the throng, Su Rue turned resolutely towards the houses that required investigation, indifferent to their opinions. His singular focus was on achieving results. As he moved forward, the crowd surged behind him, a tide of determination. The vice commander, still momentarily stunned, felt a gentle pat on his shoulder from the young enforcer, Gaten, rousing him from his reverie. The spark of resolve ignited in his eyes as he followed the others. The group pressed onward, swiftly arriving at the northern houses that had previously been deemed off-limits, perhaps spurred by Su Rue and Amp Apos' earlier words or an eruption of long-suppressed emotions. The law enforcers displayed remarkable enthusiasm, their efficiency tripling compared to previous investigations. Within a mere span of minutes, they had completed their search, uncovering significant findings. One enforcer rushed to Su Rue, performing a salute. "Commander, in the third room, we've indeed discovered something." He stepped aside to reveal a fellow enforcer holding a dilapidated, rusted lantern. According to our investigation, this lantern may very well be the legendary soul lantern capable of summoning ghost ships. Furthermore, we found numerous corpses of magical creatures in the surrounding courtyards. Upon hearing this, Su Rue tentatively pieced together the identity of the mastermind behind these events, suspecting it to be a figure of considerable influence. The previous aversion to law enforcement investigations now made sense. It was an attempt to conceal these secrets. Yet, it was equally plausible that this was mere coincidence. Capturing the individual for interrogation would clarify everything, just as Su Rue prepared to conclude the operation and secure the evidence. A formidable group appeared at the end of the village road. Comprised primarily of robust men wielding weapons, their intentions were far from benign. Among them, however, one figure caught Su Rue and Apos' attention, the brash, yellow-haired, mushroom-headed leader, flanked by 4 seasoned professionals, each boasting significant prowess, likely on par with the vice commander. In stark contrast to Su Rue and Amp Apos' calm demeanor, the other enforcers wore expressions of palpable dread. Some instinctively averted their gazes, embodying a timidity that belied their roles. "Who dares to invade my territory?" The mushroom-headed leader's voice boomed before he even approached. Upon witnessing the open doors of his domain and the ancient lantern in the enforcer and Amp Apos' grasp, the leader erupted with fury. Not just him, but even the 2 enforcers stationed at the entrance, attempting to console him, stood frozen in shock. Su Rue, initially composed, allowed a smile to grace his face as the realization dawned upon him. His quarry had come to him. How fortuitous! This spared him the trouble of seeking them out. With this thought, Su Rue strode boldly toward the mushroom-headed leader. The other enforcers hesitated, anxious about the potential fallout of escalating the situation. Despite Su Rue and Apos' assurance that he would bear the brunt of any consequences. "Damn it, you're all cowards. If Su Rue has said he'll shoulder everything, why are you still cowering?" Gaten exclaimed, stepping forward from the sea of silence to pursue Su Rue. His declaration galvanized the vice commander, who clenched his jaw and followed suit. This led to an awkward standoff. One side, a formidable throng exuding menace, weapons at the ready; the other, Su Rue, the vice commander, and Gaten, a mere trio. As they met, the mushroom-headed leader and Amp, Apos, S face contorted with unutterable rage. He opened his mouth to speak, but Su Rue interjected, a smirk playing on his lips as he gently swayed the rusted lantern before him. I suspect you are connected to the disappearance of the villagers last night. Come with me. He continued, you may choose to comply willingly, or be compelled to do so. Chapter 49. A tooth for a word in the desolate and crumbling village. Su Rue and Apos' voice echoed in the ears of all present. Everyone turned to gaze at Su Rue, their eyes drawn to the hint of sarcasm in his smile, collectively inhaling sharply. No one had anticipated Su Rue would utter such words. Not even his deputy commander or Gaiden, who trailed closely behind him. In that moment, the expressions of all were a tapestry of complexity and brilliance. The deputy commander and Gaiden gazed at Su Rue, first with a flicker of surprise, then with fervent admiration. How exhilarating it was. This was the leader they had longed for, a leader who dared to speak, to act, to fight, and to strive. They had pondered if Su Rue's previous actions were mere bravado, but reality had proven otherwise. He was no fool, but a man and unafraid of authority. At that moment, both felt an overwhelming surge of blood coursing through their veins, as if ignited by an inner fire. Not only they felt this way. Even the previously intimidated enforcers clenched their fists, their bodies trembling with suppressed eagerness to charge forward. The expression on the mushroom-headed man and Amp, Apos' face shifted dramatically, cycling through shades of red, purple, and blue, a vivid display of emotions akin to a fantastical transformation. This was not his first encounter with the enforcers. He had always held the upper hand, forcing them to retreat. Yet this time, he found himself faced with an audacious upstart who not only dared to invade his territory, but also threatened to arrest him. In that moment, fury surged within him. But beneath it lay a flicker of fear. He was acutely aware of the events of the previous night, realizing that the villagers had merely been innocents caught in a storm of calamity, while he was the true architect of their misfortune. His actions had not been premeditated, but rather a desperate pursuit of a legend, a chance to obtain the ghost ship and journey to the forbidden realm of the Abyssal Sea. A place teetering between life and death. Though his intentions were not malicious, mistakes had been made, and voicing them would not absolve him from punishment. It could lead to a lifetime in prison. This was a fate he sought to evade at all costs. Thus, he resolved that he must not fall into Su Rue's hands. He fought against the impulse to flee, opting instead to maintain an air of fury and dominance. He understood that he could not afford to reveal any weakness. Thus, he steeled himself, determined to use Chapter 50. Back to headquarters, a chilling scream reverberated throughout the village. Su Rue pinched a bloodied front tooth between his fingers, the root still distinctly visible at its base, seemingly quite pleased with his handiwork. He nodded, discarding the tooth onto the ground and preparing to extract the second one. The followers of the mushroom-headed figure attempted to intervene, but as they made a commotion, Su Rue abruptly turned his gaze upon them. Though his glance bore no tangible harm, it held a deterrent power surpassing any physical assault. In an instant, the previously chaotic crowd fell silent, and those who wished to assist stood frozen in place. Once the tumult had subsided, Su Rue returned his focus to the extraction, proceeding with the third, fourth, and fifth teeth. Each removal was accompanied by a torrent of blood gushing from the mushroom head and Apos' mouth, along with heart-wrenching wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Upon extracting the final tooth, Su Rue pried open the figure's mouth to inspect it, confirming the absence of any remaining teeth. With a hint of regret, he remarked, just one more to go. Never mind, consider that one a gift. After speaking, Su Rue wiped his bloodied hands on the figure's clothing and carelessly discarded him onto the ground. Give him some treatment. We can't let him die. A law enforcement officer, accepting the command, hurried forward, murmuring incantations while employing healing magic to staunch the bleeding and mend the wounds of the mushroom-headed figure. At that moment, the deputy commander and Gaiten returned. Their gazes towards Su Rue were imbued with admiration, fervor, and a trace of concern. The deputy commander approached Su Rue, speaking softly. Isn't this a bit excessive? After all, his father is a law enforcement officer. I'm worried they might retaliate against you. Before Su Rue could respond, Gaiten interjected. What is there to fear? If it comes to that, I simply want to participate. I don't care about the others. If Su Rue faces unfair treatment because of this, I'll leave without hesitation. Hearing Gaiten's bold declaration, the commander furrowed his brow, muttering, Fool. Who cares whether you stay or go? My concern isn't about you. Amused by their bickering, a slight smile graced Su Rue's face. Due to his recent actions, he undeniably held a heightened regard for the two. Nevertheless, he decided to intervene and put a stop to their quarrel. Enough of this arguing. We can discuss matters once we return. As for any opposition, Su Rue scoffed. I fear nothing in that regard. Recalling the last time he faced targeting from his stepmother and second brother, who were likely now decomposing beneath the earth, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Thus, the group swiftly completed their tasks and began their journey out of the village, carrying the mushroom head with them. However, a crowd had gathered along their path. Given the current state of the mushroom head, they were too intimidated to approach or retreat, leaving them stranded. As Su Rue led the way, the crowd obediently parted, creating a wide path in the middle, as if terrified of inciting the wrath of this formidable figure. Surue chose not to declare, "I am Surue. If you have grievances, direct them at me." Such statements felt foolish and juvenile. He believed that if anyone truly sought revenge, they would inevitably seek him out. At that moment, should the opportunity arise, he could decisively eliminate all those who harbored vengeful intentions. Would that not achieve the effect of eradicating the roots of trouble? While he relished combat and the thrill of dancing on the precipice of death, he abhorred the complications it brought. Thus, he would employ every means available to dispel such nuisances. Was this not a form of conservatism in itself? Soon enough, the group boarded the carriage, and it departed from the village. Meanwhile, at the Yunhe Town Law Enforcement Headquarters, in a spacious, tidy office, the middle-aged captain took a sip from a freshly brewed cup of coffee as he settled back into his chair. He gently blew on the surface before taking a sip, then leaned back and began perusing a newspaper detailing significant national events from the past few days. In a world where transportation and communication were underdeveloped, newspapers served as a vital link to external happenings. Initially, the captain found the moment to be uneventful and leisurely, but soon sensed an oddity in the atmosphere. He shifted his position, crossing one leg over the other, but discomfort soon followed. Reluctantly, he turned the wooden chair around, resting against the backrest while reading. Minutes passed, yet he continued to feel a disquieting sensation. This time, he set the newspaper aside and fell into contemplation. Something felt amiss. An ominous premonition loomed over him. Furrowing his brow, he struggled to pinpoint the source of his unease. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. At that moment, a knock echoed at the office door. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a young law enforcement officer who worked alongside him. The moment the young officer entered, he looked at the captain, his tone hesitant and stammering. "See, Captain, Surue and the team have returned." Upon hearing this, the captain and Apos' initial restlessness transformed into a radiant smile. "They've returned? So soon?" His excitement grew as he realized they had only been gone for a few hours, far less than he had anticipated. It seemed that Shirue had indeed spoken the truth. Surue was not only powerful but possessed a manner of thinking that set him apart from the ordinary. As the captain's joy mounted, he rose to prepare for Surue's triumphant return. However, before he could leave the room, the young officer's expression caught his attention. Unlike the captain and Apos' exuberance, the young officer and Apos' face was etched with worry, as if struggling to articulate something. "What's wrong?" the captain inquired, perplexed. "The team has returned. This is good news." "Why the long face?" Before he could finish, a commotion of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The captain turned towards the open door, and amidst the throng of individuals, one figure stood out starkly, a young man with a mushroom-shaped hairstyle. Not only was his chest stained with large patches of blood, but he was also bound tightly with ropes, rendered immobile, and supported by two young law enforcement officers, resembling a condemned prisoner on his way to execution. As he laid eyes on the mushroom-headed figure, the captain's smile vanished, replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended why the other had exhibited a demeanor of hesitation moments ago. It appeared that this time, the predicament had escalated considerably. Chapter 51. Why do your eyes seem unwanted? Mika City, East Gate. The imposing city walls, constructed from gray bricks, evoke a sense of grandeur. The grand gate at the center of the walls is equally magnificent. As the gate swings open, a contingent of armored knights stands vigilant, meticulously inspecting those entering and exiting. This journey is destined for Yunhe Town, as I have recently become a provisional law enforcer, and Yunhe Town is my current temporary station. Within the East Gate, before a carriage, stands a young man of ordinary appearance, not particularly old. He is currently explaining the reason for his departure from this place. Upon hearing his explanation, the knights approach to conduct a brief inspection of the carriage. Following a satisfactory check, the knights nod in acknowledgement to their leader. Upon receiving their response, the knight captain clears the way, allowing the young man to express his gratitude before returning to the carriage. As the carriage begins to roll away, the wooden wheels creak against the ground, producing a series of groans. The young man gazes out at the receding Mika City, his eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. This young man is none other than Khan. Originally, he intended to explain matters thoroughly to his father, perhaps even to gather everyone together. However, upon returning home, he found his father absent, and even his brother was nowhere to be seen. After inquiring from various sources, he learned that his father had left early that morning with his brother to visit the forest temple for a vow. This outcome left him both disheartened and helpless. Thus, he left a letter and chose to depart. Sighing, he mused that perhaps life is inherently filled with regrets. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, a glimmer returned to his eyes. The future path, after all, is bright. "Big brother, I'm back." At that moment, several swift horses galloped past the carriage. The speed of the horses stirred up a strong wind and a cloud of dust as they brushed by. This sudden gust jolted Khan from his reverie, causing him to retract his head from the window, coughing out the sand that had entered his mouth, muttering curses under his breath. What a lack of manners. The laws of the Ryan Kingdom prohibit galloping within 5 kilometers of a town. Are these people mad? As the saying goes, endure for a moment, and the winds will calm. Take a step back, and the anger will grow. With this in mind, Khan peered out again at the riders who had just sped by. He soon saw that they had been intercepted by the gate's guards. From this distance, Khan could clearly see that they were 4 individuals clad in minimal gear, each carrying either a great sword or a staff. Their demeanor unmistakably marked them as professionals. Ah, so that is what it was. No wonder they were so arrogant. Khan muttered under his breath, continuing to observe. He soon witnessed something rather amusing. One of the halted riders dismounted and fell heavily to the ground, embodying misfortune. Khan couldn't help but smirk, struggling to suppress laughter. Hey buddy, weren't you just full of bravado? How did you end up like this? Turns out, being a professional doesn't mean much after all. However, his amusement was short-lived. He quickly realized that the fallen professional was barely clinging to life. Coughing up blood as he shakily produced an envelope from his cloak. This spectacle left Khan in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or not. Given that he is in such a dire state, laughing would seem rather cruel. Thus, he forcefully suppressed his mirth and withdrew his head. Well, no wonder he fell so hard. He must have sustained serious injuries. Yet how curious it is to return in such haste rather than seek proper treatment. I truly don't understand, Khan mused, shaking his head and dismissing further thoughts. Meanwhile, at the east gate, the guards were on high alert. They even drew their weapons, prepared to act should the situation escalate, as the riders had indeed violated the laws of the Ryan Kingdom. Yet, when they saw the injured professional produce an envelope, their demeanor shifted to confusion. The knight captain approached to take the envelope, opening it to find not significant information, but rather a document verifying the identities of the individuals. A brief glance at the seal confirmed their status as agents of the Mika City Enforcement. You are with the White Investigation? The knight captain inquired. However, even if you cannot provide a reasonable explanation for your actions, I will still hold you accountable. As the 3 professionals huddled around their wounded comrade, one of them, a female mage wielding a staff, spoke rapidly, her tone laced with urgency. We mean no offense, nor did we intend to violate the law. Our young master, the sole heir of the White Investigation, has been taken. The situation is dire, which is why we acted in haste, to bolster her claim. The female mage revealed a bloody tooth wrapped in leaves. This is our young master's tooth. He endured great torment before being taken. Upon hearing their earnest explanation, the knight captain nodded, deciding to refrain from further inquiry. He signaled to his fellow knights to allow passage. Thus, the professionals bowed in gratitude before remounting their horses and galloping into the city. At the law enforcer headquarters in Yuna town, the middle-aged captain felt a peculiar chill on his bald head. A throng of law enforcers entered, greeting their captain with enthusiasm, particularly Surue, whose face radiated with excitement. Captain, what a coincidence. We have already apprehended the suspect. Shall we proceed with the interrogation together? The captain swallowed hard, skepticism lacing his voice. Interrogate him? That one. He instinctively locked eyes with the bound suspect, whose fierce gaze resembled that of a predatory beast. Yet, this intensity was short-lived, as Surue swiftly struck him with a resounding slap. What are you staring at? Do you not wish to keep your eyes? Chapter 52. Why is it so quiet? Could it be that he has been killed? This slap serves as a reminder to be humble and patient. With it, the fierce gaze of the mushroom-headed individual dissolved, replaced by an aura of innocence. The middle-aged captain, wanting to say something, could only muster a forced smile upon seeing Surue's demeanor. Ah, I have matters to attend to. You may handle this case yourselves. With that, he disregarded Surue and decisively returned to his office, closing the door behind him. Unperturbed, Surue redirected his attention to the others, issuing instructions. Let's move. Time to work. A group of young enforcers restrained the struggling mushroom head and escorted him to his cell. Inside the office, the middle-aged captain sank into his chair with a deep sigh, leaning back and gazing at the pristine ceiling, lost in contemplation. He was wrestling with uncertainty, deliberating on a decision. Undoubtedly, his greatest fears had materialized, and such an outcome would inevitably clash with the scrutiny from White. It must be noted that this scrutiny belonged to the enforcers of Mika City, although their status within the enforcers was not particularly high. For the enforcers of this small town, they wielded considerable power over their fates. A mere word from them could jeopardize bonuses, equipment, resources, and even the compensation for fallen comrades. Take, for example, a situation where monstrous creatures wreak havoc, leading to the sacrifice of numerous enforcers in a desperate struggle to quell the chaos. If the report to the higher-ups blamed local enforcers for inadequate defense, the fallen would only receive the most minimal compensation. Conversely, if it were reported that enforcers had bravely engaged the threat to protect civilians, resulting in heavy casualties, the compensation would be of the highest standard, possibly accompanied by additional rewards. Both scenarios stem from the same event. A slight alteration in the narrative could yield drastically different outcomes. This is precisely why he was reluctant to offend them. After pondering for a moment while staring at the ceiling, he ultimately resolved, no, there must be a way to remedy this. With that thought, he rose from his seat and headed toward the cell. The enforcer headquarters was eerily silent, the corridors devoid of life, the stillness almost unnerving. As the middle-aged captain walked, he found himself puzzled. Where is everyone? Weren and Apos, they all back? Why is there not a soul in sight? At that moment, he had no grand thoughts. Only a desire to reach the cell and perhaps mitigate the situation, even considering releasing the mushroom head. However, upon turning a corner and seeing a crowd gathered at the cell entrance, he realized where everyone had gone. Yet, even with this understanding, the sheer number of people sparked his curiosity. This group had never been particularly fond of interrogations. It was usually either himself or that fellow Shiri who handled them. Why were they all congregated here today? This question lingered briefly until he detected something amiss. Why is it so quiet? Interrogations, while not necessarily torturous, at least involved some form of dialogue. The current silence was unsettling. What if something had gone terribly wrong? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, especially in conjunction with the eerie tranquility surrounding him. Without further ado, he hurried through the throngs of people, determined to push his way through and enter. A young enforcer, engrossed in the unfolding scene, jumped at his sudden arrival. They were about to voice their displeasure but swallowed their words upon recognizing their captain. A brief commotion ensued as he maneuvered through the crowd, finally catching sight of the mushroom head lying quietly on the bed, looking as if he had departed this world. Snap! At that moment, the captain felt as though his heart had shattered. Words lodged in his throat, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. What have you done? Just as he was about to inquire how they had managed to kill the individual, the deputy commander interrupted with a frown. Who are you? Keep it down. What if the medication we just administered wakes him up? That statement left the middle-aged captain momentarily stunned. What? Medication? Waking him up? Confusion and bewilderment filled his gaze. What in the world? The deputy commander, upon seeing the captain and Apos' puzzled expression, explained, Oh, it and Apos' like this, Captain. These were Su-Rue and Apos' orders. He instructed us to sedate him first, so that when he returns, things will be easier to handle. The captain felt increasingly perplexed. The more he listened, the more questions arose in his mind. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Su-Rue and Apos' voice rang out from behind him. Oh, I thought you were in and Apos' coming? The middle-aged captain stammered, unable to form a coherent response. Seeing the situation, Su-Rue ignored him and turned his attention back to the deputy commander in the depths of the cell. How is it going? The deputy commander responded with an okay gesture. He has indeed fallen asleep. Su-Rue nodded and made his way through the crowd toward the slumbering mushroom head. Noticing Su-Rue's unwavering intent to continue with the interrogation, the captain seized the moment to speak softly. Su-Rue, can you be a bit gentler with him during the interrogation? For the sake of everything, please don't leave him bloodied and battered. It would be hard to explain. He had resolved to take a stand. As the chief enforcer of Yunha Town, he had to firmly support the enforcer's actions. He did not expect Su-Rue to forego the interrogation entirely, for a criminal must face the consequences of their actions. However, he was acutely aware of the troubles that lay behind the mushroom head, and thus sought to avoid any escalation with the scrutiny that accompanied it. Su-Rue, taken aback by the request, felt a mix of confusion and disbelief. Gentler during the interrogation? Captain, you might be a bit late with that suggestion. As we have already completed the interrogation, the captain was taken aback. You and Apos, finished the interrogation? Su-Rue nodded. Instinctively, the captain glanced at the other enforcers, who similarly nodded in affirmation. He then returned his gaze to the sleeping mushroom head, bewildered. Then what is this? Su-Rue chuckled lightly, offering no response. At that moment, a bystander, Gaten, interjected. Captain, you don and Apos, understand. Su-Rue is taking precautions to prevent this fellow from concealing any truths. He intends to employ special methods to delve into his dreams and soul. The captain was astonished. What? Explore dreams and souls? What kind of method is that? He had never heard of such a thing. As for Su-Rue, he chose not to elaborate further. Approaching the unconscious mushroom head, he extended his right hand in a gesture as if grasping something intangible. As he moved, an unmistakable chill emanated from him, enveloping those present in an eerie sensation. Even so, everyone instinctively sensed the air darkening for a few fleeting moments. Su-Rue's eyes were instantaneously shrouded in utter darkness. A subtle aura of gloom emanated from every inch of his being. Nightmare and Apos' dominion. Chapter 53. What did you say? His name is Su-Rue? Within a cell constructed of stone bricks, a faint black glow enveloped everyone present. They all stared in a daze at Su-Rue, who remained motionless. This state did not last long. Within just a few minutes, the dark aura surrounding Su-Rue dissipated entirely, restoring him to his ordinary appearance. It seemed this individual had not lied. All his actions were merely in pursuit of the so-called ghost ship, the Forbidden Nether Sea. A third-party realm situated between life and death? It was unexpected that this mushroom-headed fellow possessed limited abilities but had grand ambitions. Of course, luck was also on his side. Perhaps the saying fools have their blessings aptly describes his situation. Su-Rue reflected on this, feeling a surge of emotions. The purpose behind the other's dream was now evident. He had heard a saying that acquiring the ghost ship would allow passage to the Forbidden Nether Sea, a realm straddling existence and oblivion, which purportedly concealed a treasure left behind by an ancient demigod. Indeed, This fool had stumbled upon a roaming merchant by chance and had procured a lantern capable of summoning the ghost ship. Initially, he believed the ghost ship to be merely a vessel, unaware that it was filled to the brim with ghosts. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the sheer number of spirits, he was forced to abandon his pursuit of escape. This folly inadvertently brought calamity upon the villagers, a fact that left Su Rue utterly speechless. Nevertheless, he chose to share this so-called truth with everyone. Upon witnessing Su Rue's swift conclusion, the others were left with a multitude of questions swirling in their minds. Was this truly the end? They exchanged glances, each reflecting uncertainty and skepticism. They wished to believe Su Rue, yet the absurdity of the situation was hard to dismiss. As for Su Rue, he was indifferent to the thoughts of the others. He had revealed the truth, and whether they chose to accept it was their prerogative. He then turned towards the door, and the dual enforcers stepped aside, clearing a path for him. Once outside the cell, Su Rue walked down the spacious corridor. Seemingly struck by a thought, he paused and glanced back. Indeed, this individual was no longer of use to him. As for how to deal with him, that was a matter for the law to decide. With that, he chose not to linger and turned to leave. The remaining individuals collectively directed their gaze towards the middle-aged captain, whose brow was furrowed, the ease on his face replaced by tension. He was indeed in a quandary, grappling with how to address this son of scrutiny. If he were unaware of the others' crimes, it would be one matter. But the violation of the law was glaringly apparent. Moreover, the foolishness of this individual had led to nearly 100 villagers going missing. Could he truly let him off the hook? He could defer for the sake of his own and his subordinates' interests, yet could he compromise on such a matter of principle? If he yielded, would it not imply that others could do the same? Over time, had the enforcers truly become mere embodiments of the laws of the Rhine Kingdom? He understood that all eyes were upon him. Slowly, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a resolute glint shone forth. He resolved to handle the matter according to the laws of the Rhine Kingdom. This incident would be reported, and personnel from the territorial department would be invited to participate. As he spoke, his fists clenched tightly, as if preparing for a do-or-die confrontation. If the scrutiny were dissatisfied, he would resign from all his current positions. With that declaration, he did not hesitate to depart. The others watched the captain and Athos. As for retreating bald figure, their expressions complex. The deputy commander smirked, a hint of admiration in his tone. I had thought I was the toughest aside from brother Su Rue. I never expected the captain to be so resolute as well. What kind of day is this? Why is everyone so unyielding? Beside them, Gaydon shot a disapproving glance at the deputy commander, which seemed to convey disdain and incredulity. Upon meeting Gaydon's gaze, the deputy commander and Athos' previous smile vanished. What was that look you just gave me? Gaydon remained silent and simply walked away. I asked you, what was that look? Hey, Gaydon. Meanwhile, in Mika City, at the enforcement headquarters, in the review office, upon hearing the report from his subordinates, the examiner abruptly slammed his hand on the desk, rising in fury. What? How dare they? Just a mere enforcer from Yunna Town, and they presume to act so boldly? The speaker was a bespectacled middle-aged man, his appearance deceptively scholarly. On his desk lay a parcel wrapped in leaves, containing bloodied teeth, contrary to his outward demeanor. The force behind his strike and the well-defined muscles he possessed suggested that his appearance was but a facade. Seeing their master so incensed, the professionals present dared not speak, bowing their heads in silence. Immediately, prepare swift horses for me. I shall demand an explanation, he declared, moving toward the office door. Before he could leave, a thought struck him, and he turned to inquire, what were they arrested for? The professionals, startled by the question, stumbled through the details of the events leading to the arrests. However, they omitted the fact that their young master's recklessness had resulted in nearly 100 villagers disappearing. Instead, they attributed it to a subordinate and Athos' inept handling of a peculiar situation, coinciding with the appearance of some strange creatures outside the village. Thus, when they returned the next day, everyone in the village had vanished. Hearing that it was not his son and Athos' doing, the examiner nodded in agreement. This is acceptable. Since we are in the right, Yunna Town must provide an explanation. Then, as if struck by another thought, he questioned, wait a moment, given that bald fellow's character, he should not act so recklessly. Aside from him, the other enforcers seem incapable of such folly. Who is the one behind all this? Upon hearing the inquiry, the professionals quickly responded, we do not know that individual. In fact, it was our first time encountering that enforcer. The enforcers referred to him as Brother Su Rue? Yes, it was Brother Su Rue. Upon hearing this unfamiliar title, the examiner furrowed his brow in contemplation, striving to unearth any memories associated with it. Su Rue? Su Rue? When did Yunna Town acquire an enforcer named Su Rue? No, it seems somewhat familiar. I believe I have heard it before. The more he pondered, the more his brow knitted, and the deeper his thoughts sank. Eventually, it seemed he recalled something significant. His eyes widened in shock, reflecting an expression of utter disbelief. Su Rue? The very same individual who single-handedly vanquished 3 silver-tier magical beasts, and even garnered praise from Lord Weiss. In that instant, he felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. It seemed as if something had utterly shattered his initial impulse. Chapter 54. Khan's return to the team, hunting the phantom ship. What happened? The emotions of the inspector were so heightened that it left the informants who had come to deliver the message in a state of bewilderment. They could not comprehend why the inspector was so agitated. Being outsiders to the law enforcement, they lacked the understanding of the situation. The inspector, however, paid no heed to their confusion and doubt. His eyes darted restlessly, and a tempest of thoughts began to swirl in his mind. How could it be him? If it truly is Shuri, then there would be no way to deal with him. After all, he was someone whom Lord Weiss praised highly. He was not an ordinary silver rank. Weiss and Apos' status was far beyond that of common folk. While most silver ranks in Mika City were merely silver 1-star or silver 2-star, Weiss was treated as the pinnacle of silver rank by virtue of his true standing. His own strength was not particularly exceptional, but the Four Seals lock was no jest. It was said to be invincible beneath gold, a claim that no ordinary silver rank could rival. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he felt increasingly agitated. He knew very well that regardless of his own disregard for Shuri's monstrous talent, simply wishing to cause trouble for him would be futile in the presence of Weiss. With a resigned sigh, he seemed ready to give up. Yet, this sigh did not linger for long. Soon, there was another knock at his door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door swung open, revealing a young girl in uniform. She was also a member of the law enforcement, albeit in a clerical role. Upon entering the office, the girl appeared momentarily taken aback. However, upon meeting the inspector's indifferent gaze, she continued to speak. Inspector White, we just received a document from the territory. The girl hesitated, clearly struggling to articulate her message. The territory? A document? The inspector paused, knowing that such documents should not concern him, as he was merely the chief inspector of the surrounding towns. He rarely involved himself with the law enforcement officers of Mika City. Despite his confusion, he did not refuse her. As he stood to approach her, taking the document into his hands for inspection, the look of puzzlement on his face abruptly froze, soon replaced by a flash of disbelief. The incredulity did not endure long. It quickly morphed into a scowl, gradually twisting into fury. He handed the document back to the girl. I understand. The girl nodded, refraining from saying anything further, and hastily exited the office. The door closed once more, plunging the office into an eerie silence. The informants, witnessing this scene, were at a loss for words. Before they could voice their thoughts, the inspector, now icy in demeanor, spoke first. What did you say earlier? The informants were taken aback by the question. They looked up at the inspector, their faces reflecting their confusion. At that moment, the inspector and Apos' expression was as grim as the depths of winter. Suddenly, he swung his hand toward the nearest informant. The man let out a pained cry, spinning through the air like a top before crashing to the ground, a few bloodied teeth scattering on the floor. The remaining informants were left dumbfounded by this act. We were just trying to inform you, and you strike us? However, their bewilderment was short-lived as the inspector revealed the truth contained in the document. What nonsense about a subordinate and Apos' unintentional act? What does that have to do with me? Utter nonsense. Have I been played for a fool? If not for this notice, if not for the fleeting mention of Shuri and Apos' name, I would have been en route to Cloud Frog Town by now. At that point, how would my identity fare? Shedding this inspector and Apos' garb would be the least of my worries. With every thought, his anger intensified. He radiated an oppressive silver rank aura toward the remaining three. As for whether the report could be fabricated, that concern did not cross his mind. Any criminal, after local interrogation, would be subject to a secondary investigation by a designated officer from the territory. If it were a wanted criminal facing execution, it would likewise be carried out under the supervision of that officer. Thus, he had no fear of erroneous answers stemming from torture, for should such a situation arise, it would not only be the torturing officer who faced consequences, the entire law enforcement of that town would bear the brunt of punishment. The lightest of penalties would be the loss of their positions, while the gravest could lead them to share a cell with inmates. In the throes of his rage, he unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving the informant sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. After this outburst, the inspector finally released the pent-up frustration within him. He returned to his seat, lost in contemplation. This situation implies that the young man should not escape. While he may not face a death sentence outright, serving a life term in prison would not be excessive. In that case, I should consider a viable escape route. Seemingly struck by an idea, he nodded repeatedly. Yes, preparations for a fresh start are in order. Thus, the inspector began to devise a plan for a new beginning. As for seeking trouble in Cloud Frog Town? Why would he desire a swift death? Cloud Frog Town. Due to the noon sun, the sky was blazing. A wagon rolled into the town, its wooden wheels creaking against the ground. Moments later, the wagon came to a halt. Khan emerged from the rear, stretching lazily. As the warm sunlight kissed his face, Khan felt an exhilarating surge of joy. I'm finally back. The life of a law enforcer awaits me. Boss, I'm here. After swiftly adjusting his attire, Khan set off toward the law enforcement headquarters. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of everyone already prepared for action. A long line of neatly arranged personnel awaited him in the corridor. What is going on? Khan mused, feeling a bit dazed. His presence naturally attracted the attention of all. Among them, Shuri was the first to speak. Back already? Khan followed the sound, only to find Shuri standing at the front of the line. The bald captain waved at him from a corner, offering a casual greeting. What is happening? Khan felt as if his brain had short-circuited. He couldn't comprehend how, upon his return, Shuri had become the leader. Noticing Khan and Amp, Apos, S confusion, Gaten from the ranks briefly explained what had transpired during Khan and Amp, Apos, S absence. As he recounted Shuri and Amp, Apos, S remarkable deeds, Khan and Amp, Apos, S expression shifted repeatedly. In the end, when he looked back at Shuri, his gaze was filled with profound shock and joy. Unlike the initial bewilderment. Wow, barehanded, confronting the law enforcement inspector? Truly worthy of being the boss. That is incredible, Khan thought to himself, unfazed by Khan's changing expressions. Shuri calmly spoke. Khan stood rigid, his right hand resting at his chest in a gesture of salute. Enough. Surue spoke again. Immediately assemble the team. This time we shall embark on a hunt for the ghost ship. Chapter 55. The Traveling Merchant in Yunhe Town, the headquarters of the judges. After Surue issued his commands, the enforcers hastily departed. Their objective was clear, to swiftly scour the town and its surroundings, searching for or even purchasing live magical creatures in the shortest possible time. The rationale behind their actions was equally straightforward. They sought to procure the fuel for the rusted lantern. Surue had explicitly informed them that this fuel was the souls of magical beings, which needed to be ignited precisely at midnight for the ghost ship to reappear. As Khan prepared to follow the others, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Khan, wait a moment. He turned, puzzled, to see that it was Surue. Boss, what is the matter? Surue, with an impassive demeanor, calmly replied. You've returned just in time. Accompany me on an errand. I have other tasks for you. Khan readily accepted, preferring to stay by Surue's side rather than trailing behind the unfamiliar enforcers. After shedding his enforcer and Apos' uniform, the two departed the headquarters. Boarding a carriage headed eastward toward the town. As they traveled, Khan, curious, asked, Boss, what are we doing? Is it appropriate to leave the group like this? He had always perceived himself as fortunate to have joined the enforcers through Surue's influence, and thus felt a twinge of unease about this unusual mission. Surue, recognizing Khan and Amp, Apos' thoughts, responded, Do you think I brought you along simply to find a place to slack off? Khan felt a bit embarrassed, but did not deny it. From his perspective, the situation was quite evident. They were to gather materials, summon the ghost ship, and ultimately deal with it. Yet, Surue was leading him elsewhere, leaving Khan perplexed about his true intentions. Noticing Khan and Amp, Apos' confusion, Surue revealed, In truth, I have other tasks for you. Beyond merely gathering materials, the control of information is paramount. Only by thoroughly understanding our target and recognizing its weaknesses can we strike decisively and avert unforeseen complications. Our destination is to investigate the merchant who sold that fool the lantern. Khan grasped the situation. The enforcers had briefly updated him on the current circumstances when he arrived. Thus, he understood who Surue referred to as that fool. Indeed, the significance of information cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the conditions for using the lantern are not particularly difficult. It's akin to a kitchen knife. Who can guarantee that the knife you purchase has never been used before? Even the seller might have casually used it to chop something. After all, it's not a challenging task, nor does it incur much wear and tear. The same logic applies to the lantern. It merely requires the souls of magical beings as fuel. As long as sufficient resources are available, anyone can use it. Rumor has it that the lantern can summon a ghostly ship that traverses the boundary between life and death to reach the forbidden Nether Sea. Under such temptation, how many could resist the urge to experiment? Khan nodded but then posed a question tinged with doubt. Boss, how can we be certain that the merchant hasn't already left? I heard he is merely a traveling vendor with no fixed residence and might have departed by now. Surue flashed a knowing smile. Do you genuinely believe he is just a wandering merchant? A trifling scion of the elite? How could he have stumbled upon the legend of the ghost ship without reason? It's too coincidental that, merely a month after hearing such tales, he finds someone selling a lantern capable of summoning the ghost ship. Coincidence? Luck? Fate? I do not believe in such serendipitous occurrences. Oftentimes, what appears fortuitous is merely the result of unseen forces at play. Consequently, Surue held greater faith in the notion that the traveling merchant had orchestrated these events. As for whether the merchant had vacated the premises, Surue had already dispatched individuals to investigate. Do not mistake the enforcers for idle hands. No one is more adept at tracking individuals than we are. As for why the seller remains, the answer is simple. We have effectively sealed off the news. Furthermore, the lantern possesses considerable value. It is not unreasonable for the merchant to cling to a glimmer of hope and choose to wait another day. However, Surue refrained from elaborating further. Some matters, once spoken, suffice. There was no need to divulge every thought in his mind, as he was not one to revel in lecturing others. Khan, understanding Surue's temperament, nodded in acknowledgement. Seemingly recalling something, Surue inquired, By the way, didn't you say you would return in the afternoon? How is it that you're back so soon? Khan scratched his head, explaining, Well, I intended to return and bid my father farewell and share the news of my joining the enforcers. However, I discovered that they were not home. They had gone to some forest temple to fulfill a vow. I truly don't understand their mindset, as they rarely exhibit any particular faith. With a resigned shake of his head, he expressed his bewilderment. Upon hearing the mention of the forest temple, Su Rui was suddenly reminded of the words of the elder mage, Weiss, who had remarked on Khan's extraordinary vitality. Could this be the secret behind Khan's remarkable life force? Of course, Su Rui dismissed the thought quickly, as the pressing matter was the ghost ship, not the forest temple. The carriage sped along until it came to a halt. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a dismal sight, a dilapidated single-story house, its roof missing tiles and windows shattered. Some structures even bore doors so damaged they were nearly unrecognizable. In a few words, it could be described as filthy, chaotic, and decrepit. This rundown place was precisely Su Rui's target, and according to the visions from the mushroom-headed dream, the merchant who had sold him the lantern was here. Chapter 56. I see you. Meanwhile, on the other side, fragmented sunlight streamed through the crevices of the wooden door, illuminating the dilapidated room within. The rays of sunlight revealed the dust floating in the air. Much like the houses outside, this dwelling was equally in a state of disrepair, though it could be considered relatively intact compared to those utterly ruined structures. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed in the room, increasing in pace. A disheveled middle-aged man, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, paced anxiously within. Were it not for his attire, which appeared surprisingly polished and somewhat high-end, he might easily be mistaken for a beggar. This scruffy individual was none other than the itinerant merchant who had previously sold a rusty lantern to the mushroom-headed man. At this moment, he muttered to himself, pacing back and forth, exhibiting signs of great agitation. Strange, strange. According to the timeline, it should be about time. Yet why has there been no news? Has that fellow met his end? Could he have discovered something ahead of time? No, that seems unlikely. He continued to murmur, his anxiety palpable. Just days prior, he had successfully sold the rusty lantern to the mushroom-headed man, with intentions aligning with what Su Rui had speculated. He aimed to utilize the ghost ship to eliminate the mushroom-headed individual. However, unbeknownst to the mushroom-headed man, the merchant had already forged a partnership with the ghost ship. Indeed, the ghost ship, for reasons unknown, had gained consciousness, and he had become its agent in seeking sustenance. By selling the lantern to others and having them use it, the ghost ship could then abduct its targets and feast upon their souls. In return, the ghost ship would assist him in eliminating his adversaries. His original plan was straightforward. He intended for the ghost ship to devour the soul of the mushroom-headed man, after which he could transfer that soul into a different body using the ghost ship and Appo's capabilities. The rationale behind this was simple. The mushroom-headed man's identity was ideal. As the son of an enforcer, he was an ordinary individual, a privileged second generation with wealth and power, yet not too conspicuous. He was, in fact, the perfect choice. He had even made extensive preparations. But just as he was waiting for the final news, it was delayed, leading to mounting frustration and worry. At this moment, he had begun to sense that something was amiss. No, I must leave here quickly. His eyes sharpened, and he resolved to take action. Thus, he began to rummage through the room. After a brief tidying up, he hoisted a package and prepared to push the door open. However, before he could reach the door, a soft knock echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Open the door. The sudden sound halted the middle-aged man's footsteps, leaving his mind in disarray. He felt his heart leap into his throat. What is happening? Have I been discovered? No, this matter is so secretive. How could it be uncovered so quickly? Thus, he remained silent, his mind a whirlwind. Yet outside, the knocking continued without granting him time to think. After a brief pause, the knocks grew more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Open the door. This time, both the knocking and the calls were considerably louder, causing the aging wooden door to tremble under the force. Realizing he could no longer remain, the man's gaze darted around the room. Ultimately, he spotted a gap in the corner where clutter was stored. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly approached, cleared away the debris, and concealed himself within, sealing the top of his hiding place. Just as he believed he had evaded danger and settled in to await the intruder, the knocking ceased abruptly. Huh? Why is it silent? The middle-aged man felt a twinge of confusion. Cautiously, he opened a small crack to peer out. The room appeared empty, everything as it had been, as if the previous events were merely a figment of his imagination. They left? He pondered, yet he did not rush to exit. As a prudent hunter, he understood the importance of remaining calm in tense situations. Thus, he waited another half hour. The silence persisted, and no further knocks were heard. Finally, he moved the clutter aside and emerged from his hiding spot, hastily brushing off the dust that clung to him. He began to contemplate his next course of action. It was still uncertain what the purpose of the visitor was, but he could only prepare for the worst. If his identity had been exposed, it was imperative to leave this place without delay. But where to escape? It was daytime, and they could very well be searching for him outside. As he pondered, an inexplicable sensation compelled him to glance upward toward the ceiling. To his shock, he noticed a small hole had appeared, through which a solitary eye was watching him intently. I see you. With the utterance of that phrase, the middle-aged man felt as if he had been struck by a formidable force. Undoubtedly, the impact of that moment was immense, and it could potentially become a haunting nightmare for him. He felt a chill race down his spine, and an agonized Disbelieving scream erupted from his lips. In that instant, he could think of nothing else but to flee toward the door, racing away at the fastest speed possible. Before he could fully form his thoughts, the ceiling suddenly shattered above him. Crash. Boom. The roof collapsed, dust billowing into the air as a figure descended from the wreckage, landing before him. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, struggling to lift his gaze. Before him stood a figure clad in pristine Enforcer attire, golden hair glinting in the sunlight, the emblem of the Enforcer's crossblade gleaming with divine radiance. The sunlight obscured the figure and Apos' features, yet he could faintly discern a smile upon its visage. Chapter 57. The Inverted World, Forbidden Abyss. The dilapidated house stood with a shattered roof, while the sunlight cast a somewhat sacred glow upon the tall figure before it. Yet, the smile beneath its sunlight appeared oddly dissonant. Enforcement officer. His voice trembled. Indeed, he recognized the uniform. If there had been any lingering unease and trepidation in his heart before, at this moment, it was as if all hope had been extinguished. The very thing he dreaded had finally come to pass. Facing the profoundly terrified middle-aged man, Su Rui uttered not a single superfluous word. Instead, he extended his right hand, curling it into a claw-like gesture, emanating an oppressive and somber aura. His eyes were completely engulfed in darkness at that moment. Nightmare control. After his initial use of this skill, Su Rui had swiftly mastered it. Previously, he had to wait for his opponent to fall asleep before he could enter and examine their thoughts. Now, he could activate the skill directly, provided there was a significant disparity in mental levels between him and the other person, or if the opponent was severely weakened. As tendrils of dark energy enveloped the middle-aged man, he succumbed to slumber. Through nightmare control, Su Rui successfully entered his dream, using it to delve into the depths of his memories. What he discovered was indeed revealing. Firstly, the information that this ghost ship had somehow gained consciousness was more than enough justification for Su Rui and Apos' visit. Had he remained oblivious to this crucial intelligence, his earlier plan to use the souls of magical beings to illuminate his lantern would have been in vain. After all, with the ghost ship possessing consciousness, it could no longer be considered merely a tool bound by rules. As this realization dawned upon him, Su Rui and Apos' eyes brightened. He withdrew his consciousness and glanced behind him. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Khan entered, shutting the door behind him. Khan, let me ask you this. If an inanimate object, originally devoid of consciousness and merely serving rules, suddenly gains awareness, would it still be considered a magical creature or merely an object? Upon hearing Su Rui and Apos' inquiry, Khan, who had intended to rest, paused in surprise. He did not respond immediately, instead pondering for a moment before offering a definitive answer. Boss, although I am unsure why you are asking me this, I did come across something similar in a book. Most magical creatures in the world can be categorized into 3 types. The first type is innate magical creatures, which are the most common and often resemble animals or plants. The second and third types are acquired. They differ in that one arises from external factors, such as artificial breeding or accidental births of strange magical beings. These are relatively rare and come in various forms. Su Rui nodded, refraining from interruption. As for the third type, it is the most special and rare. It possesses extraordinary powers or happens to be in a unique location, where, over an extended period, there is a minuscule chance of developing consciousness. If what you say is true, then this must belong to the third type. After hearing Khan's earnest explanation, Su Rui felt a surge of excitement within him. Indeed, this was a yearning for his quarry. Initially, when he discovered that the lantern summoned only a ghost ship, his interest had waned significantly. The official records clearly stated that this ghost ship was a rule-based entity, a spectacle born from regulations, devoid of life. Now, upon learning that it was indeed a magical creature, Su Rui's interest ignited anew, burning intensely. After all, his unique ability allowed him to plunder magical beings. If these 2 entities fell within that category, could he not seize them as well? With such thoughts, Su Rui and Apos' spirits soared. He no longer pondered further and returned his consciousness to the middle-aged man's dream. This time, as he delved deeper, he found no additional discoveries. He was not particularly disappointed by this outcome. After all, the fewer hidden treasures there were, the closer they were to the truth. Thus, it was not a misfortune, but rather a blessing. Just as Su Rui prepared to relinquish nightmare control, a black anchor in the depths of the middle-aged man and Apos' consciousness caught his attention. Instinctively, he enveloped the anchor with his consciousness. In an instant, the scene before him shifted dramatically. Darkness swirled, and the sound of crashing waves echoed around him. In that moment, Su Rui found himself standing on the deck of an exceedingly old sailing ship, rocking violently. Everywhere else was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. This scene sparked curiosity in Su Rui's eyes. This memory could not possibly belong to the middle-aged man. After all, in such conditions, many professionals would struggle to survive. Just the tumultuous motion alone was enough to overwhelm even his capabilities. Moreover, he realized that his perspective was not aligned with that of the dreamer. Rather, it resembled that of the ship itself. Thus, only one possibility remained. To his astonishment, this individual had formed a soul bond with the ghost ship. No wonder he had been chosen as its agent. Su Rui murmured to himself. Establishing a soul connection with magical beings was not uncommon. For instance, the priest class often forges such connections. What surprised Su Rue was that this ordinary person could connect with a magical entity, and remarkably, his soul remained untainted and intact. Su Rue could only speculate that this individual possessed extraordinary talent or that he had a remarkably high compatibility with the ghost ship and Apos' soul. This was the most plausible and reasonable explanation. Other possibilities existed, but Su Rue had no desire to delve into that matter. Instead of pondering how this individual had established a connection with the magical entity, he was far more interested in uncovering the memories of this magical being. Regaining focus, Su Rue continued to observe the sailing ship. At that moment, the vessel accelerated. Though engulfed in darkness, he could still discern the rhythmic sounds of crashing waves. Gradually, the previously impenetrable blackness began to clarify. Through the faint glimmers of light, he finally glimpsed his surroundings. Beneath the ship lay thick, dark clouds, with lightning flickering within them. Resembling the breath of some great beast, the palpable sense of collapse made Su Rue feel as though the ship might plunge into the abyss below. His gaze wandered upward, and in that fleeting moment, he witnessed a scene that should not exist in the realm of reality. Above him, the sky roiled with an inky black ocean, swirling tumultuously. The pitch-black sea surface heaved relentlessly, resembling a range of mountains in perpetual transformation. Towering waves, rising to a height of 10,000 meters, surged directly towards the vessel, as if intent on inundating it with all the ocean and Apos' fury and overturning everything in their path. Suddenly, an otherworldly, piercing cry echoed through the air, emanating from an unknown creature. The ship and Apos' planks creaked and groaned, as if lamenting their fate. There was neither fear nor despair. Instead, an exhilarating thirst for adventure took hold. Su Rue's eyes quivered with excitement, and a manic smile illuminated his face. He spread his arms wide, as though yearning to embrace this boundless sea in a fervent offering. Chapter 58. The sacrifice begins. The blood moon descends. Boss. A voice tinged with fear reached Su Rue and Apos' ears, drawing his thoughts back to the present. In that moment, he gazed in astonishment at the world around him. The room, which had once allowed a hint of sunlight to filter through, was now shrouded in a layer of invisible black energy. Unlike the initial skills he had employed, this intangible energy appeared even more profound, almost weighty. In a corner stood Khan, watching him with a wary expression. Upon noticing that Su Rue had finally regained consciousness, Khan swallowed hard and cautiously stepped forward to inquire, "Boss, are you all right? Did you know? Just moments ago, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from you, transforming the room in less than half a minute." He was clearly shaken, a sense of dread lingering in his demeanor. Upon hearing Khan and Apos' words, Su Rue processed the information. A powerful energy surge? In such a brief span? It dawned on him that he was the source of it all. His gaze swept across the room, and upon witnessing the current state of disarray, he could not help but believe Khan and Apos' account. At that moment, he realized that his magical energy had been nearly depleted. Su Rue and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Since becoming a professional, he had never encountered a deficit of magical power. This was not due to his skills being low in consumption, on the contrary. Aside from his skill that required no energy, the rest, whether the heavy strike or the nightmare control, consumed a considerable amount. His ability to avoid a shortage of energy stemmed solely from his substantial reserves. Indeed, his profession did not belong to the warrior, mage, or any ordinary class. He was a demon lord, a being embodying the virtues of all professions. Merely glancing at the forbidden underworld had nearly exhausted his magical energy. This was a truly terrifying revelation. He inhaled deeply, realizing that the forbidden underworld was even more outrageous than he had anticipated. Even if he were to acquire the ghost ship tonight, immediate exploration would be impossible. With a determined thought, Su Rue resolved to move on. "Let us go." Having completed the task, he had no intention of lingering. Khan promptly complied, producing a pair of handcuffs to secure the dazed middle-aged man. The group boarded the carriage and departed. As evening fell at precisely 7 p.m., the sky had darkened considerably. The quaint town, adorned with Central European charm, illuminated street lamps one by one. Carriages traversed the streets, bustling with townsfolk who had just finished their day's labor. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the law enforcement headquarters in Yunhe Town, a gathering had formed. The officers stood in a straight line, Khan among them. Unlike when they had departed earlier, these law enforcement officers were now donned in ordinary attire, appearing as mere civilians, though their aura of seriousness and sharpness was unmistakable. Beside the formation stood several carriages, behind which iron cages housed various magical creatures, each a mix of size and demeanor, from seemingly harmless rabbits to fierce grey wolves. They roared defiantly, struggling against their confines. Su Rue surveyed the scene and noted that the officers remained unfazed by the creatures, prompting him to command, "Let us move." The carriage rolled forward, traversing the road until they arrived at a desolate mountain village, starkly different from typical ones, for this village was long abandoned. Upon learning that the ghost ship possessed consciousness, Su Rue had shared his thoughts with the group, who promptly abandoned their original plan to continue hunting in the missing village. If the ghost ship was indeed sentient, such actions would be utterly foolish. Instead, they opted for this deserted mountain village as a more suitable location. Upon arrival, the group swiftly disembarked and began to gather the magical creatures according to their plan. The cages containing the creatures formed a circle, and at the center stood Su-Ruei, wielding a massive axe and an old, rusty lantern. Seizing this invaluable opportunity, Su-Ruei was determined to take action. Although these creatures were not particularly strong and had a low probability of unleashing skills, he understood the principle that even the smallest of mosquitoes are still meat. He had no qualms about the prospect of losing face. Such concerns held no weight for him. Thus, they awaited the appointed time in silence. The clock soon approached 11:59 p.m. Sensing their impending demise, the creatures, previously exhausted from struggling, began to writhe anew, all at once. However, the others paid them no mind, as the officers continued to wait in silence. Khan remained focused, intently watching the pocket watch in his hand. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow as he swallowed nervously, not daring to blink. The ticking of the second hand echoed clearly in his ears, undeterred by the howls of the creatures. As the second hand struck 12, the hour and minute hands shifted dramatically. 12 o'clock, 00. Khan shouted decisively, responding to the command. Su-Ruei tightened his grip on the axe, his muscles tensing as a faint red glow enveloped the weapon. With a powerful twist of his waist, he swung the axe in a sweeping arc. Crack, crack, crack. The axe sliced through the iron cages as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. In that instant, the magical creatures within were engulfed in a crimson mist as the cages shattered. Monster killed. Hopping rabbit. Experience gained. 5. Monster killed. Gray wolf. Experience gained. 200. Monster killed. Messages flooded Su-Ruei and Amp. Oppo's interface in an instant, while the slain creatures disintegrated into mere bones. Their once vibrant flesh transforming into wisps of crimson essence, converging toward the dilapidated lantern at Su-Ruei's feet. In that moment, the lantern, previously dull and rusty, began to glow with a vibrant red light, akin to the moon above, now adorned with an eerie crimson hue. Chapter 59. The Emergence of the Ghost Ship. The hunt begins. Mother, do you think the moon in the sky can be red? In a modest two-story house, warm light filled the room. A young boy, around 5 or 6 years old, stood by the window, pointing outside with wonder and curiosity etched on his face. A young woman in an apron, mopping the floor, chuckled as she replied, "Silly child, the moon is certainly yellow. How could it be red?" The boy nodded, returning his gaze to the sky, murmuring softly, "But the moon outside is really red." On the empty street, a few drunken men swayed unsteadily. One of them stumbled and fell, landing flat on the ground. However, upon seeing the red moon above, his drunkenness faded significantly. He abruptly sat up, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. In a dim alley, a beggar, having settled into his makeshift bed, seemed to sense something, instinctively looking up. Such occurrences unfolded throughout the small town. Meanwhile, the perspective shifted back to the dilapidated village. With the emergence of the blood moon, the surrounding enforcers began to heighten their vigilance. A thick, blood-red mist rose rapidly, approaching with a visible intensity, creating a palpable sense of oppression. Ordinary people witnessing this scene would struggle to breathe, but in Su-Ruei and Oppo's eyes, there was nothing but fervor. It had arrived. The ghost ship he had awaited had finally made an appearance. The other enforcers, too, felt their blood surge with excitement. Undoubtedly, the oppressive aura of the blood mist was immense, yet overshadowing their fear was an exhilaration stemming from their very essence as enforcers. Despite their enthusiasm, they did not act rashly. Instead, they stood firm, their eyes fixed in anticipation. Their reason was simple. Their commander, Su-Ruei, had informed them that this ghost ship had attained consciousness. Thus, they had to wait for its manifestation. High above, a colossal, ancient sailing ship floated in the sky. On its deck stood a remarkably handsome young figure, clad in a pirate outfit and a hat signifying his captaincy, wielding a long sword. He appeared oddly out of place, resembling a character from a cosplay rather than a true captain. Even more peculiar were the hundreds of pale, translucent pirate crew members behind him, their expressions vacant as if frozen in time. Indeed, aside from the captain, none of the crew were human. To be precise, the captain himself was not human either, but rather the consciousness birthed from the ghost ship. At that moment, the captain stood with one foot resting on the ship's railing, peering intently through a monocular, a bloodthirsty smile playing on his lips as if he had spotted a delectable feast. "Staying put, are we? Looks like you're all paralyzed with fear. Perfect. Just in time for my banquet." With that thought, he brandished his sword high towards the blood moon. "Children, it is time for you to perform." His words acted as the switch that revived the crew and Oppo's expressions filled now with either excitement or bloodlust. The crimson mist crept closer, and the enforcers remained steadfast. Just as the mist was about to invade their 10-meter radius, a keen-eyed enforcer suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there is something in the blood mist." At his alert, the others finally noticed that the once empty mist now harbored a host of frenzied, bloodthirsty, ghostly creatures. Before long, a distant, haunting horn echoed from above. The illusory clouds parted, revealing a massive, archaic sailing ship so grand it obscured the blood moon. The onlookers gazed upward, their eyes brimming with awe and disbelief, realizing the true enormity of the vessel. It was no exaggeration to say that before this gigantic ship, humanity appeared as insignificant as ants. This was not merely a ship. It was a calamity. Kill. As the first person snapped back to reality, the others swiftly drew their weapons, adhering to their original plan as they charged toward the colossal ship. Magic and martial skills erupted like a torrent, unleashing their powers without restraint. The enforcers, akin to a sharpened blade, plunged deep into the blood mist, carving a path. Upon witnessing their actions, the captain initially froze before scoffing derisively. Ha ha, do you wish to perish together? How laughable. Yet his words were abruptly cut short as he realized his crew was being rapidly slaughtered, a path being forged toward him. Not good. It's a trap. They're targeting me. The young captain's eyes flickered with panic. Though this ghost ship had existed for ages, it did not imply that he, as its consciousness, had been around for long. At that moment, he was utterly unnerved. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to abandon his crew below. The massive ship in the sky ceased its forward motion, pivoting to escape the scene. Su Rue, seeing the ship's intent to flee, seized his axe and charged in. According to the original plan, the enforcers were to clear a path for him, enabling them to draw nearer. Once the ship was within reach, or if it attempted to escape, it would be Su Rue and Apos, as time to strike. And now, that moment had arrived. Thanks to the already cleared path, Su Rue effortlessly approached within 100 meters of the ship. At that instant, he found himself facing a line of ghostly crew members wielding weapons. With a swift swing of his axe, he cleaved the nearest ghostly crew member in two, its form dissipating into light. Kill the monster. Pirate ghost. Loot acquired. Experience 200. Hearing the system notification, Su Rue did not pause, not even for a moment. He pressed on, dispatching the second and third crew members with relentless ferocity. Even without the path forged by the enforcers, Su Rue carved his way through with sheer might. The enforcers, originally clearing the way for him, now followed closely behind. 80 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Su Rue, wielding his colossal axe, resembled a deity of slaughter in an otherwise vacant battlefield. The ghostly crew members seemed inconsequential in his wake. Observing this, the captain grew increasingly frantic, exerting all his strength to hasten the ship's turn. He was fast, but Su Rue was faster. As the ship neared completion of its turn, Su Rue's figure abruptly vanished. The ship accelerated, retreating into the distance. The layers of crimson mist beneath the ship surged backward at a visible speed. No, to be precise, it was the sailing vessel that accelerated away. Observing the harrowing scene below, the young captain wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Phew, that was close. I never expected to be ambushed. Judging by the demeanor of those individuals, they must be the enforcers of this nation. Surviving such a perilous encounter left the young captain with a profound sense of reflection. However, before he could fully relax, a figure descended violently from the sky. The immense force struck the deck of the sailing ship, producing a mournful creak. Witnessing this, the young captain gripped his sword once more, preparing to approach stealthily. Yet, his movements did not persist for long. As the figure before him rose and locked eyes with him, the young captain felt as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss, engulfed by an overwhelming chill and dread. He swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. For within the gaze of that figure, he perceived an insatiable longing, an ultimate yearning. Chapter 60. Observe him, gaze upon him in silence. Wait, I believe we can. The young captain slowly retreated, attempting to articulate his thoughts. However, before he could complete his sentence, his entire body was cleaved in two by a colossal axe. Blood erupted. Bones shattered, and flesh scattered across the deck, creating a grotesquely bloody spectacle. To everyone's astonishment, Su Rue, who had originally been several meters away, now stood before the young captain. Yet, the one who had ended the captain's life wore no smile upon his visage. The reason was simple. He had not received the system's notification of a kill. From the systems panel, Su Rue could ascertain that the young man was the very consciousness birthed by this ghost ship. However, the outcome diverged from his initial expectations. After all, this was an ancient artifact. It was certainly not so easy to extinguish. Given this, he resolved to obliterate all life aboard this vessel, as well as the ship itself. The bloody axe scraped against the deck with a chilling screech. A sinister smile adorned Su Rue and Apos' face as he ventured into the depths of the sailing vessel. Meanwhile, in a spacious chamber within the ship's hold, a robust middle-aged man abruptly awakened, his eyes snapping open. He quickly rose, gasping for breath, his pallid complexion glistening with cold sweat. Clearly, he had just experienced a fright. This madman, he was utterly insane. How could he resort to murder at the slightest provocation? His tone was rapid and frantic, his eyes brimming with fear. Fear of death, fear of Su Rue. This middle-aged man was none other than the consciousness of the being who had just been slain by Su Rue's axe. Indeed, due to his unique circumstances, this was his second life. Naturally, it was also the last life he had remaining. In this moment, his emotions surged with agitation and rage. After nearly half a minute, as the terror of death receded, his breathing gradually steadied. He wiped the sweat from his brow and descended from the bed. He wondered if that madman had departed. According to the logic of these individuals, it was highly probable that he had come for his original form. If he remained hidden here, he could seize an opportunity to control his original self and escape. He murmured to himself, pondering his subsequent plans. Yet, while his thoughts were optimistic, reality often proved to be exceedingly cruel. Just as he prepared to languish in this room until death claimed him, a chilling sound of scraping echoed from the corridor outside. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking resonated, accompanied by a familiar voice that sent shivers down his spine. I know you are in there. Don't be anxious. I shall soon come in to find you. This declaration rendered the ghost ship's consciousness mute. He clamped his hands over his mouth, suppressing any sound. How could this be? How did he find his way here? This place, aside from myself, how could anyone else know of it? The middle-aged man could not fathom that his so-called secret chamber had long been thoroughly explored by Su Rue. Earlier that afternoon, as Su Rue wielded nightmarish control to scour his agent, he had unveiled every hidden corner. Thus, in this moment, his heart was not only filled with fear but also disbelief. However, the fear and disbelief did not linger for long, as he soon recalled that he was situated within the confines of his own original body. Though the ghost ship and Apos' rules were not invincible, the ability to traverse the treacherous realms of the forbidden abyss attested to the ship and Apos' resilience. Even if the internal structure of the ghost ship was relatively fragile, it was not something a mere silver-tier human could breach. With this in mind, his once taut nerves began to relax somewhat. As if to confirm his suspicions, a violent crash resonated from behind the wooden door. Bang! The force of the impact was tremendous, not only producing a heavy thud but also causing the entire door to tremble. Following the initial blow came a second, then a third. Each strike grew more ferocious than the last, and the wooden door emitted mournful cries with each assault. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man and Apos' heart leapt to his throat. While he was aware that the interior of his original body was not easily compromised under the current circumstances, he could not be certain whether the door would withstand the onslaught. Should it break, he would face the loss of his final life. He swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on the quaking door, beads of cold sweat trickling down the sides of his forehead. Time stretched on for a full minute. The sounds of impact abruptly ceased, a sudden stillness enveloping the air. With this cessation, the middle-aged man exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, I have endured. He wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing heavily, and once assured of his safety, his initial tension transformed into fury. Indeed, though his consciousness had not existed for long, he was nonetheless a being birthed from a legendary rule-based artifact. The pride and confidence instilled within him were deeply ingrained. Yet today, not only had he been outmaneuvered by this contemptible human, but he had also lost a life to the madman at the door. Such humiliation ignited a fierce rage within him. Thus, he transformed his anger into strength, a scornful smile gracing his features as he began to taunt. What's wrong? Have you faltered? Did you not say you would come in to find me? Well then, I shall be waiting inside. I am eager to see how you intend to locate me. Though he lacked the means or courage to confront the lunatic beyond the door, he resolved to retaliate with his words, wielding them as weapons. However, after he spoke, there was an unusual silence from the other side of the door. What is the matter? Are you too frightened to speak? He mocked. Though I am unaware of how you found this place, let me assure you, do not presume that this matter will conclude so easily. Your human lifespan is but a few hundred years. I shall endure until your demise. And I will ensure your family, your wife, and all who are connected to you experience the humiliation I have faced today. Young man, I shall remember you. As his emotions escalated, his expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Yet, regardless of his curses or threats, the door remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. This outcome caused him to falter in his verbal onslaught, curiosity and confusion propelling him towards the door. He pressed his ear against it, straining to hear any sounds within. Why is it still quiet? Has he already departed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a final, faint sound reached his ears. Crack. The noise was peculiar, akin to metal being forcefully snapped. His mind swirled with uncertainty. Before he could comprehend what Su Rue intended to do outside, the once serene wooden door was struck with renewed ferocity. This time, the force exerted surpassed all prior blows combined. The sudden onslaught startled the middle-aged man, causing him to instinctively retreat, ultimately stumbling and collapsing onto the ground. He sat there, dazed, staring blankly ahead. Bang! The wooden door trembled violently, its force reverberating through the frame, which too began to shudder. Bang! A slight deformation appeared at the junction of the door and its frame, with minute splinters of wood cascading down. Bang! On the surface of the door emerged an exceedingly fine, razor-sharp blade. As the blade withdrew, it left behind a slender fissure. Through this minuscule crack, a single eye gazed at him, its crimson pupil devoid of any emotion. It simply stared at him, unblinking. Chapter 61. Upgraded to Silver 3 stars. Plunder reward. Forbidden ship. A piercing scream echoed throughout the cabin. The middle-aged man's body was filled with emotions of either terror or despair. His pupils constricted to the size of needles, and he stared unblinkingly at the crimson eye behind the door as though his soul had been absorbed. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, the eye withdrew. Then bang! A familiar axe blade reappeared at the crack. This time, the originally tiny fissure widened to the thickness of a finger. Once, twice, thrice. The gap grew larger and larger. Under such overwhelming despair, the specter of the ghost ship instinctively retreated. He could not afford to rise, he simply scrambled backward. He continued to retreat until he collided with the hard wall. Indeed, he had nowhere left to go. Meanwhile, the figure behind the door frantically continued to hack away. The fissure had now grown wide enough for an adult man and Apos' arm to easily reach through. Yet, the figure behind the door seemed unprepared to reach out. It merely continued its relentless assault. Each swing of the axe felt as if it struck directly at his heart. At that moment, he could bear the pressure no longer. He broke down. Stop hacking. Please, stop it. No, no. If this continues, I will die. His screams and his breakdown seemed to invigorate the figure behind the door. The faster he cried out, the quicker the figure's strikes became. Bang, 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 bang. No. With a final, desperate roar that tore at his own scalp, the wooden door splintered into fragments. The figure behind the door hunched slightly, its body swaying with heavy breaths. Dense. Steam-like white vapor billowed from its mouth and nose. At that moment, the figure slowly raised its head, revealing a face that was once extraordinarily handsome but now inspired sheer nightmares. Its body swayed slightly as it stepped forward, holding a broken axe and the other half of the shattered axe handle. Upon closer inspection, the break in the axe and handle showed severe deformation, as if they had been bent repeatedly before finally snapping. The proximity of Su Rue sent the middle-aged man's terror soaring to its peak. What is the pinnacle of fear? Is it shouting? Is it heart-wrenching anguish? Or is it a desperate struggle? No, none of these. For a fleeting moment, the middle-aged man found his mind blank. His limbs felt cold and powerless. The surrounding sounds morphed from footsteps into an excruciating ringing in his ears. His pupils gradually dilated, and his mouth opened, gasping for breath. Su Rue had approached him, looking down at the figure utterly paralyzed by fear. Without a word or hesitation, Su Rue raised the remaining half of the axe handle high and then thrust it fiercely towards the figure's head. Thud. Kill the creature. Consciousness of the ghost ship. Plunder reward. Forbidden ship. Experience 8,000. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level. Silver 2 stars. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level. Silver 3 stars. Leveling up twice in a row. Su Rue was not surprised by this outcome, as he had already slain numerous creatures before this. It was likely that he had been on the verge of leveling up. However, another matter drew Su Rue and Apos' attention. As the consciousness of the ghost ship perished, the entire sailing vessel shuddered violently. The cabin echoed with muffled cries of agony. The deck beneath his feet and the surrounding wooden walls began to splinter and dissolve, as if erased by an unseen hand, gradually transitioning from existence to oblivion. Observing this scene, Su Rue felt a surge of emotions. He had not anticipated that killing the consciousness would lead to the ghost ship and Apos' dissolution. Upon reflection, it made sense, for they were one entity. When the ghost ship gained consciousness, it ceased to be a mere object adhering to rules, evolving instead into a creature of genuine life. The ship collapsed swiftly. Within mere seconds, the room had been reduced to fragments of deck and wall. As the entire vessel threatened to vanish into nothingness, Su Rue and Apos' expression remained serene and unperturbed. He slowly gazed at his right hand, fingers splayed, then clenched tightly. Forbidden ship. In an instant, a resounding and piercing horn echoed above him. Buzz. Simultaneously, Su Rue felt an immense shadow obscure the crimson moonlight above, revealing a colossal, vintage sailing ship. Meanwhile, on the other side, amidst thick blood mist, a group of law enforcers fought valiantly, their faces adorned with expressions of sheer delight. Indeed, these ghostly pirates posed no threat to the law enforcers of higher rank. Besides Karn, who could be easily toyed with by the ghostly pirates, the others were engaged in 2-on-1 or 3-on-1 skirmishes. Yet, even as an ordinary person, Karn had made significant contributions during the battle. With a swing of his sword, he pierced through the brain of a ghostly pirate. The pirate, poised to strike, faltered, its form dissipating into nothingness. Panting heavily, Karn took a moment to catch his breath. This was the first time he had personally vanquished a creature, and not just one, but a total of 3. Although this was but a fraction compared to his fellow law enforcers, for someone who had never taken a life before, this achievement felt monumental. I can do this. I can finally hunt monsters, he thought, his eyes glimmering with hope for the future. The other law enforcers, noticing Karn and Apos' excitement, could not help but nod in approval. They were not blind. They recognized Karn's remarkable performance. At that moment, they truly acknowledged this newcomer who had entered through connections. As Karn took a moment to recuperate, preparing to continue his onslaught, he suddenly found his attention captured by a distant sight. He stood frozen, staring into the distance, which gave the ghostly pirate an opportunity. The pirate brandished its sword, ready to strike this distracted human. However, before it could approach, an arrow pierced through the ghostly pirate and Apos' skull. The pirate and Apos' form shuddered and then dissolved into nothingness. Hey, rookie. Don and Apos' T-zone out during battle. Don and Apos', do you understand that? Came an angry reprimand from nearby. At that moment, Karn snapped back to reality, scratching his head in apology toward the law enforcer who had saved him. I and Amp, Oppos, am sorry. I'm sorry. The law enforcer was a girl with blue hair and glasses. If she were not holding a slender bow, one might mistake her for a mage. Hearing Karn and Amp, Oppos' apology, she merely snorted in response. Yet, before she could speak, Karn stood rooted in place, continuing to gaze into the distance. Then, raising his right hand, he slowly pointed towards the horizon. Behold, witness the actions of Karn. Not only was the female enforcer intrigued, but even the nearby male enforcers gazed with equal curiosity. There, against the backdrop of that day, illuminated by the blood moon, an enormous ship and Amp, Oppos' bow gradually emerged. A resonant and prolonged horn echoed through the air. In an instant, the colossal vintage sailing vessel had arrived above the crowd. Chapter 62. Conclusion. Never waste. Frugality in household matters. A blood moon hung ominously in the sky, accompanied by the presence of a colossal sailing ship, reminiscent of Noah and Amp, Oppos' ark as described in the Bible. In his wrath, God unleashed a cataclysmic flood, yet in his mercy, he offered a vessel of hope, Noah and Oppos' Arkansas. This epic scene etched itself indelibly into the minds of all who beheld it. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. The once battling factions stood frozen in place, captivated by the spectacle. The enforcers were stunned, their usual authority rendered impotent in the face of such grandeur. The ghostly pirates seemed to lose control over their very forms, as if a power switch had been flipped, rendering them immobile, much like they had been aboard the ship moments earlier. Could this truly be the work of our leader? Karn murmured, his eyes shimmering with a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. The absurdity of the scene was overwhelming, compelling him to embrace the possibility that it was indeed the handiwork of Su Rue, though doubt lingered in his mind despite his unwavering faith in his leader. This sentiment resonated among the other enforcers, including the vice commander, who mirrored Karn's astonishment. They remained transfixed, awaiting an answer. Reality, however, did not keep them in suspense for long. From the deck of the giant ship, a figure leapt into the air, centered around Su Rue. A powerful gust of wind radiated outward, dispersing the dense blood mist that seemed to recoil from its force. Rising from the ground, Su Rue wasted no time. Wielding a shattered axe in one hand and its handle in the other, he unleashed his fury upon the nearest ghostly pirate, exploiting their paralysis with ruthless efficiency. The disparity between Su Rue and the specters was stark, and this moment truly embodied the phrase like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Amidst the carnage, Su Rue and Oppos' laughter rang out, not merely in delight at the slaughter, but also at the continuous flow of notifications appearing before him. Kill monster, ghost pirate, loot reward, experience 200. Kill monster, ghost pirate, loot reward. Though he could not see an experience bar, Su Rue sensed that his progress surged visibly, a testament to his relentless pursuit of efficiency. He despised waste, ensuring that each grain of rice on his plate was consumed. His figure darted through the blood mist like a wraith, each movement stirring up fierce winds that sliced through the crimson haze. The enforcers, spellbound by Su Rue's prowess, experienced visions. An ominous beast loomed behind him, voraciously devouring all in its path, while casting greedy glances at every life present. In that instant, they grasped the very essence of fear made manifest. Kill monster, ghost pirate, loot reward, experience 200. As the last ghostly pirate fell, Su Rue decisively stowed away the forbidden ship. The massive vessel above ascended slowly, gradually becoming transparent until it vanished from sight. With its disappearance, the blood moon returned to its former state, along with the now diluted blood mist. By the heavens, a voice broke the silence, igniting a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Did I just see Su Rue tame a ghost ship? The crowd erupted, akin to frenzied sports fans, celebrating this astonishing feat. Among the most elated were the vice commander and Gaydon, who spun in ecstatic circles, their exuberance palpable. Gaydon embraced the vice commander, their joy so intense that one might mistake it for personal achievement. The vice commander, however, rebuffed the gesture, his expression shifting to one of irritation. Gaydon, I warn you against any physical contact. In stark contrast to the exuberant enforcers, Karn stood apart, observing the approaching figure with a mixture of excitement and envy. He marveled at the reality that it was indeed Su Rue who had achieved such greatness. How impressive, truly worthy of being called our leader. If only one day I could be like him. He fell into a brief reverie before resolutely lifting his gaze to the sword in his hand, which had slain 3 monsters. I, Yensaka Khan, shall one day stand as exalted as my leader, towering above the masses. As dawn broke, the enforcers returned to Yunha town, having tidied the aftermath of their encounter. Inside a modest room of the enforcer dormitory, warm light bathed the space. Su Rue sat at a desk, staring at a blank sheet of paper, enveloped in silence. Indeed, every enforcer was required to submit a report upon mission completion. Having recently endured the torturous trials of high school, the thought of writing an essay again was unbearable. Damn, Su Rue groaned, his frustration mounting. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths, hoping to quell the tempest of emotions within. Just then, Karn and Amp, Oppos' voice broke through his contemplation. Boss, I've nearly finished your mission report. He placed a sheet of paper on the desk before Su Rue. Upon opening his eyes, Su Rue was met with Khan and Apos' bashful demeanor. Since I'm unclear about your experiences aboard the ghost ship, I'll need you to fill in that section yourself. In Su Rue's eyes, Khan appeared as a celestial being, a savior who shielded him from the impending doom of his writing task. At that moment, a divine glow seemed to emanate from Khan and Apos' presence. Rising from his seat, Su Rue solemnly placed a hand on Khan's shoulder. Good brother, I'm grateful for you. Khan, momentarily taken aback, stared in disbelief at Su Rue's hand. The sensation was both wondrous and familiar, as it encapsulated the recognition he had long sought. As he observed Su Rue fervently scribbling away, Khan whispered to himself, I long to be acknowledged once more.